my very special guest today, who I just feel like is seeing me like in the fullest of screens, and it's making me so nervous because I'm like,
I
oh,
can
no,
do it.
you make me as big as you want, baby. You make me as big as
Well,
you want.
I could put you on the other TV.
Oh,
I got a
let me
4K
let
over
me just
here.
pull down my full projector screen and slap you up on that.
I used to have a projector.
Oh God,
It's
please don't.
gone.
It's okay. Okay, let's jump in. I want to talk. I want to ask you something already. All
Yeah.
right. Without further ado, my guest today, the very amazing, the very handsome, the very sexual. I don't know if that's a bad thing. That's a
Sexual's
good.
fine.
Sexual's good. All right. Good. I had to look at him to confirm.
Yeah.
Episode 14. My guest today, BobbyJ. Oh,
Hey.
BobbyJ. Oh, there we go. He's starting to clap with me. See, it's always like it's good. People starting to clap with me because it's weird
Yeah.
when I'm just here like clapping by myself. Oh,
It's worse when you're at, say, anywhere there's like a public speaking or whatever, and then you go to give an applause, and you're like the only one. There's like a whole crowd of people,
man.
and
I'm
you're like,
liking it.
and then you kind of awkwardly stop, and people are
Oh
looking.
man, I liken it to when you're at like a comedy show and you're the only one that laughs at a joke, and you're like, ooh, like it's awkward. Like or even in a cinema, you're the only one that laughs at like saying in a movie, or
Oh
like,
yeah,
or,
the cinema
or,
would be a bit more,
or a
more
s-
weird.
or a scare when you're the only one that seems to go, huh, or something like that, and no one else seems to be scared. You're like, oh, okay, whoops. Was I not supposed to be scared there? Yeah, it's always like, why is it? It's always weird to be like the only one. Like when everyone's striving to be different, I'm surprised everyone's not trying to laugh all at the wrong times and scream at the wrong times and everything. Everyone wants to
I
be
like
different.
laughing when it's kind of inappropriate in a movie.
Oh, yeah.
When something shouldn't be funny, but I just because I can't help myself.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It's a
So
sort of-
I used to take some sort of substance before I'd go in to watch a movie, if you know what I mean. So you're just kind of just
Really?
in the zone, and then you just can't help it.
Wait, every time you watch a movie, it was
No,
like
not
a
every
ritual?
time.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I have. There's a mate and I that will go. We'll have something to eat, have a certain
Okay.
substance before we go in, and then
Certain substance.
and then like we can't help ourselves to just laugh at like just really bad acting. Like
Yeah.
you just can't help it. Like I think we did it a lot in the Jurassic Park movies, like the newest one, when there was like a moment where somebody died and we just laughed, like this was just so
Oh
shit.
man. See, I was talking about this the other day, right? And it's not so much, it wasn't the movie. It was just like that we weren't really fully paying attention, but it was the most inappropriate movie we could have been laughing at. Well, not at, but it was, we were at school and it was, have you ever seen the movie Schindler's List? It's like about
Not
like,
one,
it's about like when Hitler was, you know, the concentration camps with the Jews and all
Yeah.
that. And there's a guy called Schindler something, and he's like kind of protecting the Jews and stuff, trying to give him shelter and all this shit from Hitler. But we weren't fully watching, me and my friend up the back of the class, but we were just pissing ourselves over other things. It was the worst time because everyone thought we were laughing at the movie. So we were just seen as the biggest assholes in the class because we were laughing while there's these like really horrible, you know, concentration camp scenes going on. But we weren't even paying attention. But it was the most awkward thing, I guess, because we didn't even know what the movie was about. We just weren't
Do
watching
you know
it.
what? I watched that in I think it was like social studies or something, or maybe
Yeah,
like geography or something like that in like grade 7 or 8. And I was also I think it was the same. It was something with a German prison camp, and I remember I laughed, and then my teacher was from Europe. He wasn't Jewish or anything, but he was so mad at me,
Oh,
and he put
man.
me in front of the class, and he was like going through like they watched their families burn, they're doing all this.
Oh,
I'm
no
like,
way he put you on the
Yeah.
guilt trip.
yeah, and I was like,
shit.
okay, end. I was basically like end because I was a little smarter. So I was like, yeah, end.
Oh my god.
I know, like I was watching it. Like, what are you trying to?
I have to admit, dude, I could not be a teacher. I reckon it's got to be one of the worst jobs. Dealing with kids,
Probably.
man, like dealing with like little Bobby J's going and like it would drive me crazy.
Yeah.
I would struggle,
Yeah.
man. Like teaching's got to be one of the hardest jobs. Anytime someone's like, I want to be a teacher, I'm like, fuck it, why? Why would you want to be a teacher? Kids are crazy these days.
University would be okay.
Yeah, uni would be okay. I'm talking like
Uni.
high school. Even like
Yeah,
infants
high
and
school's
primary
fucked.
would be okay. You know what I mean? Because the kids are kind of suck ups at that point. You know what I mean? They're
High
like,
school would be fucked.
oh, high school. Everyone's starting to like, they just turn. Even if you're a good teacher, you're always going to get like the shitty kids that just, they're like, why are we learning this?
The
Well, I don't
first
need this
4
in real life.
grades would be trash.
You reckon
Because year
like,
7
just-
at the start would be okay, but then they start to mix with the other kids who are
Yeah,
just a bit
yeah.
older and they want to be fucking cool, so they're just morons. And then 8 and 9, toxic as fuck. 10, they get a bit better because the ones they're going to drop out after grade 10 are going to be fucking gone anyway. And the ones that's 11 and 12, it's smooth sailing because all the fucking drop kicks are already gone.
Because they want to be there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, year 10's like they and it's funny because it's when you're in that age, like around year 10, you feel like you're a fucking adult. I don't know why. I think it's because you're like getting to the top of like the school age. So all the people you're in the school with, you're older than everyone. So you feel like a fucking adult. And now I look back on like, I see kids in year 2, I'm like, wow, you're fucking children. Like, you shouldn't be leaving school yet. You look too young.
Wasn't my case. I was very small. I started high school when I was 11 because I was younger. I finished year 6 when I was because I turned 12 during year 7.
What's the usual age to go into year 7?
12. You'd start when you're 12 and you turn 13.
So you were shit.
I was younger, and I had because I'm an asthmatic. I had a lot of asthma problems when I was younger, so I was on a lot of medication. So I stunted my growth a lot. So I was really small and scrawny. So when I got to year 12, everybody was like, "Oh, so like you're still like in year 7, right?"
Oh, crazy! Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I was like a year older than when I repeated year 2 because I was an idiot. But I was still smaller than most people. I was still the scrawny kid. So either way, like, okay, so you said you're an asthmatic.
Yeah.
Does it not affect you as much as it did back then? Is it because is asthma something that like eventually goes away, or is it like it's always?
No, you always got it. It will come back. It could go away, but it will always come back at some point.
Yeah, right.
Like it doesn't leave.
It's so weird, dude. I thought I had asthma for a while there, which is super weird because you can just get it and like you can not have it like for a lot of your life and then get it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not saying you like
a lot of it's genetic.
Because I remember like I started having like problems like breathing like full breaths every now and then. Like I'd go through these stages and I'd be kind of like not able to. I feel like I don't have it now, but it was while I was working landscape maintenance. I was breathing in a lot of like dust and a lot of like chemicals and shit. And I feel like I was getting nervous. I was like, fuck, am I getting asthma or something? But it seems to have gone now. So I'm like, oh, it's fucking.
You probably had an infection.
Well, it was for years. Like it was for a fair few years. Like
you can have a chest infection for a long time.
Oh fuck! So I was just roaming around with a fucking chest infection.
Yeah, unless you get like something to clear it out.
That's
I've known people to have like to be thinking they had asthma. I can't remember. One of my friends, he was always coughing and shit. He thought he had asthma. I was like, "Did you ever go to the doctor?" And he's like, "Nah." He would just buy. You can buy Ventolin over the counter. So people would just do that. Yeah. So you don't need a prescription for Ventolin, but you do for like other preventive. You do need for a preventative, but for a reliever, you don't need a prescription. So
no way.
He just bought just this shit over the counter because he'd ask about me, like, "Can I get this?" I'm like, "Yeah, you just get it from the pharmacy." And then I said, "Did you even go to the doctor?" Because he said, like, I won't stop. I'm like, maybe you've got an infection, bro. Because if you're an asthmatic, this shit will like usually stop it. And he's like, he went to the doctor and found out he had an infection for a long time. And he got some medication and he was cleared up.
This shit all day and night.
Yeah.
I mean, like that. So that's it opens up your lungs, right? Like that's the whole idea.
Yeah. Well, because with asthma, your lungs start to swell, so you struggle to breathe. Yeah, and that relieves the swelling, and then you can breathe again. But if you got an infection, it's completely different.
Yeah, for sure. That's so weird that they sell it over the counter. It mustn't be like really that much of a. Mustn't be one hell of a drug in that case. Because,
nah, it's fine.
So anyone could just huff that shit.
Yeah, the drug that's in it, it's a form of steroid.
Do you get like? Is it like a like? This might sound weird. Is it like a do you get like a vibe when you huff it, or is it just like really. Just that like relief?
You just get relief in your lungs.
Yeah, right.
If you have it too much of it, I tend to shake a little bit. But that could just be my reaction because I get nervous a lot. Like I have a nervous reaction to like a lot of things. I shake a lot.
Really?
So I shake heaps, man. The idiots. I'm not gonna say idiots, but my boys, they could tell you. Like I'm shaking, they will see the camera shake because it's my fucking legs going.
Oh, it's like
bouncing along the table.
Really?
So they'll see it. I don't know why I say idiots. I just call like ourselves idiots. So it's like,
let's
you got cactus cold. The only thing I say is like,
you're idiots. Welcome to you're an idiot now. Get on idiot. Yeah, I mean, cool. Yeah. I call my viewers pricks. So I mean, it kind of works. I just found a loophole to call them pricks. You know what I mean? I had to get that loophole, the cactus cult. But
there's a loophole in a song. Do you know that song that goes, I'm a dick, I'm addicted to you? Do you know they actually wrote that to be I'm a dick? They're actually saying I'm a dick, not
Yeah,
I'm
that's
addicted.
Simple Plan, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
wrote that. So I remember watching like some sort of fucking documentary on Netflix or some bullshit, and they were like, they wrote that so they could get "I'm a Dick" on the radio uncensored.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've never thought of that because yeah, if someone said dick, I guess, especially even back then
Yeah,
on the radio, yeah, they would have censored the shit out of that. That's fucking.
Yeah.
That's some clever thinking. Simple
Yeah.
Plan, you sly motherfuckers. I was never a
South
big
Park did
fan
that
of
too.
Simple Fan.
yeah.
Simple
I
Fan.
don't really care for that. I don't care for
Yeah,
their music, but
that gives me
that's
like a.
clever.
They were just so whiny, but that's clever. I
Yeah.
like that. Did you say South Park did it as well?
South Park did like the
I'm not
fractured
surprised about
butthole.
Yeah, the game. Yeah.
Yeah, because they wanted something to do with butthole on it.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, so how can we sell? They
yeah.
kept saying no. Ubisoft didn't say no, but like the game distributors, like EB Games and all that, was saying no. You don't quote me on this, but someone was saying no higher up. Like, fuck, how can we get this like name approved? Because we want something to do with the asshole.
Yeah, that's such a fucking.
So they
that's
go the
a South Park thing to
fractured,
do.
but
Butthole. Yeah.
they're actually saying the
I
fractured
mean, see,
butthole.
I can. They always push the boundaries. I mean, how about the first one though? What was the first game they had?
Stick of Truth.
Stick of Truth, and we didn't get that one scene. There was a scene, and do you remember it came up with the picture of the koala?
Yeah,
And
the
it
probe
said-
scene.
Yeah, we didn't get it in Australia. Were we the only people that didn't get that?
Yeah. So they put a special scene in with us for like didgeridoo sounds and just getting like fucking smashed.
That's
in
so
the ass.
fucking funny. It's like
Yeah, that's
crazy that like so. Did any other country not get that scene, or were we the only ones?
No,
Australia's.
we're the only ones.
You know what? Like, how funny is it, right? We're seen as like some of the loosest Kents in all of the world, yet we ban like fucking games left, right, and center, like things like so quickly. Like, how the fuck does that happen?
Well, I feel like a lot of people who are high, I don't know, this is just my thought anyway,
No,
this is my
yeah.
opinion. It
Yeah.
might not be the fact, but I feel like people higher up, so our politicians are quite old, so I
They
feel
sure fucking are.
like they got heavy pockets. People with heavy pockets put their fucking money into politicians, especially people like Rupert Murdoch who own media companies.
Oh,
If they have a
yeah.
chance to see a game maybe get banned, they probably nudge a politician to do it because that's competing against their media. Because obviously, like, newspapers are going down the drain,
yeah,
TV's going down the drain.
Yeah.
There's a chance to stop people from jumping to a new sort of media. Then
Well, that's
China,
it.
they've always pushed them. If you notice, the only people that say like games promote violence are fucking people on TV networks.
Yeah,
because
it's
they want
dying.
people to come on TV.
Oh, 100%, dude. Yeah, they're
fucking trash.
It's
man.
funny because they're trying to cash in on the gaming scene. It's the biggest industry. It's like worth billions now. It's bigger than movies. It's bigger than music. It's the biggest
Yeah.
industry, I believe now, which is kind of surprising. I find it surprising that it's bigger than music.
Yeah.
And even movies. I mean, because I feel like movies and music are just more mainstream, but apparently it is the biggest entertainment industry now.
They're
so
even
yeah,
trash
it's-
on Twitch. They trash on Twitch a lot. Like people
Yeah.
like The Project. It's a lot of live TV shows. A lot of live TV shows
Yeah, well,
that require your attention because people's attention are going elsewhere.
Oh, they would see the ratings dropping like it's
Yeah.
100%. I mean, yeah, it's the thing. Like they're trying to save their media. I don't think TV will be around for that much longer. I think TV, I think a lot of TV will move to streaming. I think it'll be around for.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say not much longer, it's still probably like
Like,
20
there's
years
still
or
be-
some shit.
Series like TV series. They still
Yeah,
gonna put the name
but-
television series, but there'll still be series.
Oh, I
that you
think,
can watch.
but I think it'll just be streamed. I think
Yeah.
who the fuck like? I mean, do you sit down and ever watch a show when it's like on? Like I
Only
always
Game of
ever-
Thrones.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that's like, yeah, it'd have to be something that's really like a cultural thing that everyone's fucking with at the time. They don't want to get spoilers and stuff.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's it.
Yeah, it's people don't want to get spoiled because then you can't go on social media till you've watched it because otherwise people. But I mean, yeah, because I think most things these days, I'll either record it and I'll watch it later so I can skip all the ads because
Yeah.
fuck ads, or I'll watch it because you can usually stream things now.
I watch UFC live. That's about it.
Yeah, UFC.
I watch,
Is
I watch
that's,
sport.
That's like a pay
What?
thing though, yeah. It's like a pay per view usually, or
Yeah, I've got ESPN, so I watch it on that.
yeah. I feel like sports may be different. Sports one of those things, yeah, but I think even that will be streamed one day. So that's the
Well,
thing.
it is streamed.
Yeah,
they're all but streamed now because like even ESPN because they've got to deal with ESPN Plus, so you can watch it at any time after the event forever.
Yeah,
They've
right.
got the whole collection.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it's funny. We saw like almost a sign of the times, even with that. I know no, it's not to the same extent, but the Logan Paul versus KSI fight, and they pushed that through YouTube. It wasn't like a televised thing, and it made sense because it's like, do you think one day that's how a lot of pay-per-view things are going to go? I mean, it seems almost like the logical sense that so many people could watch it.
Streaming sites, yeah. Well,
Like,
because if WWE no longer do pay-per-views, it's on their streaming site.
Yeah, it seems like
Network.
it just seems
$10 a month.
obvious. I mean, then trying to do it on TV, like, and globally at the same time, and I don't know. It just seems like streaming just seems like the obvious natural progression. I feel like it's like, yeah, television media just seems like it's pretty much going down the drain, which I'm totally okay with.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's had its time, and it just seems a bit primitive these days. I mean, who wants to sit down and watch something with 50 million ads at like a specific time that's not convenient to them?
Yeah,
I said
once
that as
something
I'm
becomes
streaming.
easier, people aren't going to go back to the harder option.
Oh,
That's what it is. And like, as soon as it becomes and also people have different sorts of jobs nowadays. Like things maybe back, 20, 30, 40 years ago, you probably had a more like 9 to 5-ish sort of job. People work all different sort of hours now, different days.
That's it.
Like even weekends don't even count. Like a lot of people work on the weekends now, have way different schedules. So people want to have what's convenient to them.
The weekend almost isn't a weekend anymore. It's just like, I mean, that's the thing as well. I think with the dawning of the internet, it's opened up so many different jobs that people are just, people work in all different hours. But I don't know. I love it. I love the way the world's going in that way. I love that things aren't just as clear cut. Yeah. So many people, like that's the crazy thing. I feel like I always think we're born into an age where we have so much more opportunity than like our parents and whatnot. Like we can do so much more, like like streaming or just content creation in general. It's like we all have an opportunity to be our own little celebrities, really. Whereas you think back, like, before the dawn of the internet, and imagine trying to become a celebrity. Like, imagine trying to be an actor or a musician. It's like trying to push your shit. You pretty much had to go to someone and say, "Am I good enough?" And that one person said whether you were good enough to make it. Whereas now you can just put yourself out there, and it's up to the masses.
I kind of hate the whole celebrity thing, though.
Yeah, I mean,
hate.
But okay. So, what's your view on like when we say celebrity? I mean, you're talking about like.
I'm talking about Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm talking about people who are fucking above and beyond.
Okay, so okay,
Elon Musk, someone there is like above and beyond.
You don't like Elon Musk?
What?
You don't like?
No. As in, what I define as a celebrity is like someone who's above and beyond. I don't like people like chasing fame, because if you're chasing fame to be popular, then what are you really leaving behind? You're not putting in. You should be focused on like what legacy you leave behind, like what sort of work you want to create, like what do you want people to remember you for?
Yeah.
Do you want to be remembered for being popular? Because you're not going to be remembered for that. People don't give a fuck.
You don't reckon? I think a lot of people were remembered for being popular. I think like, Marilyn Monroe. I mean, she wasn't living like the most wholesome life, but she was famous and people remember her to this day. Elvis.
I don't think she's remembered for being popular. I think she's remembered for fucking JFK. Like fucking presidents.
True. But it's like then it's like defining
happy
popular.
birthday, Mr. President. Like that's forever in my fucking head. Thank you very much, The Simpsons. Like that's that's the way it is when I see her face.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Raw actually made a pretty interesting comment on his podcast about when he did Grassroots, right? He did Grassroots, and he really put a lot of people first. He tried to get a lot of independent Australian developers' games on his stream. He tried to stream like a lot of independent Australian developers' games. He asked a lot of streamers, including myself, if I wanted to be a part of it with him, like if I wanted to co-stream with him and stuff, and play certain games, so we could get. Oh, there's Roy as well. Here we go. Yeah. So I'm out of me. He loves it, but he did say like. He's like, he wasn't sure if that was necessarily, and I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong, Raw, but he said he wasn't sure if he was, if he did it the right way now in hindsight, because he thinks he could have maybe been more selfish at that time, tried to use it to blow up more, just about like make it about him, played like the popular games, really focus on him for it, blow up, and then he could, in his mind, I think he went about the right way. Like, there's no right or wrong way in my mind, but I get what he was saying, because then the bigger you are, the more potential you have to help more people. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think it's what you do with that status of celebrity or anything. I mean, everyone these days is a celebrity in some way. Whether you've got like a couple of followers on social media or whatnot, everyone's their own miniature version of a celebrity.
I don't see people as celebrities. I see streaming as being a professional friend, because the first people that come to you want someone to talk to. They're not going, oh, this guy's so fucking cool. Like a lot of people, maybe late at night or whatever they're doing, they might be lonely, especially like maybe kids at school, they are having a hard time. They want somebody to hang out with and talk to and just vent their shit to. So, and then people that's why I hate people get big headed. You can't forget about like the original people that support you. Yeah, so I always say it's like your professional friend. It's like a job, like anything else. If you see all the big actors, anyone who's made it somewhere, it's always like a job to them. Like they're really passionate about it.
Yeah.
Fame's like an after effect of doing something that people respect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some people do chase...
Delphine will be remembered in 30, 40 years.
But some people guaranteed chase fame. Like, you know what I mean? Like some people definitely... Like some people just fall into it, I believe. But I would say majority of people that get famous chase it. I think it could be very hard to get to that. And when we say fame, it does sound like kind of like a dirty word in a way, or celebrity, you know what I mean? But that's just the tag that people are slapped with when they get to a certain social status, you know what I mean? When they're well enough known in the world, and it's like a house, but that's the thing, I don't think you need to be a household name. You just need to be, because that's the thing, there's a lot of like mini celebrities on Twitch. There's people that, the celebrity sounds like a shit word. I don't like it.
You're just a streamer. You're just streaming.
Yeah,
hanging out with friends, making a community of people.
But you have to admit there's a hierarchy in some way. There's definitely like people, because I don't think you could say Ninja is the same as us. I think he's cutting $1 million deals, and he's got thousands. Like he's got a couple of million. What's that? Like 13 million followers on Twitch, stuff like that. So it's like when does it? Different. So it's like, when does it change from being... Do you reckon he started off thinking like, I'm a professional friend, or do you think he came into it thinking... I mean, he did it because he was good at games and he played games well, and he was in the Halo scene.
I would say you're a celebrity when people from outside of that genre, people from outside of that industry know who you are.
Know who you are. Yeah, and a lot of people know who he is. So
Dr. Disrespect, I would say, is... Because like even people like Joe Rogan, all those people know who he is.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you start getting on like different like talk shows, so you're a celebrity when you go on like late night talk shows like Jimmy Fallon and all that.
I wonder
all that sort of stuff.
I wonder what the like fucking definition of celebrity is. Like I wonder just what it is.
A celebrated, a person who's like celebrated, yeah, celebrity, like celeb, like celebrated. I'm pretty sure there's something to do with that word.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because this is like basic as fuck. Celebrity. A famous person, especially in entertainment or sport. Thanks. That tells us nothing. The state, it just says the state of being well known.
Yeah.
The state of being well known. So in a way, it's like, that's the thing. Being like, what, it's like, it's so vague. Like, so many people well known by small communities, but it's like, to what degree? I don't know. I mean, here's my question to you. Like, do you have goals of where you want to be with streaming, or do you just kind of ride the wave? And
now I want to be I don't want to say like number one in Nintendo, but I want to be like the representative. I want to represent Nintendo in Australia, because a lot of other people I find, when I was like watching a lot of other streamers, everybody's kind of either does what's popular or they've kind of got their own thing going.
Yeah,
and I feel like there's no one really. There's people that obviously stream Nintendo, but I want to be like.
There's not.
Nintendo's headquarters in Australia is in Melbourne, and that's where I live.
Right.
So I was like, I want to be like the Nintendo guy. I want to represent them.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
That's my goal.
Okay, so have you like been in contact with them? Like, do you?
No, not really.
Right, because I saw on your because I was curious.
I bitch about them.
Wait, what?
Because the Smash servers keep going down, so I was like, fix your fucking shit. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's been like 2 months.
Do you reckon it's ever like surely brands don't mind if you're passionate about their product and complain, because it's almost like, because that's the thing, like say I shit all over Apple, right, all the time, to the point where I know that if I ever was a massive deal, no matter what, they would never same with Razer. Let's go with Razer. I shit all over Razer products. I think Razer products are trash, because I've owned a few. They broke on me very quickly and whatnot. And I think, yeah, I've shat on them enough, and it's not out of passion. It's funny, you can like shit on something out of passion, and you can shit on something out of just like your distaste for it. And it's like, it's funny because it's like the same kind of thing, but you can tell when someone's passionate, because you see people like that are almost like, I feel like Dr. Disrespect's done that, where he's like sponsored by stuff and he still, like, you know, will get up like a brand or something. Even with his what is it? He has that that boom thing. You know how like he has that little thing, and when he makes like a cool shot, everyone can spam the boom emote in his chat, and basically if enough people spam it fills a meter up, which is a really cool idea. And then when that meter fills, it replays it saves as a clip. So it's basically this way of the chat kind of making these, like, as a community, making clips of like your best moments. But I'm pretty sure he's involved in some way with that company. Like, he's definitely involved with the, like, I'm surprised it hasn't become like a full-blown thing that everyone can use. Maybe it is. Yeah. But I know he's like, he has some stake in it in some way. But there's been times where he's just been like, work it out. Like, when it's not working, you know, he's still ripping it because he's passionate about it. He wants to see it succeed. So yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't know.
A lot of time you're like in the heat of the moment of things, and like you're very frustrated. Yeah, because you got people there, and you don't want to lose people's attention. So you just get animated. Yeah, so I get upset. Like, I remember there's maybe last week or the week before, where the lobby crashed 4 times in a row without even playing a game.
Oh shit.
So it's just me just fucking going off on a tangent.
I mean, Nintendo's kind of still getting their shit together with like the online stuff. I feel like they've they've had a bit of a, like, I don't know, they've been a bit like behind the times with all that stuff. Like, what do you think that is?
We pay to, it's a paid subscription now.
Yeah. Do you think do you reckon they shouldn't have made it a paid subscription? Like, I know they need to have the upkeep and whatnot, but until they figure like kinks out and all that stuff, do you reckon they should have made it free just for a little while? Just get even people in the door. I mean, maybe they did make it free for a minute at the start.
It was free for a long time, for several years, until recently. Last year, it went paid.
And they still hadn't figured it out.
Well, Mario Kart's fine. Splatoon is fine. It's just mostly Smash Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty high-paced game with, like, you know, you want to...
But it's their fucking main money maker. So many people buy Smash Brothers. So many people have buy a Switch just for that game. I know several people who only have that as their game.
Yeah,
Switch.
right.
They just got a Switch just for that.
Yeah, it would have been a console seller for sure.
So you've got to fucking fix that shit if you want to keep the community going. If it's you want that as an esport, because now they're putting, like, ESL running a tournament. We've got BAM coming up in Melbourne, which
really?
qualifiers go to like Evo, like, you know, the big Evo. Yeah. So like they've got so a couple of Aussies will qualify for that. So it's a big game that they're investing in. Yeah. Esports wise, like, you have to make that fucking shit good. It's been 2 months. We can't run online lobbies like properly.
Yeah. So. Do you reckon it's dying off? I haven't heard as much about like Smash Bros.
No, it's not dying off.
It's not dying off. The hype
Smash will never die off.
Yeah,
they've had a diehard fucking competitive scene for a long time. So it would always stick around. It's just that's just the way Nintendo is. It's just got such a big brand. Yeah, it's being passed down from generation to generation. So
yeah, I mean, they've got those IPs, man, that people just like latch onto. They've kind of got like the winning formula. I mean, they almost lost it, dude. After the Wii U,
Wii U's
like
trash.
people thought that was it. Like, everyone was kind of saying, this is it. If the next thing that they bring out doesn't work, that's game over. So
they always bounce
they've
back,
saved themselves. They seem to have like an on and off generation.
Well, I think that was like their first console they were kind of tampering with, having something portable for a home device. Yeah, because their bread and butter is handheld. They've got the fucking handheld on lockdown, because Sony have tried fucking the PSP, like, gone. The N-Gage, or the Nokia N-Gage, they tried.
That was weird. I think the PSP had potential though. I don't know, and the Vita and whatnot, but I don't know.
It's so hard going up against Pokemon. Like
Yeah,
you're up
that's
against
right,
a
yeah.
monster, dude. Pokemon has made that's them. Pokemon's more money for them, I think, than any other
Oh,
brand.
100%. I remember when like Red and Blue came out, like years ago, obviously, like 2 decades ago, pretty much. And that Christmas, I remember just every kid I knew got a Game Boy Color and a and Pokemon Red, Blue, or Yellow, or whatever it
Yeah.
was. And it was like kids were getting it that would have never played games. I remember like
Yeah.
boys and girls alike that I was just like, you guys have never given a shit about games. All like the cool kids, all the kids that like didn't care. All of a sudden, just everyone got Pokemon and a Game Boy Color. That was like, yeah, it will always be a big system seller. What do you think about the new one that's coming out? Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield. Yeah, it should be good. It's good. That's good. It's good that's coming on the Switch. I'm glad that they're putting a lot of their big IPs now onto the Switch.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say was they had to think of a way to bring their developers. Problem is they had their developers split between the 3DS and the Wii U. So because like the Wii was really popular, they had like the nunchucks or whatever. The gimmick lasted for a while.
Yeah.
Cool, but they didn't really innovate anything else. It was kind of like a half-assed handheld, but you couldn't really go too far. You could maybe take it where you have a shit, or like what I do. I go to the bar and I played Mario Kart.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
That's a way
I
to
didn't
do
drop
it.
at that though. Like you get
man,
blue shell, you're like
yeah.
fuck, you drop it, you're like
And it was a
Yeah.
big tablet thing. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
it was good though. So they obviously wanted something that they could merge the
Yeah.
both into, and that way you bring all the IPs under one umbrella, all the developers, because they have the best first-party games out of any console.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
had
yeah.
They had the most
I mean,
recognizable.
they have like the iconic like
Yeah. They got, like,
characters and IPs that have lasted.
Pokemon, Mario, Donkey Kong
Donkey Kong, yeah.
series, Zelda series.
Oh, fuck,
They got
man.
Animal Crossing now. They got Fire Emblem.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
kind of crazy that they
It's
almost
fucking crazy,
fucked it up.
dude.
They almost went the way of Sega, where we were going to see like imagine
No.
seeing Mario on the PlayStation or on Xbox, bro. It would be
No.
devastating. Yeah, can you
Dude,
imagine?
Never. They would
Well,
dude, they're Japanese, dude. They will fucking like. You remember when, like, in the war, like, say they commit suicide, they would never surrender.
Really?
There's no surrender.
You reckon they just
Like, they
kill
would
off
end-
Mario?
They would end the headquarters. Everything would
Oh my
implode. They've
God,
got, like
do you
a,
reckon?
like a,
But wait,
they got,
wait,
probably
wait.
got like a fucking like a button that just destroys
But
everything.
isn't that-
All
wasn't-
your consoles blow up. Everything's gone.
Wait, but wasn't Sega Japanese?
Yeah, but fuck them. Sonic's a bitch, dude. He's always on the run. That's why he's so fast. He's always running away from his problems. He's the bitch.
Oh my god! So
Fuck
Sega,
Sonic, dude.
Sega did the exact same. They you know, you never thought you'd see like Sonic on, but that's the thing. Like that really, like Sega really wasn't in the game that long. Like they had a couple of consoles, but now
They were
Nintendo
there for a while.
they were, but now in relation to like Nintendo, like it was weird enough
Yeah,
seeing
yeah.
Sonic come and stuff, but now
They fell
yeah.
hard. They fell hard work because they had the Master System, like 1 and 2, the Genesis. The
They had the
Dreamcast was a fucking good console, dude. I don't know what went wrong.
What was the last one? Saturn or
Dreamcast.
Dreamcast was the one.
It was
Yeah,
kind
so-
of that's basically what the Xbox became. So
Yeah.
the controllers are very similar.
Oh,
The
you know,
graphics are very similar.
big
And a lot of
fat
the
controllers.
titles went from Dreamcast to Xbox.
Really?
The
Man, that's-
first 2K
yeah, I
games,
guess-
you know, like 2K, like 2K
Yeah, yeah,
Sports.
yeah.
The first ones were on the Dreamcast, I believe. I
Right.
could be wrong, but I felt like it was on the Dreamcast first.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, man, I never had a Dreamcast. I wanted one. But what do you think it was?
Yeah.
What killed the Dream? Like what killed Sega?
I don't know.
Because it's like they weren't a bad. Yeah, they.
I don't know.
It's super weird that they just all of a sudden say like I guess it just the sales went there, but then new consoles came because they were doing like I guess what 3D like the 3D polygonal shit
Oh.
before like anyone else. But
I
then
was
it's
going to say,
the-
like, the Sonic games sucked later, but to be fair, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 were really good, and they were on the Dreamcast.
maybe it's just not. Maybe it was just before its time. I guess. Yeah. Shit.
Maybe it was poorly marketed. I don't know. It's something you have to look into. I don't want to like, say anything because I
Yeah.
don't
No.
know.
Fuck. Speculate all you want. Speculate. All you want. But I mean, they even had Sega World in Sydney for a little while there.
Yeah.
Did you ever go to that?
I wanted to. I begged my
Oh
family.
man,
to take me there.
same.
They
And I
did.
live in Sydney, and I wanted to go so bad. Actually, it's crazy. Like I watched on YouTube only like last week videos of SeaWorld, and I'd never actually been in it. I remember seeing like some promos and some ads and stuff, Man, it looks so fucking cool, even like in today's day and age.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, I don't know. I'm surprised it didn't last. It's like Sega just somehow just didn't seem to be able to catch a break. Like
Same with Atari. Atari fell fucking
yeah,
hard.
well, that's it. I guess saying a lot of time things come along, they just knock them off their thrones, but at the same time, it is kind of weird. But then you go, fuck. Well, I mean, the next thing really is if something like Stadia, Google Stadia knocks the current consoles off their thrones, because I mean, Stadia's already partnered with a fuck ton of like developers and brands and all sorts of shit. Like they've got a lot on their side, and they're pioneering this streaming service to the point where people won't need consoles. Like you just won't need them. So it's like, well, is this going to be the console killer? Like will Sony have to match Google with that much? I don't know. They're already behind at that point. If the world kind of starts going over to that, then they're already behind.
I don't know. You can have the coolest fucking technology in the world, but if you don't have the games, that you don't have a use for it, people don't have something they want to use it for, and then it's just not going to do anything. Because VR had that problem. VR had some cool technology, but the game's fucking trash. So,
but here's the reason. I guarantee you, the reason it's trash is that the headset was they're just too overpriced.
Yeah.
They're just too overpriced, so the fact that no one could buy them, so developers go, well, there's not enough demand for the games on it because there's not enough units being sold. They should have made the VR headset a lot cheaper, because then there could have been more VR headsets in homes, and then then there's more reason for developers to make games for it, because they're, you know what I mean, make the games a little bit more expensive. I think sometimes brands just need to take a hit, you know what I mean, take a little bit of a financial hit just to get the consoles, like just to get their systems in homes. But yeah, it's a fucking shame, man. Yeah, I think the thing
what happened.
I think the thing with Stadia, dude, is that it's pretty much, it's like there's no system. Like everyone will be able to have Stadia. It's literally just a subscription. So really, no one has to go out and invest in a console. So anyone could do it. It'll literally be like, their plan is to have it that it will come up like at the end of a YouTube. Say you're watching an ad for Assassin's Creed on a YouTube video. At the end of that, it will come up saying play now, and you can click on that. And you can, I guess you'd have to already be a member of Stadia, you have to be logged in. But then the game would just be playable pretty much instantaneously from that on your browser.
I had a look at a stat though. I think it might have been Inside Gaming, like the Funhouse guys. The latency for the Stadia at the moment is still 100 milliseconds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, like when they do their keynote, they're going to give you like the best results they've had. Guaranteed they've had that it won't work as well, like in every place, but I think the fact that they're on the right track with it, I think they'll get it to a point. I mean, that's the future, guaranteed. One day it's going to get to that.
If there was any console that would take a hit, it would probably be Xbox, to be honest. Because what do they really Xbox offer? That's why they kind of moved their stuff over to like the Microsoft store on the PC. Well, they know what's up.
Yeah, they don't really have exclusives. They've seen that their console took a big hit this generation. PlayStation just dominated. So I mean, I don't know. I've never had an Xbox console. I haven't really fucked with it. I feel like
Xbox Live is coming to the Nintendo Switch.
I did hear about that. How the fuck does that work?
You can get certain Xbox games on your Nintendo Switch, like Cuphead.
That's weird. Like that's a really weird collaboration. Yeah. That's a desperate collaboration. If I ever seen one, like we must join forces and beat PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like it's desperate.
Look, I think like no matter how things change, Nintendo will just keep rolling, dude. I feel like they're just fucking getting high in their fucking tower, their HQ.
Isn't it weird though that they were so standoffish about like putting like games on like going to a mobile market, like putting things on mobile and like keeping their IPs very sacred and keeping all their shit very like in-house. But then they're like, oh yeah, we'll just put Xbox games now on our...
But that's going to them. They're not going to other people.
That's true. But it still just
seems... You have to buy their hardware to use it.
Still just seems fucking weird. I actually have a question. I want to jump back quickly. I know we talked about asthma already.
Oh yeah, well, we can go wind all the way back. We've gone such
a because I actually I have a question, right? So going way back, okay, you're talking about like doing substances. Don't worry, we don't have to talk about what substance. I already fucking have a clue. But like, how the fuck does that work with asthma? Like, can people with asthma smoke cigarettes? Because, like, I've always wondered that.
I'm gonna vape. I use
how,
a vape
how does that? But even still, like,
because it's not smoke; it's just vapor.
really, that doesn't
Doesn't
fuck the lungs up.
No.
Do you reckon
Not for
there's
me,
any
anyway.
like? Do you reckon there's any like side effects of vaping, or do you reckon it's like super safe?
Depends how good your vape is. If it can actually heat it up properly and turn it to vapor, then you're cool. But if it's just heating it up and causing smoke, then it's not really vape. It's not really vaping. It's just a
Really?
fucking fancy name for it. Yeah.
Wait, do they make illegal substance vapes? Is that like a thing?
You can vapor herbs, yeah.
Really? I didn't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that. No fucking
Yeah, it's
way.
heaps. Look up the volcano one. Fills up a big bag full of vapor. So smooth, dude. But they cost like $500. Or
Well, wait,
something.
it fills up a big bag.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
So it's like they call it
put
a
over your
volcano
head or
because it's
something.
like it looks like a volcano. It's like a big cone-shaped
Yeah.
thing, and then you click. The bag has like a little click on it, so it clicks in and opens up a hole. So think of like almost like a nozzle on top of a drink bottle. It
Yeah,
plugs in
right.
and out. So when you
It's-
plug it in, it opens up a hole and it fills up the bag. And then when you pull it out, it unclicks. It's still shut until you put your mouth on it, and then like you push in and the
Right.
nozzle like opens up. Yeah, and you share out a
God
bag.
damn.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Like, okay, so I like obviously like there's legalities, right? Like of certain things.
Yeah.
Like how like open are people about stuff like that in Australia? Considering there's
Depends where you live. Depends where you live. Different states have different laws.
like can you get in trouble for saying it on stream, and if someone dobs you
No.
in, like is that a thing? Like 'cause I have no fucking
No.
clue how it works.
Because they don't. You could say anything. They don't have any evidence of
Yeah.
doing anything. Like you can talk about it. You can also grow in some states. You can grow up to a certain amount of marijuana. You can grow a certain amount.
Really?
Yeah, you can have it's selling it is the illegal part. Like having possession up to a certain amount is legal in certain states. It's decriminalized in a lot of states.
Is it because it's?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Even in Victoria now, it's it's legal medically now.
Do you reckon it'll be full blown legal one day?
Yeah, 100%. Because I guess where it's happening all around the world.
Yeah,
So
I mean, because
It's something they can tax.
someone was saying recently, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, it's like I'm surprised they don't look at that already. I mean, I'm sure they are.
The
Because
only
some-
reason it's not legal is because of pharmaceutical companies, alcohol companies, and cigarette companies because they take a hit. So you can imagine they pay off politicians, especially pharmaceutical companies, because something
Yeah.
that is grown naturally to be used medically at a cheaper cost, easily like more made. That's something
yeah,
that
fuck.
pharmaceutical companies would just be fucking pushing that shit back as much as they can.
Like, do you reckon that's really part of what it is? Do you reckon there's like
Oh yeah, 100%, man.
conspiracy where they're
Oh yeah.
man? It's so sketchy. You think
Do you know
like
anybody that's ever died from marijuana?
no, I can't
How
say.
many people have died from alcohol?
Yeah, but that's exactly, and it's crazy that they allow alcohol at all because alcohol seems like one of the most dangerous drugs in ways.
Yeah, you can't even
Obviously,
OD from weed, bro. Like you just have a nice
Yeah.
snap.
That's it. Wait, if you just kept like doing the weeds for like,
Yeah.
if, like, could you just continuously just have that in your system and it never fuck you up? Like,
Different people have different
Sure
side
there'd be,
effects. You
like,
could be
some-
allergic to something.
yeah,
It's, different. It depends on. I feel like it amplifies your emotions. So if you're naturally a lazy person, that could make you more lazy.
oh really?
Yeah, and it depends what strand you have. There's different strands. weed
What's
as well.
what's your side effect when you?
If I have,
I'm trying to think what mine
sativa,
would be.
I usually want to be more creative. And, like
Oh,
I get sit there and edit videos and have fun.
Oh shit!
But there's certain. It depends what mood I'm in. I wouldn't recommend anybody doing it at the start of the day, getting up and doing it at the start of the day, unless it's something that
Wake
you
and
can be
bake.
proactive on.
yeah,
Don't use it. Don't use anything to escape your problems.
yeah.
If it's something you want to escape reality from, then it's not good because you're not facing your problems.
Yeah,
if it's-
true.
You're using it something to and like maybe to do homework or think of ways to be creative or like it enhances your life, then that's fine. That's good. But if it's something that's a negative effect on you, then don't do it. It's just the same.
Yeah.
Like with some people on alcohol, they could be drinking glasses of wine at dinner, and it helps them, become more talkative and have conversations with people and bring them out of their shell. So, but then there's certain people in alcohol who fucking get angry and start fights and become lunatics. So
Yeah, which is the terrifying side of it. Do you
Yeah.
reckon that's because do you reckon if alcohol makes people violent, do you reckon they're partially violent in ways anyway?
yeah, it definitely
reckon
amplifies that side.
Yeah.
I think we're all got violent streaks in us. We're all
yeah, but
animals.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
Like alcohol is just poisoning your body. It's poison.
Do
That's all
you,
it is.
do you drink or?
Not really. Sometimes I don't like not drink, but when I was with you at the rooftop bar, I was drinking then.
Yeah.
That was the last time I really went out and had drinks.
Yeah, more like a special occasion kind of thing.
Just like when I feeling like it. I could be at Christmas, people's birthdays, and I won't drink. It's just kind of when I feel like, I feel comfortable. I can have some drinks. But I just fucking don't like the feeling of being drunk, really. I hate...
Yeah.
I'm getting older now, dude. I'm 30 now. So I feel it. I feel it when, like, the next day. I have to write off the next day, bro. Like, if you have a smoke, I don't feel anything the next day. I'm just like,
yeah, because that's what I hear. I hear a lot of people... It's like when they start getting older, they're like, yeah, I'm like this age now. Like I can't drink like I used to and like bounce back. Yeah. I mean, I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine like being drunk. I don't even know what it's like. I have no clue.
It's just so expensive now too. It's just a waste of money,
that's the other side of the coin. I'm like, I fucking barely can, like bills and shit. Just your money flies out of your pockets. Like the cost of living's enough.
When I see parents and they've got like kids, like little kids, and they're buying cigarettes at like a supermarket, I'm like, man, and like especially their kids are wearing really tacky clothes.
Yeah, and you're like
and they're just wearing hand-me-down like school uniforms and shit. I'm like, man, the amount of money you spend on cigarettes, you selfish cunt. You could be giving
it's priorities, huh? Yeah, 100% priorities.
Fucked,
yeah, but it's an addiction. That's the scary thing. Like, do you have an addictive personality yourself?
Yeah, I guess so. I definitely get certain video games, certain foods.
Yeah.
I say if I get hooked on, I can get hooked on Macca's.
Oh man,
like I crave it because I get the fast food.
Shit's pretty much candy. So I mean,
yeah. So I get that's what I get. I can get addicted to fast food. Dude.
Yeah.
So I need to like not have it.
Yeah,
so,
man.
But everything else, I'm pretty good with most things. Yeah, I've never really had a problem with like any substances or alcohol or whatever. Pretty good with all that. It's more if it comes to fast food and spending money on useless shit.
Well, oh man, that's hard not to do in this day and age. There's so much useless shit that's thrown at us that we kind of go, oh, we need that now. But it's man, fast food. I swear, fast food is designed to be addictive. Like most things these days. Yeah. Like it's all that shit's made to be addictive. Like it fucks with your head. There's like even down to the signs. Like they say it's like color science. Like that's why so many fast food restaurants use the color red, because apparently the color red is more likely to make you hungry. So you drive past the signs and you see the colors and it makes you kind of like, oh yeah, actually, you know, I'm a bit hungry. It's like they fuck with your head. Like it's it's creepy that they try and get to your head to get. I mean, it makes sense. They're trying to sell you a product, but it's to the degree that they go, it's a little bit like
it's fucked, man. You're basically cattle to like the big corporations. You're cattle.
Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, 100%. That's why it's like almost powerful to try and resist it. Like when you think like that way and you put it that way, you go, fuck this. Like I'm not gonna just sit idly by and be cattle. Yeah, I'm gonna actually like stand up and go against the grain. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna try and eat less Maccas. I don't eat much anyway because I fucking can't drive at the moment. I don't have a car, so I mean I can drive, but that's like seriously the best way I found to break an addiction like of something like that. Because bro, I was getting nuggies like every day for a while there.
You can still get an order, dude. I have Uber Eats that can deliver Macca's to my house.
See that's where they fucking get ya. See that they're laughing all the way to the bank now with that convenience. Yeah, oh, it's convenient for you guys, not for us, but for you. We're making it convenient for you. Now fuck that. They know that they're rolling in the cash.
Fuck that shit off, dude. So I've tried to stop. I had a bit like over the weekend because I was with my mate. But I've tried to stop. I try not to eat.
It's opening Pandora's box with that ordering shit online.
Yeah, it's so expensive as well. It adds up.
Oh yeah, fuck, dude. Like, it's funny. You can buy like a shit ton of Maccas over like a week, and you feel like it's like, you spend like $6 here and there on I don't know, maybe $8 on a meal. I don't know. You don't really think about it, especially if like, you just tapping your card and shit. But then at the after like a month, you look back at your online banking or whatever, and it's just Maccas, and you can add it up, and you'd be like, holy fuck, I spent how much? And it's the worst feeling. I remember like before I moved out of home, and I had just expendable cash, and yeah, I just fucking buy Maccas all the time. And I remember looking at my bills, like, well, not bills, but just my my statements and stuff at the end of months and whatnot. And yeah, I would have spent like a couple of $100 on Maccas, like easily, which is fucking ridiculous. I'd be like, how? Mm-hmm. But when you're just constantly buying like even just drinks and shit, you just go, just get a drink drive through. And that's when there's like some sort of mind fuckery going on, where they're like, no normal person should feel that fucking inclined to have that much. It's I mean, that's like that movie Super Size Me. You see that movie Super Size Me? Morgan Spurlock. Yeah. I mean, I was surprised though. Like the results in that movie weren't. I mean, because a lot of it's internal, and that's a scary thing. You don't see like the internal damage it was doing. But he definitely didn't look healthy at the end of it. But
it's different to compare that to our fast food, because we have different food laws here, like different regulations.
Right.
Because that's in America. Things are a lot more different there. They can put way more sugar in their shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we got different. Shit. We got. I don't know like how the fucking laws are here, because I remember I don't know how long ago it was. I remember they fucking cracked down on Macca's because they have to put all the fucking ingredients and details on the boxes, the burger boxes themselves.
In Australia.
Yeah.
And they don't have to do that in America?
I'm not sure, but I know the dietitiary.
Well, they even have to do the health star rating on like pretty much every food in Australia, right? So you see like it's a rating out of 5. Mm-hmm. Most things I seem to notice I eat is like a 3, or like maybe a 2. I
try to go 4 and above.
Bro, it's so funny. I call it the delicious meter, and it's more like the lower the number, the more delicious the food is going to be.
Well, there's different beer battered chips that I get, like frozen beer battered chips, and they're 4 stars. So they make it in.
Oh shit!
That one's made it, so they're fucking. I love them.
They've like.
It's 4 stars, bro.
They've slipped through the cracks. Yeah. Crikey.
Nutrigrain is 4 stars, dude.
Yeah, it is actually. Good point. Yeah.
Milo cereal too. It's 4 stars.
I mean, do you reckon they have do you reckon that? No, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it without getting in trouble. I was going to say, do you reckon they have
one thing is, the heart tick?
Yeah,
tick?
You can.
Yeah, you can buy it.
Yeah, see, I thought that, but surely that you can only buy it when you've met the criteria. You couldn't just fucking buy the tick.
Yeah, but I reckon the criteria is so loose.
So yeah, as soon as money's involved for something like that, it's so loose. Yeah, sketchy as fuck, dude. I mean, it's like, I guess we as ourselves are accountable for what we put in our mouths. But at the same time, like, it's when if they didn't have,
people should take responsibility for themselves.
Yeah, but then when shit's not like on boxes telling you, oh, this thing's full of this much sugar, or this is, this is this bad for you, or this good for you. It's like, how do people know? Like, some things...
Some research online.
Yeah, but I just mean, like, people won't do that. Like, people aren't going to, like, do all their groceries and, like, every single thing that they pick up, look at it, like, Google it. And, I think, America would be fucking hard if they don't have that stuff. Because that's the thing. A lot of things... I've seen it time and time again. Like, Tay will even buy something and she'll think it's, like, healthy. And then she'll look at the... like, all the how much sugar's in it and stuff. And she'll be like, what the fuck? I'm not having any more of this. Because it's branded as like a health food, but really, you're throwing it back like a couple of times a day or whatever it is, and the next minute you're fat. So it's like there's still like it's how it is. Like they're like it's this mind fucking. It's like scary, man. The world. I don't know. I mean, everyone's trying to sell their product. Let's be real. Everyone's trying to sell their shit. Like no one wants to make their shit sound bland and unappealing. Like. so everyone tries to make their stuff sound appealing in some form of the way. And if every brand had to be honest, can you imagine how much brands wouldn't sell if they had to be honest about, like, imagine if on ads, toothpaste ads they couldn't say now it makes your teeth whiter than other brands or makes your teeth whiter than previous, that they just had to be like, well, honestly, it's just the same as the last one we brought out, just looks a bit different.
I reckon you could get away with something funny. You just brush it, cunt. Like, I would buy it. If you could just say that, brush your shit, bruh. Like, if they just put anything like that, like, on ads, you just be creative and force creativity.
Do you reckon
you're just saying we're better than this? That's what I'm like. I fucking hate that shit.
When ads do stuff like that, when they're a bit more edgy, it's funny because, like, they'll push the boundaries. It's like that Up Ship Creek one. You know that ad there? They're like, we're up Ship Creek, and they're like, what? It's like, no, Ship Creek, like that. But it's an ad for NRMA or something like that. Okay. But it sounds like he's saying Shit Creek, and he's going, no, Ship Creek at Creek, and that's what it's called, like the place he's at. But the first time I heard it, I'm like, what the fuck? Did he just say shit on like a So yeah, I don't know. But it's funny because it gets people talking. I think really like you got to think about marketing. Like, we're in an age where we're not stupid. Some people still are, but we're
not stupid.
But we're all more skeptical though about advertising. We all know how advertising works. We all know how it's all kind of a bit forged and fudged. So I think people are. I mean, I would never go off like an actual ad for a brand. Like, I never go off an ad.
I have once.
What was it?
Old Spice. I didn't care how it smelled because I saw like Terry Crews and the other guy before him on the horse. I'm like, you got it, dude. I mean,
care. That's a thing. Sometimes that's okay. I mean, but that's the thing. But
people like how good their brands smell. They were just kind of
that's true. Yeah.
I'm on a horse. I'm like, well, I'm buying it.
I think sometimes that's the best way to sell a product because you're not having to like oversell it. You don't seem desperate to like. It almost seems fake when a product's like throwing all these like, we do so much better, I swear. Like, does anyone like us yet? It's like, but pretty much if a product comes out now and it looks interesting, I'll just Google it. Like say technology. Like, I was saying, I think to Ash last night, you know, there was this phone brand and they had an advertisement where it was essentially supposed to look like, from the perspective of taken from the camera on the phone, of a guy taking a selfie with his girlfriend. But then one of the actresses or models or whatever on the ad, it was a photo ad, so just one of the models, they actually took it behind the scenes, not thinking it, posted on social media, but it showed that the photo was actually taken with like a $30,000 camera.
Was that Google Pixel?
It might have been something like that, or even like an Oppo phone or some shit. I think it might have been could have been a Huawei. I don't know which one it was. I wish I remember. I could look it up. But they got caught out because they were trying to make this like $30,000 camera image. They were trying to say that was taken from their phone.
Oh, okay. It's definitely on Google then. They wouldn't put themselves in that.
No, that's true. That's true, yeah. So
I
it's
just
like,
remember thinking about the ads where they were taking photos, like Will Smith and all that, trying to get everybody at his family. You remember those ads?
Yeah, with the super wide. Yeah. No, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. But how can you trust these days that all these, like, that if that brand did it, and they weren't not a reputable brand, I'm pretty sure.
What, as in trust what phone companies?
Well, yeah, just what you see. Like when you see
if there's not an Apple on it, you know it's good. All right, that's the way I.
Wait, so you're not an Apple fan yourself?
Dude, they charge so fucking much. I was getting so angry when I was listening to your podcast the other day, like talking about Apple. Like, they just overcharge everything, dude. Like, it's just shit.
It's so funny because I've slagged on Apple a handful of times on this podcast, right? And I tried to submit my podcast to iTunes. I think one of the things is you're not supposed to say iTunes or anything like that on your podcast. That's one of the things that could cause your podcast to get knocked back. If you say one,
but I'm like, put on Spotify, dude. Fuck them.
Oh, it already is. But it got knocked back.
So there you go.
No, but it got knocked back because people want it. People still fucking, for some reason, listen to shit on iTunes.
Fuck them.
But I agree that for the sake of getting it out as much as I can.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they knocked it back, and it ended up being to do with just my logo was like something to do with the dimensions was wrong.
Okay.
So I submitted it last night, and it's supposed to take up to 2 weeks. They got back to me this morning, and it's passed. It's like now it's on iTunes. So that's the announcement. It's on iTunes.
I'm still not taking it back.
But bro, I'm thinking like it's so funny because I slag on Apple like on half of these podcasts. Like I'm like, what a shit brand. You know what I mean? So I feel kind of like bad.
You should take the feedback.
Well,
I mean, take it
in a way, but they don't need our feedback. They're still selling units. Like,
you idiots.
Yeah, it's a shame, man. I don't really get it. I think people buy it for the brand. It's like
I find it's very user friendly.
It is.
It's just for people who just want to like, oh, the big buttons and just bang bang. I don't know. It's just stupid. It's like something you give your 5-year-old.
Yeah, it's a bit dumbed down in ways. But my problem with Apple now is that they just don't innovate. They don't innovate, but they're very it's very limited to what you can do on their phones. That's why I switched. I was kind of, and also I just felt like their shit wasn't quality.
Yeah.
Every iPhone I had just always had issues, almost straight out of the box.
The one I've ever bought was the first one. I bought an iPhone 3 because I was like, I wanted a smartphone. I like the apps.
Yeah, and that was what everyone seemed to be going with. I mean, I don't know what the
Android
first
came out. Like, don't even need to sync shit. Just plug it in. That's what it should be. Plug it in, put things on.
Oh, 100%.
Why can't you do that, you greedy
trying to get shit off an iPhone was a nightmare.
Man.
Fuck, the dramas I used to... Well, here's the thing. I tried getting... I had an iPhone, and I went to America, and I filmed and took photos like crazy over there, as you do on a holiday. I was there for a month. And luckily, I uploaded like a whole heap of stuff to like an actual separate Instagram account. But it wasn't like I uploaded like everything. And I got back to Australia, and I tried to get all my stuff transferred to my Mac Pro computer because I was an Apple fanboy apparently. Who fucking knows? And it took forever to figure out how to do it. And that might make me sound stupid, but it just wasn't as clear cut as it should be for a brand that seems to promote like the ease of use. That was one of the most unintuitive things I've ever dealt with in my life. But then it also was the slowest process just trying to transfer it. I remember it took so long, and it got like maybe a couple of photos across, and then I had to go. By the time I figured it out, I had to go out. So I unplugged. I thought I'll do it later, and then the next day I was flying my drone with the phone periscoping. You know, Periscope being the Twitter's live streaming thing. I was doing a periscope, had it strapped to the bottom of my drone, and the drone actually cut power like across a lake. It wasn't my fault. Like a lot of people probably go, mate, you suck at flying drones. It literally just malfunctioned, and I lost my drone and my phone with all my fucking photos and the videos in the lake. Never got it back. So I lost all my precious memories. I thought if that was a fucking Android, like I didn't think of that then, but now I think if that was a fucking Android, I would have USB, boop, straight in, would have transferred all that shit like in 2 seconds. And GG's well played, but because of that, so I resent them so much more for stuff like that as well. Yeah, big rip.
With Android, you can also have it back up without even plugging it in because it will. With Google, it will back up to your Google Drive.
Yeah, so I don't think I have that sorted. I think that's the sort of shit I need to start delving into. I don't really. So I still haven't like delved into the world of cloud storage and whatnot, which is kind of like a little bit crazy because it's been a thing for so long. But the thing that shit me with Apple towards the very end was they give you like a little bit of cloud storage, right? And it transfers your photos automatically to this cloud storage or whatever. But then as soon as it fills up, you just keep getting like every like hour almost, it's coming up with this pop-up saying like, increase your storage, your cloud storage, blah, 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 blah. And just, I felt like by the end, I was at my wit's end. I had my iPhone. I wanted to shut the fuck up, leave me alone, unless I used it for something I wanted. But it would come up with pop-ups constantly. Update this, cloud storage full. This email, blah 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 blah. Like, and I'm trying to like get rid of these pop-ups, and they don't let you. And it's just, if I felt actually like it was a super invasive phone, and now I've got an Android phone, and it doesn't fuck with me at all. I'm like, well, shit. I don't know. I think Apple just is weird. I don't know. Maybe I just had bad experiences, and I think that's all it takes for someone to end up, going, well, I'll never fuck with that brand again. But I gave them years of time to make it work, and I feel like every
fucking filth.
Oh man, well, you heard what I was saying. You probably already knew about, but if you go to buy an iMac, on their thing.
Yeah.
You can upgrade that to the point where it's $30,000. No PC or no computer is worth $30,000. Like they're selling RAM for like $1,000.
There is a graphics card that costs like there's a ridiculous amount.
Yeah,
There
but
is
I mean,
some crazy graphics
but they're out
cards.
there selling like standard hard drives for, you know, quadruple the price. The RAM's quadruple. It's like, and it's not even like, I don't think it's even like really Apple branded in any way. But yeah, it's mind blowing. Like $30,000. How the fuck? Like, I know they're just, it's the options there, but it just kind of goes to show, like, I mean, imagine what kind of PC you could build with $30,000. Like,
amazing.
You would have beat them.
Amazing.
You would have beat them to the black hole. Like
you probably build two amazing top end everything.
My
two.
God.
One for streaming, one for playing the games on.
Fuck, 30,000 could, like, I'm sure, build a fuck ton of
It's
wells
a nice
in
car.
third world countries.
It's a really nice car.
Oh man, 100%. You could do so much with it. So I'm thinking, like, who the fuck would ever buy? And the thing is, it's not even a desktop. It's an iMac. It's one of those fucking like glorified laptops. Because Tay has one. Tay has an iMac, and it's the biggest piece of shit. Like, it's so slow, dude. It runs worse than like your lowest end PC laptop. It's like so bad. I'm thinking, how the fuck do you work with this? And I keep saying to her, don't you dare buy a fucking Mac again. Like, do
World's
not
most
buy a
expensive
Mac.
Coaster, dude.
Oh, bro. If she buys a Mac again, I'm out. Marriage is over.
Nah, you just don't let her. Just don't let her at all.
I don't think she will. I think she's seen the light. But hey, I said don't buy an iPhone again, because she was complaining about her iPhone, and I'd moved to Android. I moved to my Samsung. And I was like, I just kept raving about it. I'm like, I fucking love my Android. Like, I like my Samsung. Like, I love it. Everything's so perfect.
Yeah.
I've had literally not a single problem. I've had this now for close to 2 years. My S8.
Great.
I haven't had like a single problem with it. Not one.
They're really good.
Which is
and their
insane.
services are really good as well. Their customer service.
Yeah, and I haven't even
they're
had
awesome.
to use it, which is a great, like, what a great. I feel like I was fucking going to the Genius bar like every fucking second day with my iPhone. But she was like, yeah, like, this iPhone's really shitting me off, this fucking iPhone. Okay, she don't talk like that, but she's like, oh yeah, my iPhone. And I'm like, yeah, just go Android. It's so much better. Like, get one of these. They're so good. Like, I changed. I love it. And next minute she comes home with a new iPhone. I'm like, no, what are you doing? No. And I'm pretty sure she was complaining shortly after about it. So I'm like, okay, just let her have it. Fine, whatever. She's like, I just want to stick with what I know. I'm like, no, you don't. You don't want to stick with what you know. I get. Sometimes it's better to stick with the devil you know than the devil you don't. But fuck that shit.
Fuck that.
Fuck that.
Fuck the devil, dude. Okay, how did you get into streaming?
How to get into streaming?
I want to know.
Ooh. Well, funny, because I kind of alluded to that only a moment ago. I did Periscope a little bit before. That was like my foray into streaming, right? Before it was like by Twitter, but it wasn't meshed in with the Twitter app. And it was when I went to my trip, my 1 month trip to America, and I saw some guy. Just when I got over there, I remember on Instagram, I think I followed him. He was a photographer, and he's like, "Oh, I'm doing a stream on Periscope. Everyone check it out." And I guess I hadn't really ever fucked with streaming, huh? Like, it was, that was like pretty much the first thing. And I was like, shit, I should check that out. It'd be kind of cool for my trip. Like, I might try and see if I can do some streams. And I'm streaming a shit ton of that trip, and I got like a decent little following. Like, I'd pull in like a pretty decent crowd. I think as well because there wasn't a lot of Australians on the app yet. And it was also cool to see an Australian's point of view for America and a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, I used to have a whole bunch of loyals and shit. So yeah, I did that for like a month. I loved it, like just fucking loved it. And I came back to Australia, and the app just didn't work very well in Australia. Basically, the whole idea, I don't know if it's the same now, but when Periscope came out, it had basically a map of the world. Yeah. And when someone would go, this is so fucking dangerous, dude. I can't believe this was ever a thing. It's a stupid thing. They'd have a map of the world, and every time someone goes live, it would pinpoint your exact location on the map, and you could just zoom the fuck right in. So it's like, well, and people were going live at their house, so it was actually showing where people lived pretty much. Like, people could rock up almost at your house. Fucking, like why would you not think that?
That's probably how they found out like where certain celebrities live.
Yeah, pretty much. Because people weren't thinking about it. But it's not that long ago. It was only a couple of years ago. But it's like, how the fuck was Twitter so slow? But yeah, people started going, yeah, fuck, don't go live if you're at your house, or just don't go live, like turn the map feature off. But the map feature at the same time was so good because people were looking, like, say you wanted to see who was streaming in your area, or fuck, I would go to like, not like, it was weird. You'd go over like, I guess Iraq, is that one thing, or Iran? Like those places, and it'd just be dead, nothing there. But then you'd find just random outskirts of it where there's people like fucking streaming, and they're like,
Imagine you see one pop up in North Korea, just one, and then you see it going towards the border, dude. It goes towards the border to South Korea.
The little dots,
and then the light goes out.
Oh my god! Imagine. I'm sure that app saw some crazy shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure there was some weird shit that went down on Periscope. I'm almost surprised it didn't blow up a little bit though. I mean, it had Twitter owned it. They were like pushing it hard, but I think it just had some issues at the start. Like I came back to Australia and it wouldn't put me on the map. I actually wanted to be put on the map because I tried going live without being on the map, and then no one new ever comes in. That was pretty much the only way of being discovered on that app. And it'd bring a lot of people in. Especially when you, even being back in Australia was very, if you could manage to get your ping on the map, there was only ever really like maybe 4 people in Australia at any given time streaming. So for people that are like in any other country going, oh, I wonder what's going on in Australia, you're pretty much one of only 4 people usually. Like there was other people streaming, but it wouldn't, for some reason, I tried to hit up tech support with them constantly saying, hey, why the fuck is this not working? But yeah, it wouldn't ping me on there. There was one fucking guy, he lived in like the really expensive part of Sydney. And he had like a massive following. And for some reason he always, like just every day without fail, was on the map. Pretty much capitalized on that shit. And he built a fucking huge following. And he actually got to the point where he'd just leave that shit running while he slept. And he'd just get followers, follow, just crazy amounts of follow. People would just watch him sleep, like thousands of people. I'm like, that could be me. Put me on the fucking map. Like,
So,
like, what's it like when Australians sleep?
Physically, like that on the screen was just him in bed.
Yeah, it was literally.
Imagine he had a wet dream, dude. He was like,
oh my god. Under the covers, just like. I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck? Bro, guaranteed he would have gotten more fucking
yeah, and like
he would have got way more followers.
Like, imagine he was like with like a certain girl, but then like he like mentioned her sister's name or something, like in his sleep.
Oh
dude,
shit!
Imagine that, something like that. Dude.
Can I just say I've worried sometimes. Right? Okay, here's the thing. I've like back when this is my daily talk about when I did landscape maintenance. I probably brought up already today. But before I used to kind of independently have to go to different work sites and whatnot in the ute, when like the early days, I'd go in the truck with dad and usually the other guy. Like we'd all go in the same truck.
Yeah.
They'd have like a 3-seat kind of bench seat thing. And it'd always be so fucking early in the morning, right? So I'd always hop in the truck and I'd fall asleep again until we got to the work site. And I'd fall asleep all the time. I was always exhausted. That job kind of wore me out. But so even going from site to site, like middle of the day, I'd just be like, you know, and like I'd constantly be like tipping over on their shoulders and shit. But every now and then you'd have like a bit of a weird dream, like when you know what I mean, a bit of it, maybe just some weird.
What is the weirdest dream you've had?
I don't know. You just have like, I don't even think like it. All I can remember, because I don't think I can remember anything of the dreams, but I do remember waking up in the truck and thinking, do I have a raging boner? Like what's going on? Like, you know what I mean? Like being so awkward about, because you're like literally in between 2 dudes sleeping, going. And then you wake up and you're like, whoa, where am I? And you've just had like a bit of a moment in your dream. And you're like, that's awkward. And I remember that was so like, and yeah, and it's like, was I saying anything? Was I going, oh, Sandy, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yes. SpongeBob.
No, that's out of,
Sandy.
it's out of Family Guy. I think it's when Death tries to go to take Pete.
Oh yeah.
And there's like a scene where he's in the car having sex with her. He's like, Sandy. Oh, Sandy. I can't fucking remember.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I went straight to that. But yeah, it's like, man, yeah. Why would you stream that shit? Who knows what you're gonna say? Like, it could be incriminating. Like you don't fucking know. It's like I was saying yesterday as well, like dreams when, you know, you're in bed and you need to pee really bad, but you go, I'll fucking risk it. And you go back to bed and you have dreams of like that you're standing at your urinal pissing. And then you wake up and you're like, oh shit, did I just like, and It's weird. Brains are
That's
crazy.
sweat. I hope that's sweat.
I hope that's yeah. Oh well, yeah, that's definitely you're like yeah, definitely sweat. Definitely sweat. Yeah, dude, it's risky. But anyway, yeah, so I did the Periscope thing and that didn't work out. And then yeah, I still like I wanted to do for age I tried to make it work. I loved the whole live stream thing. But then and I'd been watching Twitch for a long time as a viewer. But then Twitch came onto I got my PS4 and they had Twitch. You could stream on it. So I was like, fuck yeah. Like, so I had my good mate Tim over and we thought we'll stream some Call of Duty. So we'd stream Call of Duty. No one would watch, of course. And then we, streamed some PT. I don't know if you remember PT. It was that scary kind of play.
That's worth a lot of money now. I was actually at my mate's the other day, and he was saying it's worth about $700 if you've got it.
Yeah, well, I was talking about it the other day on the podcast that because you can't get it anymore. They took that off the PlayStation Store. If anyone doesn't know, it was a demo for a Silent Hill game that never came out, so they removed it from the PlayStation Store.
From Kojima, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, once the minute they removed it, people were selling their PlayStations with it loaded on for like well over $1,000. Because you can't get it anymore. I actually played a little bit of it again, like only like a week ago, just because
my mate's got it on his.
Yeah, so I have it on mine as well. Yeah. But yeah, I streamed a bit of that. I remember that, and that brought in a few people. That was kind of fun. This was on Twitch, and then I thought I'm gonna just start streaming a little bit consistently. Just have some I was getting that itch, you know what I mean? I remember playing like Firewatch and whatnot, but I thought, fuck it, like I started seeing how other people were streaming. You start getting. So I tried streaming my fucking Mac Pro, which is limited as shit. So all I was able to play was like Hearthstone because there was no games for it. So I'm there just playing Hearthstone to no one, and I streamed like that for ages, months, like almost a year, streaming on my Mac, and I built up like a little following. But then I saved up some money to get a PC, but I still didn't have anywhere near enough. And Tay actually lent me a fuck ton of money from her business and to get a PC. So I went and got this like $3,000 PC and then the stream pretty much paid it off. So, and I kind of class like my real starting point from when I got the PC, because everything leading up to that, although I started beforehand, it was like, I never saw it as being fully really, I mean, I did start, but it was just very rocky because of what I had to work with.
What games did you play on your PC? Like, what were the games that you remember where it was like, okay, that game, like, what game? Because I have certain games I'm like, okay, that really helped me.
Yeah,
what games do you have at the start?
First game instantly was Dead by Daylight. That was the one that I was watching. Like, that's the game that was booming on Twitch. And I was like, I need a PC. I want to play this shit. Like, I was watching, like, streamers like Bike Man and whatnot play it. And God, it looked like so much fun. And bro, I remember getting my new PC and just being like, I instantly downloaded Steam once I finally got it. Like, I built it myself, and finally, after a lot of issues, got it up and running. Like, and it was super late at night, but I was like, fuck it, I'm getting Steam on my PC. I'm gonna eat Dead by Daylight. So I bought it and I downloaded it. And God, just the graphical fidelity. Even though now I look at Dead by Daylight, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. But back then, coming from like console or just playing Hearthstone on my fucking Mac Pro, like it blew my fucking mind. Like everything was on Ultra, and I was like, this is insane. I remember, like, it's one of those things that sticks with you. You know what I mean? It was one of those moments where I was just so happy. And yeah, man. So that's kind of like the come up. And now it's just been.
Where did that go from? Like, you started. I remember when I first started watching you. I think you're playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
You're playing Fortnite, and a lot of just chatting.
A lot of just chatting, which is definitely my preferred thing. But yeah, I mean, I played like obviously like H1Z1 was a thing.
Okay.
And oh man, bro, I was terrible with mouse and keyboard. Like I only got one win ever on H1Z1, and I played every day for hours. Every day for hours.
You have that clipped?
Yeah, I have it somewhere. It's definitely, there's a clip. And my mic didn't have a limiter on it. And boy, you can tell. Because I screamed right, I'd been working. God. And look, I think that kill for the win was like my only kill. It was like my only fucking kill, dude. But I was so proud. Man. I was so bad. I'm still bad at H1. I tried playing it recently. When, they tried to bring it back. It still didn't have many people playing. Like, we were getting like 10 people in lobbies. And I still fucking suck, man. Something about the shooting in that game, I just can't get a grip on. It feels weird. But yeah. Just kind of went down the standard battle royale route, PUBG and all that stuff. I tried playing like story-based kind of stuff, but man, that's brutal. Story-based games on Twitch is brutal as fuck. like trying to keep people engaged, I reckon, during that stuff. But you build up like an audience for like one game, and then you switch over to another game, and then people might want, because I remember I played maybe before all the battle royales, I played Alien Isolation, and God, that game was amazing. That still to this day, I think I had more viewers playing that game in my, like when I barely had any followers. I probably got more viewers playing that game than I probably really ever had on my own doing in the last 3 years, which is crazy.
Yeah.
That game, people loved it. But then I finished that game. I played it for like 2 weeks, that game, because I played on the hardest mode I could straight off the bat. So it took me forever to finish. And also I stopped a lot to talk, because that's what I always do. But then I switched over the day after I finished to South Park Stick of Truth, and my viewers just went, bam, just disappeared. No one cared.
It's
because
a brutal feeling.
Completely different game. So I was like, well, this won't work. Yeah, so a lot of trial and error. I mean, how long have you been at the game? Because you're like, I want to delve in. I want to ask questions about partnership and whatnot, because you were the first partnered streamer I've ever had on this podcast, ever, in my whole 3 weeks of doing it. Yeah. So so it's a big deal. So how
okay, I guess it's weird, I suppose. I haven't really told many people. Only a few people know how I fell into that.
Really?
And so many of them get so annoyed too.
Really?
So annoyed.
Okay, I want to hear.
So many people annoyed. And that's why I don't really like shit, because people get fucking pissy, dude. I like there's some streamers out there that gave me shit because they think like, oh, you haven't even proved yourself.
Oh, are you talking again partnership?
Oh yeah, when I was
just starting.
They go, you ain't even proved shit, and I was like, what the fuck you, dude? Who the fuck are you?
I saw a tweet. I saw a tweet the other day of someone that was definitely showing their distaste for people getting partnered through organizations and whatnot. They're like, you know, it discredits all the hard work we're doing to get partner and blah blah blah. And everyone was like, hear. And I thought, I've never been bitter about it.
I hate that shit so much. Fuck you. Try harder. Shut the fuck up. Just focus on yourself.
It's funny.
Like, what are you going to achieve by being putting your energy towards what other people are doing? Why can't you just be happy for people?
You know,
I don't understand it. Go fuck yourself.
And
that's
it's like, it's funny because I've had moments where I've definitely on Twitch, like my new thing now. I said this yesterday, and I need to decide this like 2 days ago, is to stop assuming anyone's viewbotting, because it was driving me crazy, because I just couldn't tell. But certain people I'd see and they're like, they're fucking viewbotting. I could tell. Like, it's so obvious. Why is anyone giving them attention? It shit me. I'm like, I'm putting all this hard work in, and these motherfuckers are just blasting past. Yeah. You know. But then I thought, but you just can't know if they are. Maybe they are just successful. Maybe they've got like 100 people and no one's talking. It just what. But I thought, you know what? Fuck it. It's going to drive me crazy, and it doesn't outwardly affect what I'm doing, like my come up. So I thought, fuck it. Just like, so I'm going to assume no one's viewpoint. I'm just going to assume the best, and it might be gullible in ways. But I think sometimes it's so much energy to be so bitter about other people. Like, it's just too much energy. It's a life drainer. So I mean, I get it. People, like, I don't get why people are dirty. If someone's gone partnered, Twitch has deemed them as worthy, and I get it. Like some organizations, I believe, are partnered with Twitch. I think that's what that they were saying. Some organizations are partnered with Twitch, and because these people are in, like, that's the thing. It's, you might not have maybe proven yourself as a streamer, but you've proven yourself in other areas of the gaming industry or community. And I think people are kind of not looking at the bigger picture, that maybe it doesn't have to be whether you're the best streamer. Maybe you excel in other areas of the gaming world.
Because it's about like showcasing off, you know, like the talent in Australia. So with like esports, because it's so small, especially like a couple of years ago, we have our own Twitch staff, and they want to help like the esports scene, because they're trying to put esports streams on the platform, homegrown stuff. So why wouldn't you want to showcase the top players in our region and help them?
Absolutely. Because
you're getting fuck all money, like in esports. Like you're getting some okay now, but you get fuck all, dude.
Wait,
like sweet
really?
Fuck all. So
I mean, with like
in Australia,
because I mean, like, we look at what Fortnite's doing. They're putting up millions constantly.
Yeah,
for
but
esports.
not like the Australian leagues though. You get fuck all, really.
You reckon? So we don't get a piece of the pie, even though it's one of the biggest industries. You don't think? Like, I mean, like, what? Even if you're out there winning?
Not really.
Really, I would have thought.
What do you think? Like all the players go overseas.
Yeah,
if it was good, wouldn't they stay?
Well, that's true. Do you think that we're going to get to a stage where it's profitable? Like, surely, like, what's the trade-off eventually if people can't survive on it? Like, is it going to...
That's why people boost accounts. Like in Overwatch, a lot of the straight. Like, I'm not going to name names, but that's the way they make a living because Blizzard don't fucking.
Wait, so you're saying boost accounts like they?
As in, someone will pay a player to jump on their account and raise their ranker. Yeah, they'd happen on League of Legends. Because that's how they got to make extra money to pay their fucking bills.
But why would someone want someone else to do the work? Because then two things. There's no gratification, but also that aren't they going to be put with then just crazy fucking ridiculous players when they match up?
But it's those people that have money, say they work a job.
Yeah, right.
And then when they come back, they play with all their fucking friends who don't work that much. And they play a lot of games, and they're so much better than them. And then they're like, well, they can show off their account. But then when they get on,
weak, dude. Yeah, and then they're shit. Everyone's like, "Oh, show us what you got," and they're like, "Oh God, sure." Yeah, it's insane. I can't believe people fucking. I mean, I can believe people do that, but at the same time, it's.
I don't hold anything against the players doing that because you got to make them money. You got to make money.
No. Hey,
it wouldn't be. It's a side effect of them not getting paid enough.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, it's the players are on their hustle. If someone wants them to do it, that it is what it is. But it's more the person that's paying the money and getting someone to do it. It's like, surely you want that gratification of knowing you got to that point. And if you can't get there, then you're going to look like a fraud or an idiot when you play terrible. Everyone's going to yell at you if you're trash.
You get it all the time, like
Grandmaster.
When they say boosted.
Yeah.
How much did you buy your account for?
Oh, yikes.
How much did you pay your account?
Yeah, man. I feel like that's a terrible... How much do you reckon people buy accounts for?
Oh, what's thousands, man. Especially League of Legends. If you're selling like the top end League of Legends stuff in the thousands, bro.
Are you kidding? People pay thousands for that shit.
Dude, if you sold a top 500 account in Overwatch, it'd be worth something. That's pretty well.
That's fucking sad. That someone needs to pay that kind of money.
But in League of Legends, also, you get certain skins for making a rank. And you get different like in-game items. So maybe people also pay for that. People also pay for that to be boosted. They might want the game a lot, but they don't have enough time to get to a certain rank, so they'll pay someone to rank them up so they can get those items.
Oh, yikes, man. Yeah, I get that. I get that maybe some people are like, I don't want to miss out on the rare items and stuff, but still, that's fucking... That's insane.
The problem that arises is somebody who's amazing at a low rank just fucks the game for everybody else. But...
Oh, you mean like people smurfing?
Yeah, smurfing. But yeah, it's like I don't really care. There's a smurf in my games, honestly, because like you statistically have to lose. No one goes undefeated. So if you're winning more of your games than you're losing, you're gonna climb anyway, and that's true. That's the mindset you need to like climb up in ranks. But anyway, what was the original question? I feel like I'm fucking.
Just how you got into streaming. I want to hear the come up story. Like I want to hear the come up story.
You want to hear like the amount of times I've like that's my wrist.
What the?
I've been playing for so long, dude. I've been playing games since I was like a little fucking kid. I've been playing games since I was like fresh out of the womb, bro. I don't do anything but like games, man. I love games so much.
Whoa, everything back the fuck up to the wrist.
I've broken this wrist twice, so this is how it leads into like everything.
My god!
I played games. I remember I was telling my stream actually today. I had games like since I was a little kid. Like I had a Sega Master System. I had like all the big Game Boys, Tetris, and all that sort of shit. All the Mario games. Yeah. And I remember I had this. I never went to preschool. I went to kindergarten. I think I started when I was 4. So when I turned 3 and 4, I had 2 years at a daycare center, and then there were the lady that ran it, or maybe I think the lady who ran it, she had older kids, maybe like 11, 12 or whatever, and they were really into Mortal Kombat. They had Mortal Kombat there.
Shit!
I was like 3 and 4. They had Mortal Kombat
at the daycare.
Yeah, they had their own Super Nintendo that they brought there to play with them because when they were on school holidays, they went there because their mum was running the place.
Mortal Kombat.
I remember I didn't give a fuck about what the little kids were doing playing outside.
Yeah.
I was just like looking at this screen to see like Raiden go, oh, no, no, like going across the screen. I could do it with like the chair going, yeah, and like Scorpion and Sub-Zero. I'm like,
yeah.
what the fuck is this? And like
Holy
I just
shit.
sat there. I sat like right at the back against the wall. Like, on TV. I was like at the other side of the room, and I'd edge closer and closer and closer. And they got to a point where they asked like, hey, do you want to play? And I just, every day at the daycare, I was just playing Mortal Kombat. Like, I was like 3 and 4 years old. And that's how I just got, and I've loved Mortal Kombat since I was a little kid. So I can't wait for Mortal Kombat 11. So I got
when's that
into
coming
that.
out? That's coming out soon. Yeah.
22nd of April, I think, or the 21st.
Ooh, that's close.
So,
that's
yeah,
close.
it's like 10 days, 9 to 10 days.
Yeah.
So I got into that. And I got my cousin into getting it, and he got into PC, so we used to verse each other all the time. Like, he was like maybe 6-7 years older than me. So I hated it because he always beat me, and he never told me how to do fatalities, and he was just a cunt about it. So I was always like, oh, he got so angry.
That's the worst when they withhold some of the shit. Yeah.
And I had 2 older cousins that would always verse me. So I got a Super Nintendo, played all that shit, and I think the game that we started playing, I'd verse people at would be like GoldenEye. Different people's houses,
man, yeah.
And my cousins would always verse me like 1v2.
Yeah.
But by doing that, I got a lot better, and I would always beat them 1v2, and they were way older than me, and so they were trying to unplug my controller, do all sorts of shit. So I got
that's some obvious sabotage.
super competitive, and like all my dad's side of the family are all massive into sports. Like my uncle used to play like NRL, like he played for Australia.
Oh no
State
way.
of Origin. Yeah, he went to UK and played in the Super League.
Wait, State of Origin over there. Really?
Yeah, he got banned. He broke someone's fucking jaw back in the 80s, dude.
Really?
I don't want to say the name because they'll dox everything.
That's fine, but I would have thought back in the 80s, breaking someone's jaw was almost like
now do you know who my next door neighbor was? Like my neighbor?
No.
You know who the guy is that got banned from the Dragons? Banned from NRL, and he's played for the Dragons?
No.
There's Jack.
Recently?
Yeah.
No, I mean I don't.
Blonde hair. He was one of my neighbors.
Pretty closer.
Lived directly across the road from me.
How did he get banned? What did he do?
I think he got accused of like sexual assault or something like that. But I'm pretty sure it's not true. I don't know. I've known that kid since I was like.
All it takes these days is an accusation.
We played like touch football. Like I grew up playing that. Like we're always on the same team and everything.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like with his sister and all that. So my family were pretty close with his.
Did you talk to him after?
No, I haven't spoken to him in all.
Man, that'd be interesting. Get him on for the podcast.
I still got him on Facebook and everything. I'm still connected.
Yeah, right.
But like I just haven't. I barely speak to anybody.
That must be rough, man. You finally make it to the top of like your.
It's pretty good
sport,
too, man.
And then someone accuses you saying, and it might be true, it might not be.
He was always a good kid, like growing up as well. So that's why I don't know. People change. I haven't met him. I haven't spoken to him in a long time, but.
And that's the problem with accusations. People instantly go, could he rape someone?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? You just don't know.
It's dangerous, man.
So it's throwing accusations around. And that's the thing. Some people do it maliciously. Some people throw an accusation out there because they know they can ruin someone's career just by...
make money off you.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And then the fuck thing is, if people don't believe you and say people do it too much, they don't believe you because a lot of people are making accusations, they don't believe you. It sucks for the people who are actually victims of.
Oh yeah,
it fucking sucks. Because they can get told they're a liar and get harassed. They're afraid to come out.
I'm kind of waiting, not excitedly, but I'm kind of waiting for the first time this shit happens on Twitch. I know people have been called out recently in like the Australian community for stuff that did happen, but I'm waiting for the first person to get like that. That's like a well-known streamer eventually to get called out for to get Me Too'd pretty much. And we just won't know. We'll just be like, well, could have they done that at one of these conventions? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet because it's just that culture has been thrown around so much lately. And the way certain people are on Twitch, some people just have no shame. So it's kind of like...
I think in Australia, because it's such a close bubble.
Oh, I'm thinking more of just anywhere.
Big.
Oh,
like
yeah,
big.
I'm talking like someone accusing Ninja of doing something or Dr. Disrespect.
Soda
anyone. Like, you know what I mean? Like just kind of someone trying to get at them for the clout or the attention.
It sucks, man.
Because there's so many people on the platform, I'm just surprised no one's kind of Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. I'm glad that there hasn't been anything like that. But
Yeah.
just with all that going around, I kind of feel like a lot of people get very salty at people as well, and you know, some they get offended by people. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
surprised no one's kind of gone at someone to try and fuck them up that way.
But before I get back onto like the original
Yeah.
topic, I just it fucking sucks. Like Me Too did have to happen. I feel like a lot of people's voices didn't get heard.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
But then the side effect, which is an unfortunate side effect, is like people who see that as an opportunity for themselves.
But the problem is now it's they've ruined the movement. That people have ruined the movement by coming in and making false accusations to the point now that there's been false accusations made and they've been proven wrong like multiple times. To the point now where it's like, well, fuck, okay, well, now you've pretty much made a complete joke of this whole thing to try, you know. So it's
it balances itself out in the end because like using social media as a way to bring people to justice was kind of like maybe people at the time when they felt like they needed to go that route, they just didn't know what else to do. Like that was what they came. Yeah. So, but then other people see that and they just kind of just fucking use it to create bullshit. So
but unfortunately,
but then we figure out. Then eventually, over time, people figure out how to use social media, like because it's such a new thing.
It's still new, yeah.
But so,
man, it still promotes a lot of that witch hunt culture. You know what I mean? I mean, like when something like that happens, people just instantly just turn up and start like everyone like kind of just kind of follows along like without doing the research. They just kind of go, yep, fuck it, I can't believe this guy would do these kind of things, and they just believe it and they start going, yeah, shit, this guy's a bloody rapist or something. And that person might know deep within themselves if they did or didn't do it, but if they didn't, it could be one of the most would be the most nightmarish thing, having just a whole bunch of people, being a well-known person, being accused of that. Surely it'd be a nightmare. You know, to be like, wow, someone's actually like coming at me with this, no one believes me that I didn't do it. I don't know, it'd be horrible. I mean, I think I know one person, I don't know if you know Chris Hardwick. He had the Nerdist podcast. He sold it to it was like pretty much the first podcast I ever really listened to, and he sold it to Legendary Films, who makes like a lot of big movies. I think they're owned by Warner Brothers. So they bought it off him for like a shit ton of money, the Nerdist brand. But he still did the podcast because it was still, you know, his image and whatnot. But then he got accused of, I guess, sexual assault or something by his ex-partner. And instantly Legendary just completely dropped him. He wasn't able to do the podcast anymore. They took his name off everything. It pretty much like there's nothing on about the Nurse now that throws back to him being the person who created it. And that was like his baby, you know. He made that, like it was his passion project that turned into something massive, and he definitely cared for it. So now he's essentially he just had to change the name of the podcast. So he's changed the name of the podcast to something else. But it came out, it was proven that she fucking lied. It wasn't true, and it was proven. I don't know how, but I know it was. But it's not like he got his name back on as like the founder and creator of the Nerdist Industries.
Same happened to like Enzo Amore from WWE. He got accused of shit that come up true at all. Wasn't true at all.
There's a few
and he got fired and everything. Lost so much money, dude.
And it's like
he was one of the top merchandise sellers at the time in WWE, which is a lot of money. There's a lot of money because you get a percentage, and he was like earning a fuckload, man.
Oh, I bet. And then even once they're proven not guilty, they may get the job back, something. But it's like not everyone. People still kind of.
It's like a scar, man. It's an asterisk always there. It's fucked.
Oh yeah.
But that's why like you got to figure out as a culture. You got to figure. You know, people got to figure shit out. I think it'd be easier if people were just nicer to each other, I guess. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean we can say that, but not everyone. You know, it's not everyone's going to say that. People are always going to. We're always going to have a divide, and I think that's the scary part. I think as long as we can stop jumping to conclusions without definitive evidence, I think remember that saying it was innocent till proven guilty. Now it's
Yeah.
guilty until
In
proven innocent.
certain
How crazy is
countries, when you're charged with something, it's not released to the public. The media can't make
Yeah, like
any sort
legally.
of.
No, they shouldn't be
Yeah,
allowed
I know in
to.
Ireland this is for a fact. You can't like make any. You can't like
Well,
create any sort of like media about it
it'd be like
until the courts or like whatever. I don't know, whatever law enforcement
yeah.
release allow
It
it.
should
I
be.
feel like that would be
It should be under
maybe a
defamation.
better.
I mean, that's the thing. I think as soon as you're proven innocent after all that stuff, I believe that anyone that's been through that should instantly sue for defamation. I think
Yeah.
instantly that's because that's the biggest case of it. But yeah, no, you shouldn't be allowed to. But the thing is, you can say like, yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to the media shouldn't be allowed to release all that information. Doesn't fucking matter because it does. If they don't release it, social media will. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it's like it spreads like wildfire. People feed off that shit. I don't know why. I don't know why it seems to be that people like as soon as they hear an accusation, they want to spread it like crazy.
I feel like laws need to be changed because the way people can access information now has changed. So I think you got to adapt with the times. I think sensitive information needs to be kept away until like something has happened, like whether someone's been deemed guilty or innocent.
Yeah, but it's like how do you do that? Because it's like, say someone feels like they're being sexually harassed, and they want to out the person, they want to bring it to light, they want to show that this person's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But before social media, it's like they probably were trying to handle it behind closed doors, but no one listened to them. So that's why it's come to this, that they go, fuck it, no one's listening to me, I'm just going to fucking out them in public. But then people have seen, oh, we can fuck someone up we don't like by doing it. It's like, how do you stop this? How do you stop this with still making it that victims can come forward?
Yeah.
Because there's always going to be shitty people that take advantage of something.
Yeah, it's fucked.
It's a mind fuck, huh? It's very hard to figure it out. It's like, will we ever figure it out?
Yeah.
I think it's always going to be side effects of every kind of instance of this. I'm actually going to turn my fan on quickly. I'm like,
Yeah, it's all good.
a bit toasty, but yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. Like I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised we haven't seen cases like this on Twitch. I just feel like it almost because it's internet culture in a way. So I'm kind of surprised that it almost seems like the place where you see that shit go down. But I don't know.
I guess it's. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel very lucky in a sense with the Australian community. As much as like I see sometimes I see some shit on social media, it pisses me off. But
yeah, you always. I
feel like the majority of people are pretty nice. They're pretty supportive of each other. So I feel lucky to be in Australia as a streamer. I feel very lucky because imagine it'd be a lot more cutthroat and a lot more difficult in other countries.
Yeah,
So I feel we're very blessed to have Aussie staff for Australia and New Zealand, and we got like Lewis and Ellison who cater to this. But I feel very lucky. I would not have the same opportunities if I lived in another country. I would not at all.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I think it's when you think about the startup of people that start streaming in America, trying to get noticed there. I mean, it's pretty much already predetermined who the big dogs are, and I think at that point you would have to network in some way. You couldn't just. It'd be very hard to start and grow. It's already hard enough in Australia, and we've got a lot of like opportunities, like grassroots and whatnot, and and the community is a lot tighter. I mean, I even have seen just doing this podcast, like I've had so many more people, notice like what I'm doing and whatnot. It's a lot easier to be like it's a lot easier to be noticed in the Australian community than it would be if you were to start a podcast in an American community. It'd be like no one would notice. Like it's like, where do you even start growing communities?
I feel like people help each other a lot more. I feel people are a lot more friendly.
Yeah.
As much as I've bitched and complained about certain things, I feel like Australia's Twitch community is pretty good, man. If you look at the rest of the
Who would you say is the biggest Australian streamer?
Biggest?
Yeah, who's the biggest Australian streamer? Like I couldn't tell you. Like I couldn't say.
Cray's pretty big.
Yeah, he's pretty big, but is it?
Excessive profanity's pretty big.
That's true. Yeah, he's
pretty big.
It's like do Australia loser fruit? Yeah, loser fruit.
Yeah, like
also
all the
Nick
click,
Porn.
all
Good
the
out here,
click
dude.
people.
Yeah, the click people. 100%.
Excessive profanity is pretty big, man.
Yeah, but it seems like there's some sort of weird Australian cap. It's like 2,000 viewers seems to be the cap or something like that. You know what I mean?
BobbyJ's
like,
getting up there now. He's starting to swing.
No, it's I don't know how the fuck I've talked about it a few times already. Yeah, Mr. Fresh Asian now. He's got to be the biggest. That guy's cracking like 7K almost viewers per stream. Yeah, he's a Fortnite player. Yeah, he's like only 17 too. 17-year-old just crushing it at Fortnite and streaming and whatnot. He's been going, I think, for less than a year as well. Uki says BobbyJ. Yeah, BobbyJ's the biggest streamer in my heart. Yeah, 100%. But that's it, bro. You've been like on that come up though. Like you've been on that fucking.
I don't really think about it. I try not to. I think
it's best.
I don't try to look at any stats, nothing, because it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. The only thing I give a shit about is like the community and the people I meet. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about what all the people that come and watch me, and all the streamers I get to meet and make friends with mean a lot to me. Okay, I'll start from the start, like where I originally
let's
started. Like, I play like heaps of games, got into Mortal Kombat.
Can you do the wrist thing
like
again?
Old Night.
Can you do the wrist thing? Can you quickly do the wrist thing again? Bro, I can't believe that.
It's
actually fucked up.
I played a lot. I played a lot of games like Nintendo 64, like GameCube, Xbox. I didn't get a PlayStation, my own one, till a PS4. But I played like all my mates and roommates and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, and then I had a PC pretty early on.
Yeah, okay.
As well. And I played a lot of Unreal Tournament. Was probably the first competitive game I ever played online. I played Age of Empires online and that sort of shit.
Yeah.
But like there was this other text-based game called like Kings of Chaos or something I used to play.
Oh shit! I think I was on talking about that the other day.
Dude, I was highly ranked in that, and then there's some fucking asshole kid. I left my thing logged in on a school computer, and he deleted everything because they knew I was the top dog in my school. Nobody could touch my army. I'd fuck anybody up. I'll go bam. There you go.
Holy shit! Sabotage.
Oh, so I was a scrawny little kid at school, but I was just good at video games.
Oh, that's
so when it came to like playing, everybody started getting to Kings of Chaos. I'd destroy everyone. And when do you know little Digimon and like?
Oh yeah. Fuck
I had a key ring. I had like 5 on the one key ring. And I knew this cheat with the batteries where you mess with the batteries and you get the ultimates. So I just get them on all of them. So I don't just kill people's kids' Digimons at school. Oh my god! They try and like because I would be that kid that everybody was like surrounded. I'd be sitting there and they would be coming out the battle line trying to kill them. Little did they know I knew a trait because my mum had like worked in an like a law firm, like an office, and so I'd go to her office after school, and I'd use the computers there, so I'd always be on the internet looking up shit. Like cheats for the Digimon. I'd always look up game cheats. I used to look them up for Mortal Kombat to do all the fatalities. Because I said my cousin would never tell me how to do it, so I got him on the internet because one of my friends showed me. He had all these printed sheets. I'm like, what the fuck did you get these?
Yeah,
and
imagine the internet.
He goes, oh, my stepdad printed them out from the internet. I'm like, oh, okay. So I asked my mum about it. And then, she'd let me go on like websites to like look up game codes and shit. So I looked up the Digimon thing and I did that. I was a monster, dude.
Oh, I bet. That's before, because nowadays if something like that comes out, there's like a trick to doing something, like everyone knows like the day after it's exposed. Like everyone knows. You can never be like the only one that knows a trick. I kind of miss that. Kind of miss the days where like it was a bit more magical, like, oh my god, this have you heard about that crate? Like, it's when it was word of mouth, you know, someone would say apparently there's a way you can get this if you do this, and it's like, you know, you try and suss it out, but now like instantly, as soon as like there's some technique or trick, everyone knows it the next day, which kind of is a little bit sad. But yeah, okay, so you were Digimon master,
dude. Yeah, I was a Digimon.
You're the kid. You were the kid in the ads.
Yeah, I used to watch Digimon all the time. I loved all that stuff.
Oh man, Digimon was the shit.
Yeah, so I was like always in the games. But
can I just quickly say as well, you used to watch the Digimon show.
Yeah.
That show was like,
I still got them on VHS, dude.
Oh man, yeah, and you
like
can watch it. You can watch it on like Anime Lab now as well. It's always good to delve back. But man, that first season, like, it's so funny. Like, it was pretty fucking deep. That show,
dude, it was good.
Like, those kids all had like real like problems and issues that they were dealing with. Like, it starts off like quite you know, just happy and all that. By the end, it's like, I don't have any friends. And so, like, you know what I mean? They're like so
it's crazy.
emotional. Like, it's so insane. I remember that show was just so fucking deep. I was like, wow, this is like full on. Yeah, fucking lit. Yeah, so continue.
Yeah, like I started with all that sort of shit. Well, I had a real hard time at school, man, because I was always like the little one. So
Yeah, I was the
people
same dude.
kind of
Yeah.
pick on me a lot for that.
Yeah.
And I don't know, people just always try to be a cunt to me.
Yeah.
And so like games are like my escape. And I got like really good at games. I was always quite athletic as well because my dad forced me to play sport a lot, and I tried to like it was a way to like make him happy. It's just a mistake. A lot of kids fall into that trap trying to make an abusive and toxic parent. So like my dad was really abusive towards me. There's some shit I'm not going to say on the podcast. Yeah.
No, yeah,
shit
right.
like I just don't want to like. I've only told a couple people, I guess now. But yeah. So that's why when I see like all that shit on like online when people get falsely use like abuse of somebody else, like harassment, and it's all fake, it really like pisses me off because like I'm somebody who's gone through shit and like we've gone through shit.
Do you still talk to your dad now?
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Really? Shit.
I've seen him like last time I saw him was like maybe 2011.
Oh wow.
And that was like once, yeah. And like I moved out when I was 18.
Yeah.
So not by like choice. So that always fucked with me for a long time. Anyway, like games were my escape.
Yeah.
So because I hated school and I hated being at home. So like I would play games to escape from everything, and then I just delved into that world. I'm still like that now. That's why I can kind of the friends I make are through video games because that's what makes me feel relaxed. I don't get as much. That's why I have very bad anxiety problems. So I've been on and off medication for that. So,
yeah, shit.
Same with my brother. Like I don't want to talk too much about him because it's like I'm talking.
Oh no, it's fine
For him, yeah. So like I feel like it's not fair to him, but
no, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff is almost hereditary. Is that the word, hereditary? Like you know, I feel like because it runs in my like a lot of stuff like that runs in my family as well. It's almost like never surprising when a sibling has almost the same kind of stuff. So no surprises.
I would always lock my door, and I'd pull the drawers of the cupboards to block the door from my dad getting in.
Fuck yeah!
Like he hated games. Like he would try and give away like my games and consoles to like other people.
Yeah, fuck.
And it was like even when I bought it, like I'd work school holidays a lot. Like I was never usually allowed to have school holidays. I was forced to work something.
Why do you think he had such a distaste for games? Like, what was it? Do you think it was just a waste
he,
of time?
I think he grew up with a lot of abuse from maybe his father, and he sees it as a way of like, he's not getting attention. I know he was very jealous towards my mother because she loved us more than him, and he fucking hated it. So he resented us a lot. So I try not to make the same mistakes that he does. So I get really stuck in. I get lost a lot of the time. So the games was my escape, and like I only had a couple of friends in high school that I really connected with who were really into games, and I would their family was kind of like a second family to me, and they still like my best mate, like we still talk to this day, and like his family, they call me like their nephew. They're still really close to my mom, and like they still all talk. And I'm 30 now, so we've been friends since I was probably like 12, 11. So when they moved down from Sydney, so they all live in Sydney now. So I still try and see them when I can. Yeah. So I've been to Sydney lots because I would always go up there to see them like every couple of weeks. I'd just go up there. But yeah, like we got into games where we were playing like we got Halo and shit because we would go out to a bar and we'd connect up like our Xboxes and stuff, and we'd have like four on one TV, four on another.
Oh shit!
Yeah, dude. Like we played that. Yeah, and they played like Unreal Tournament. Like he started playing online. We got Counter-Strike as well. So I played heaps of Unreal Tournament, man. Yeah, I would just leave school at lunchtime so I can go practice before we'd play scrims and competitions. So I'd do that like from like 13, 14 years old. I'd leave. I cared more about games, man. And then like a couple of nights a week, I'd be playing football, like touch football. And
shit. Man, it sounds like you were juggling a fuck ton.
Yeah, I was just obsessed with like winning things. I loved being competitive. I was never really like toxic like that. I never got upset like at my team if they didn't let me play because I was just I loved playing because that was always what I was looking forward to.
Would you say you're competitive now? Would you say like
I'm always competitive.
Do you reckon you're more competitive now or less?
Nah, I probably channel it I'm still very competitive. But I'll probably channel it more positive in a positive way rather than
Right.
a negative way.
Yeah.
Whereas that was like win at all costs.
Yeah.
But you can still be competitive, but you could be competitive and help everybody around you as well. Like as like a team aspect. So I've always struggled being in a team environment. I'll get all of that shit.
Yeah.
But so I play a lot of those games and got into Counter-Strike. My mate bought Half-Life 2 and it came with Counter-Strike Source. And I'd play it at his. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to get that. And I remember my computer didn't run well enough, so my mum bought me a better one. I was very lucky. My mum worked other jobs, like second jobs, to buy me Christmas presents and birthdays.
Oh, nice.
Because my dad would like gamble the money and stuff, and yeah, so she would. I owe everything to my mum. My mum means like everything to me.
Sounds very strong.
Yeah, she is very strong. She's awesome. Yeah. She's the best. Like,
shout out to Bobby's mum.
She's the best person in my life. She plays video games, man. She
really
uses all that stuff, man. She still plays World of Warcraft to this day.
Oh no,
she watches like Game of Thrones, like everything, man. She's like up to date.
That's hype, dude.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she met her current partner through World of Warcraft. So
really,
yeah. They play guilds and shit. Like they were like raiding all the time, doing PvP arena, awesome. Dude. Like not like just casual, like into it. Like they were being full on World of Warcraft. Before that, she'd play like she was always in the Warcraft games, like Warcraft 3. She's the one who got me into Nintendo because she was massive into Mario.
Really?
So that's why I've still played Nintendo.
That's crazy.
Now. Yeah, she's the one who got me into games, man. So
there you go.
My mum got me, like, helped me. So that's why I should buy me like video games because I play with my mum.
Fuck, I thought well, sorry, mum, my mum, you're not the coolest mum anymore. Bobby's mum's the coolest mum.
Yeah, I don't know, like we had like different tournaments on. So we'd bring like bring our computers. Like she'd always drive me to like it was a town like 60 minutes away.
That's awesome having a parent that gets it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that gets what, because I think a lot of parents just don't get it. Like especially like from our generation. A lot of parents just don't fucking. They're like, you're wasting your time. You know, they don't. They nowadays I think some parents almost encourage their kids. They start to see money and stuff that's involved, and they're like, no, you must study your Fortnite. Study the dances, motherfucker.
Yeah, I loved Counter-Strike. That was the next thing I jumped onto was Counter-Strike.
Yeah, right.
Course with my mate, and we'd travel to like different places, bring our computers. My mum or his mum would drive us. They were like really supportive of that thing. And I always wanted. So do you know who the Renegades are? Yeah,
I do. Yeah.
So I used to play against Sponge.
I don't.
He does like the analyst work now, and there's Havoc.
Oh.
You know the little crazy thing, like a girl I used to kind of see. The girl that brought me to Melbourne, actually, I met through Counter-Strike. Yeah. And then we I don't know. I was living in the country still. I was coming down for like a CS tournament. I wasn't playing in it. I was kind of there to hang out with all the Counter-Strike players.
Yeah, right.
And like she brought me into Melbourne. Like never worked out, but like I moved into the same campus as her. I just wanted a place to escape to. Like, and Melbourne was where she lived. I lived in the country New South Wales, and when we stopped dating. I started dating her friend, but she started dating a guy that used to play on the Renegades.
Oh shit!
Like all the top like CS guys because they all came from CS Source 1.6.
Yeah, right.
CSGO didn't come out to the end of 2012. So like I kind of stopped around 2010. I kind of faded away. I was really competitive. I was never as good as them because I just knew everybody. So it wasn't back then you didn't have a rank. If you just knew good people, you could just kind of make your way up.
Really? You reckon that's how it kind of worked a bit more back then? There's a bit more about who you know.
Yeah.
Surely it's still a little... I mean, I guess...
No, not anymore.
It's probably more easier to notice like there's small probably stats and
you can't get away with shit anymore because of all the stats. Back then you didn't really have any stats.
True,
everything was pretty. Shout out to all the guy like the Got Games community, like Counter-Strike Source, dude. They put like I was a fucking idiot, dude, back then. Like I was just
in what way? What do you mean?
Like we just like troll teams. Like I became like an admin of the community.
Yeah, right.
Because I broke my wrist playing touch football. Some guy put his feet on me and pushed me back, and I leaned back and put my hand there, and it cracked. No. I couldn't lift my arm, and I was so angry. I was angry because I couldn't fucking play games. Like I was like,
you fucked up, man. No, it's your fault. If you were Shroud, you would have slowed down time, and you would turned your body in the way to protect your arm.
Pissed off, man. And I've never been the same. I
you said you broke your wrist twice?
Yeah, I broke it again at work when I was lifting bags of salt into these mixes of sheepskins and shit.
Fuck
My dad
salt.
made me work this job, and it was fucking trash, man. Everybody there treated me like shit. I had
Yeah,
people that
right.
would get like sheepskins with still like with udders on them and squirt the milk at me and just fucking take my like hide my food, like destroy. It just made me feel like high school all over again.
What kind of
And there's
work
people that
environment is
lie
that?
about me, man. They're just trying to do whatever they can to get me fired and try and get me out of there.
What
I had a
the-
guy like hold a knife up to my neck. There,
What the
dude. It
fuck
was
is this place you were working?
I ran home. I was 17 because I was.
Oh, I would've
I was
quit that
17 because I finished
motherfucker
school,
day
I
one.
graduated high school at 17. I remember I was like running home like tears in my eyes, and he tried to stop and get me to go in his car to try and talk to me. I'm like, fuck off! Like you fucking held a knife up to my throat because
What
the
the
guys at work
fuck?
like told some bullshit about me to him, and yeah, this is long. This is a while ago
shit.
now. Like I was just like, my dad called me a pussy for like, you know, wanting to quit and all that sort of stuff. So my family that moved the family that was like kind of like a extra extended family. They just moved to Sydney, so they let me stay with them for a while.
Oh, that's
Kinda get away from my
crazy,
dad.
man.
Yeah. So
I mean, surely nowadays, if like any company had that kind of work environment, they'd be
dude,
outed
it's
in
the
an
not
instant.
not in the country, dude. They don't give
Not in
a
the country,
fuck,
you don't
man.
reckon? Yeah, I
it's in
guess-
they don't give a fuck, dude.
Holy fuck, that's
They don't give a
terrifying.
Fuck, man. I did some crazy shit. You know what? That's why I'm such like anxiety and like because people have
Yeah.
just been such assholes, and I've done like nothing wrong to them.
Yeah,
Like,
people.
man, they say the most fucked up shit. I don't know, like some people would say like, oh, we can't because there's no lube in here, so we might as well there's some butter in the fridge to lube you up, shit like that. It's like
Wow.
I'm like it's just a fucking 17-year-old kid who had to start like I had got bullied at school and then had like
Why do you-
my dad was a cunt, so
Why do you
and then
think-
go into this place. I'm like everything was miserable. So games were everything to me.
Why do you
So I
think?
just-
Why do you think they were like that? Like, do you think it was just that were they young as well, or were they like
No, they were like on 30s, 40s, 50s.
really and that like squared
All fully
milk and
grown
shit?
men.
and-
They're
What do
just
you think-
fucked. I don't care, man. They're probably growing up
Man.
with their own miserable fucking lives, and they just take it out on people.
It's
takes it out
it's
on
sad,
somebody
right?
else.
Like, it is sad because you know that those people definitely deal with some demons. Like,
Yeah.
no clear thinking person would think that's acceptable.
Yeah,
Like, so yeah, you kind of almost got to pity them. I know it's like at
Yeah.
the same time, you know, because they've obviously been a little bit fucked along the way.
yeah,
Man, that's crazy. I can't even imagine that. I can't.
Yeah.
Look, I know there's shitty work environments, but yeah, man. Well, Jesus, country's a whole different ball game by the sounds of
Dude,
it.
like working in the conditions you worked in were like in 50+ degree heat in like a tin shed.
Fuck.
Dude, so I was sweating. I was lucky. I was very athletic. I was in
Yeah,
very
you
very
could,
good
like-
shape. So
Yeah,
was
I figure a
pretty
lot of
good.
people would struggle with that shit.
Yeah, I did that 6 days a week, waking up at 5:30 in the
6
morning, and then when I got home, I'd be
Man.
playing games and like practicing, and then
Yeah.
I'd play sport 3 nights a week. So when I got back from that, my competitions with things would start as well online, and then I go to bed, probably sleep 5 hours or something, wake up and go to work, and yeah. So I was always like on a schedule,
Holy
and
fuck.
then yeah, like I left home. I had enough of all that shit because my dad really resented me for quitting that job, and like I already hated him through my childhood, and
Yeah.
I was.
Sounds like he
I
didn't give you
think
much
I lived with
reason
my
to-
auntie for a bit. She lived maybe 60 minutes away, and I lived there for maybe 6-7 months, maybe a bit longer.
What was the
Then I met
vibe?
Hmm?
What was the vibe when you like? Did you say I'm leaving home, or like do you just pack your shit and just get out? of there? Like,
Yeah, he had like one thing to say to me. He said like one thing. This is like one of the last conversation we ever had. He goes, "You are a worthless son." That was like the last thing he ever said to me.
Man, it's
Yeah,
just
that's
that's got to stick with you a bit. But
Oh,
su-
dude, I still
but-
hear that shit, dude.
But
That's-
surely you're at a point now where you just go, fuck, like all that shit he ever said was completely wrong. Because you would know now. Does
yeah.
it kind of stick with you? Do you ever kind of believe what he says at all? Or surely you know that he's just, you know. I mean, it'd be hard to fucking.
sometimes, but I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's really hard to say. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't really feel. I don't know. It's. I'm so far removed from it now
Yeah.
that it still plays with my anxiety and I get depression, that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
Oh,
It's
man,
just
it would-
because I've never. I'm seeing like a counselor now and everything for it.
Yeah.
But it's just never. It just always felt like I felt bad about talking about it. I felt I don't know. I just
No,
never
I think
really opened up about it. I always use like comedy, trying to make other people laugh, and that's how I got
yeah.
friends. And just playing lots of games and talking about games. That's what I always talk about. And then I'd always kind of shut down about anything else, and it was really hard. But when I met that girl, and I probably drove her fucking crazy because I was just went through all this sorts of shit, and I never told her about it. She never
Wow.
knew. And she doesn't even know to this day. I've never really told her.
Why
So
do you
maybe she
reckon?
listens to this.
Why do you reckon that was? Why do you reckon that was? Why do you reckon you didn't want to tell her? Like, because a lot of people, you know,
I guess
it
like I was
just,
kind of
so
scared.
raw. Like,
I feel once you open yourself up and like somebody leaves you because of it, it's really
mm,
hard.
mm.
But like, it's definitely made me a lot stronger like, over
Oh
time.
fuck yeah!
So like I can deal with like trolls and just idiots most of the time because
Oh,
like
I could
whatever they
fucking
say is like
imagine.
nothing compared to like anything. So
Yeah.
what I've done, like everybody, like, I don't want to compare to myself. Like other people who obviously have way harder lives, like way fucking harder.
I
But
know,
I
but
can only experience what I've experienced.
the
So
thing is,
so I
it's
don't
like,
compare people's experiences with each other. I think it's silly.
yeah, I think it's a thing. It's like there really isn't like I know there's levels of like difficulty of how people's lives were, but there's a point where it's like there were struggles, and
Yeah,
you can't say that someone's struggles were any less important than other people's struggles because a struggle is a
yeah,
struggle. So
yeah,
I think no one could discredit no matter what like that. There were definitely some struggles, you know what I mean? I mean, I had struggles,
yeah,
but I can guaranteed say my life in comparison was charmed. Like, you know,
yeah.
I think it would, but it's things like that. Surely, like you feel like you've come out the other end a lot stronger in ways, or
Yeah,
I
guess
mean,
so.
or do you feel like it has kind of fucked with you mentally for a while? I mean, you said
It
you've like seen people about it,
does.
and
Yeah, it does fuck with me mentally. Okay, some things it makes me feel numb about. I could get up in front of a crowd of people, and I'm okay with that. But like talking to most people one on one, I really struggle with. Like if I go out drinking, like, there's a few people, I can kind of struggle to mesh with
yeah,
social
right.
crowds. I don't because I was so isolated as a kid,
Mm.
and I grew up on games. I find it very hard to like kind of be a part of like of a group. I've always been like off on my own, doing my own thing,
Yeah,
and then that's why it's easier when I'm like talking to like a crowd of people when I start doing commentary because
yeah,
I kind of just like don't think about it. I can just be in my own little bubble having my own conversation. So when I'm like having someone to talk about a game with, I just like it doesn't exist.
yeah. And it's like you're in your
That was
element at that point. You know,
yeah.
it's your happy
So
place.
yeah, when I got first commentary, when I got into do, it was when I broke my wrist, and I
Yeah,
was really
right.
sad to play Counter Strike. So there was a company called GameStar, and they let me commentate Counter Strike. They were commentating all the top Counter Strike at the time,
Yeah, right.
and I let me commentate. I was commentating with Boomzer. He ended up being one of the first guys to play competitive CS overseas from Australia.
Oh, no
With the
way.
first team. Yeah, him, Tegs, Sponge, who was originally on the Renegades, Havoc, who was in the Renegades, and Top Gun, who is just still playing. He's a Twitch partner, still streams lot of CS now.
Fuck yeah.
They all went over there, so I was commentating with him. So it was crazy. Like I felt like honored to be like with him because I was just some like kid and like I always looked up to him because he's been overseas and everything. He was like the only like that was the only team that went over at the time. And I was like, man, I get to commentate with this dude. So I just like absorbed everything he was telling me, and
Yeah.
I learned a lot from him. And then I was always doing I was always pretty good at doing public speaking at school.
Yeah.
So I loved stand up comedy. So I kind of just made like a comedy.
Would you ever
Almost.
do? Would you ever do like? Have you ever done like a open mic or anything like that? Like for
I've
comedy?
always thought about it. Okay, so I'll get to like work or a job I had like
All
when I
right.
came
Good.
to
Yeah, I
Melbourne.
like it. I like it.
So I did all that shit, and then I went back to playing games. It did all right for a while, but my wrist was just fucked. Like it was
Yeah.
always.
I mean, that wrist
Yeah,
must fuck you up a little bit playing
yeah.
stuff now. Yeah.
I usually have to wear. I meant to be wearing a brace, but I kind of haven't lately.
Really.
It's a lot easier being on Nintendo holding a controller. It's not as bad.
Really. Yeah. I mean, wait. Which hand? It's
Mouse hurts.
It's your
My right hand. The hand. I remember like at school I couldn't even write nothing
So
or
like
whatever.
just fuck yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. I have to have. I'm lucky that we got good gaming chairs now because like I can have it elevated the same level as the table. And
Yeah.
but if I play Apex for too long, it's fucked. And
Man, I had
Overwatch.
no idea that you fucked your wrist
Yeah.
up so bad.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
insane.
yeah.
That's like
So
that's some clickage going
yeah, and
on.
then I met that girl, and like I met a lot of people in Melbourne from the
Yeah.
Counter Strike scene, and then she kind of like took me under her wing and like took me like parties and all that sort of stuff. She kind of she like kind of like helped me get out of my shell, but then she realized that she probably knew I'd been through some shit or whatever because I was fucking crazy, man. I was missing my mom so much and my brother, and it was really fucking hard because I moved in on uni campus, which is in Melbourne, the old Swinburne up in Lilydale. I don't know if people from Melbourne would know that shit.
Yeah,
so like it was like a campus, but they had these houses that were along a lake. It was crazy, man. It was like a little mini resort looking thing.
That sounds awesome.
So
like
that was the first time I met like some of the most interesting people I've ever met. I lived there for 3.5 years, and it was kind of like a 3.5 year long LAN because we just played games nonstop. The first year, not so much. It was a lot more drinking involved than being a fucking idiot. But then the second year, I had like all these the wave of people that came in. Because I was like one of the younger people when I first moved in there, because I was like 20. A lot of people in their mid-20s and going towards 30. So they weren't really into games. But the next wave that came in were like all gamers, bro. They were all gamers. They were like they brought their game PCs. They had all this. I was like, holy. I was like, what the fuck? I was like so into this shit. So like people from all these surrounding little towns and stuff that like came there to study, and they were like the guys are like I'm still friends with them to this day. We have like our own Facebook group. We still meet up.
Yeah, right.
All that sort of stuff. They're still like my closest friends.
And so we slip out of contact with people like that. So it's awesome. Yeah. Managed to keep in touch and whatnot. They
got me really back into gaming because that one year I kind of phased out. I was more into partying and being a fuckthead. So I thought that. Right. Posting all your club photos to like Facebook and realize that's all so cringe, dude. Because like people be out there doing that, but then it just all felt so numb. Like I'd just be sitting there like drunk and then just looking at everybody like everybody is wasting their money and their time.
Yeah,
and, like, everybody it ages you so much. I remember seeing what I looked like at the start of that year to the end. I was fairly aged because like there was a difference. Not like aged, not badly, I guess, but like there was a difference, and I could tell it was from drinking alcohol. So I got more into playing games and stuff again, and we played a lot of League of Legends. League of Legends came around in 2010, 2011 when Season 1 started. So Season 1 started 2011, so we played heaps of League of Legends.
Holy shit. So you were on that train pretty much like the
right
early days.
Right at the start. It got me back in. I started watching LCS, and that's got me into Twitch, and we would all get together and watch the LCS games on campus and all that sort of shit. So, and like one of my mates that I played Unreal Tournament with, I was on a team with, he started playing in the first like Australian Riot Games fucking endorsed thing that was like the finals at PAX. Yeah, so I was like, I really wanted to get up there because he goes, dude, you should play with me. I'm like, I really wanted to get my rank up so I could play with him.
Yeah.
And I just I was trash.
That game sounds brutal.
My wrist was so sore, like I couldn't.
Yeah, well, I can imagine with that. It would be like there's a lot of clicking and mouse movement in that game from what I've seen.
But it was so fun to play with people. And then I think, when I moved out, got a job at a musical theater, so that's where I saw a lot of stand-up comedy. So I got to work the comedy festivals. I've seen heaps of different acts. I've seen like John Cleese. I've seen what's his name? He's the South African dude that hosts like a big talk show now in America.
Big talk show in America. South African dude.
He's from South Africa.
Oh no, he's not British, is he? It's not that. He's kind of quirky, bald.
No, he's not bald. He's got hair. Dark skinned.
Oh, dark skin. Oh man, there's so many fucking talk shows.
Oh, Trevor something.
Travis. I don't think I've heard of him.
I think it's Trevor something.
Trevor talk show. Trevor
Noah. Trevor Noah. You Trevor Noah?
Oh, yeah, okay. I've just seen a photo. Yes. I don't think I've ever actually seen anything he's done.
He's pretty big now.
Yeah.
Which is heaps of comedians, man. Like,
oh, shit.
Trying to think. I've seen like so many like the big plays. Like I've seen like Wicked fucking like 300 times, Lion King, all that shit.
Really?
The first one I ever worked was King Kong.
Man. Yeah, I
went out there on a whim. I just for 2 weeks my mate made me go. Like I wasn't doing nothing. I was miserable. I was just playing games online and living off Centrelink, and And he goes, "You go," because we're moving into an apartment. He goes, "Dude, you need to get a job. You don't want to go back to uni," because I didn't want to study anymore.
Yeah.
Well, the cool thing is, because our uni shut down, we were forced to move out.
Oh, really?
And I was resident assistant, so I got my rent really cheap because I ran all the social events. And I mostly just try to make gaming events, like just FIFA tournaments or some of the crazy shit for us to do.
Sounds
on
like,
campus.
yeah, because what were you studying? Like, what was the course?
Just fucking IT.
Because it sounds okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. IT, I can imagine it was a good place to meet other gamers. I mean, surely.
Yeah. Oh, but they all lived on. The ones I met we didn't study the same thing. They all moved in on campus. We're all living on campus. So all my neighbors, all roommates, all that stuff. So we always put our computers in like one of the lounge rooms, and we'd just be hanging out playing games all the time.
Fuck, man, that sounds like a dream. I've never been to a LAN ever.
Really? I just got a respawn LAN in Melbourne.
Never. I feel like I missed the fuck out, dude. It sounds like the most magical thing.
But there's a big LAN in Sydney that they have.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just never look like, because that's the thing. I never grew up as like a PC gamer, so I've just been out of the loop. I had a PC, like a family PC. I play Age of Empires and a couple of whatever. I did grow up playing on like games on floppy disk and shit, like play like Theme Park and Commander Keen and shit like that. But I never got into like the competitive shit. I don't think I really got into any competitive games until PS4 Advanced Warfare. That was like my first online competitive game. So pretty much when I was like late 20s. So I was like, I just completely missed it, which is such a fucking shame. Oh no, it probably was stuff like I think my first like online game was World of Warcraft, and I was so lost. I had no idea.
Oh, dude, I got addicted to that shit too.
That
sounds like crack, man.
I was like hooked. I remember when I first played that game, and I spent like 48 hours pretty much from when I first started it. About 48 hours just living in that, which is kind of unhealthy. But it was like my first foray into.
Made so many friends through that game though.
You see, I did,
especially in the early days, because you're forced to communicate and like make groups manually.
I was too shy, too scared. I was so foreign to me, and I was so scared. I guess because I was bullied through school and whatnot, and I guess I'd just come out of maybe like more at the era of school life where I wasn't getting bullied. I was like, I was pretty much okay. I had my friends, and still people that gave me shit, but I still was very, I guess, skeptical on people. Like a lot of people, I just thought, even though I was essentially an avatar, I still was, I guess, insecure and worried about what they might think if I, and I wasn't the fastest typer and shit like that. I remember someone came up and challenged me to a duel or something, and I was like, oh, okay, sure. And it was just in like a fucking one of the towns. So I clicked accept, and he just like destroyed me. And he was like, you suck, you piece of shit. Like just give me all, like just typing all this shit. And I felt so abused, and he just kept chasing me, just challenging me to keep being like,
yeah,
like with a fucking flag or whatever coming in between us. I'm like, no, I'm just like trying to run away, get away from me. Stop challenging me. I didn't know what to do, and it was just so mean to me.
And he's one of those assholes.
Bro, I just logged the fuck out. I'm like, I feel attacked. I'm in my bedroom. I felt so attacked. But I still play. I just loved exploring. That was.
It's a fucking amazing game. First time I ever did it, and like when I remember getting like near Stormwind and seeing the fucking griffins fly over. I was like just looking around the forest, these birds flying. What the fuck is this magical land?
Like
look at these.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, I remember looking at the map. Like, you'd open up that awesome looking world map.
Yeah.
And I'd just be like looking everywhere. I'm like, wow, this place is massive. Like, it was unreal.
I thought that night elves were the coolest shit I've ever seen. They're doing somersaults, and like they had those blue tigers. And I was like, I want one of those saber-toothed blue tigers.
Because I was a night elf druid. That was like my first. What did you start as? What was
I was a mage, and I was an old man.
Oh, really?
And I was an old man. I called myself Reverend Phillips. I was an old man.
Really?
And I was like balding and everything.
Bro, I wish I knew my fucking name. What was my first? It was, God, I wish I could remember.
I had some filthy names, dude.
Oh, I bet. I fucking bet. I was such an innocent little fuckhead.
My main one that in the end because that was the first one I started, but they ended up making an undead warlock, and his name was Chuck Liddell, named after UFC.
Yeah, okay.
And then everyone always like they'd see me type, they'd because back then UFC wasn't that big, like mid 2000s.
Oh, quickly, we're
Like,
talking
no,
about
it was very niche. It was very niche.
people
Like,
don't know what we're talking about. Surprisingly, I feel like
Yeah.
World of Warcraft. They're like,
Yeah.
are they? Miss Giggles says, are they talking about Skyrim?
No. Yeah, I had a thing called Chuck Liddell, and everyone would message me about like UFC, like, oh, what do you think of the fight and all this sorts of stuff.
Oh shit! So yeah, it was like a common bond thing. Yeah, so I
Yeah.
should have picked like
Then
something that was gonna draw people in.
Then I had a paladin called Feel Upon You, and then that was my next paladin.
Shit,
I was a tank.
Yeah,
I was a
right.
tank, yeah.
Man, yeah, I didn't. I feel like I loved the starting area of the Night Elves. Like I don't know,
Yeah.
like it was so beautiful, and I was like, fuck, it was just magical. But yeah, I always pick like, just like I tried to think of like magical names. I can't even think what I would have picked. I've always been bad at picking names. Always like names are hard. I don't know, fucking good.
Always like that's the thing, I've always had fun with names.
Yeah,
Always
I should have just been more loose about it. I always took it too seriously. I always thought, no, it needs to fit the look of the character.
I just put like dumb shit in.
Yeah, I should have just done that. I should have done that. It's like a big decision. You're stuck with it. You know what I mean? But yeah, so okay, so back to the story.
Yeah, I played like heaps when I was like working musical theater. My mate had like an apartment near the city, and I just decked it. Like I spent all my money on gaming shit.
Yeah, fuck
and
it.
we had all the consoles. That was back when like PS3 and Xbox 360 were just the thing, and we had that in our PCs all in the lounge room. We had a Wii and a Wii U. We had a Super Smash setup with like eight GameCube controllers.
Oh,
so people would always come up. I lived behind a Magic the Gathering card shop where I'd play there on Friday nights. So not really good at Magic the Gathering.
Sounds like some sort of sitcom way.
And then people would come up with afterwards. I'd invite them up to play Smash. So I've got one of my
like literally the
friends,
dream.
Ghost in the Machine. He used to be NJW on Twitch. Like, so he's one of my best mates.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that on one of your streams. It had the like a round badge on screen. It was when you were doing the
WrestleMania.
Yeah,
that was at his house. Yeah, so I met him at the card shop. He was wearing a wrestling shirt. So I used to hide in like wrestling and games, and I guess then later on UFC was like my escape. They're like the things I love the most.
Fuck yeah.
So like we like bonded over that because we loved the same games, and he's into wrestling, and he's wearing a wrestling shirt. And then I just invited people up, and then I just made like friends. It felt like uni campus again because I missed that feeling. And then I like playing League of Legends, again watching esports again, watching the guys that I was originally friends with, or at least played against, start making it big on the Renegades, like CS wise. I started going overseas. I'm like, what the fuck? This shit's happening. I'm like, I want to get involved again. So I tried to stream on Twitch, but my internet was garbage. I tried to pay for more upload speed, but it was just shit.
That's the struggle, isn't it?
I was just streaming like Five Nights at Freddy's, and that was all I could really stream. Stuff like that.
Right. That's the Australian struggle.
Shitty YouTube clips, just bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Just stuff that was some of them got traction. A little bit got traction. One of them got like 60,000 views, and I didn't even know.
One of your videos?
I didn't even know. It was Heroes of New Earth.
They should send you like a notification or something when you like.
I made it on this account. I didn't even go back to it for ages, and we played like 5 characters of like the one thing. And it was like this dude that could make little mini stuns, whose name was like the Pharaoh or something. And we just surround people at the start at level 1. It was called level 1, 5-man gank of the same character. We'd surround him and just mini stun. He couldn't move. We were doing that to people. And I looked back one day and I was like, I found out because I went to the Heroes of New Earth forum and like I saw like a video posting section. And I posted that video. I'm like, oh, here's a video I made back in the day. Like,
you just said it and forget it.
They're like, no, you didn't. They're like, no, you didn't. Everybody's seen this video. I'm like, what are you talking about? I made this video. And I look back and there's like 60,000 views at the time.
No
I was like,
way.
Damn it, I could have just kept going on that account.
Oh, man,
that was 2010, dude. That was like way back.
That could have been the come up right there.
Yeah, because I was making videos in the mid 2000s on YouTube.
Yeah.
Just random shit I'd post. And then like CS compilations of me just doing shit to Darude Sandstorm every fucking time. There's always the music I put. Like when it's speed up. And like, I just make all the kills like in sync with the thing. Because I end up studying like video editing as well, like later on.
Oh shit, yeah,
I went back to uni for RMIT for like animation. I was originally making a cartoon. I wanted to make a cartoon with my mate. We had a bit of a falling out, and then like I moved out and all that sort of stuff. So I stopped that and I went back to uni to study. I wanted to do the video editing because I wanted to start doing production for esports.
Oh shit!
So I went to the League of Legends Wild Cards in Melbourne. Those at Margaret Court Arena, so where the tennis is at. That's where they just had the Melbourne Esports Open.
Oh,
And, where they had the Fortnite stuff as well.
Yeah, where they had the Fortnite thing. Okay,
so there's Margaret Court Arena. I watched this, and I had like some of the top like Aussie people playing, and like other people from overseas. It was like the all stars for everything that wasn't like America or Europe.
Yeah,
basically like Korea or China. So it was like every other country. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. The production's cool. And I found out that people went through the uni that I was going to go to, went through and started working with that company. So I was like, I should do that. And like the teachers knew them. So I started like learning how to use OBS and all that sort of shit.
Oh, wait, did you taught, like, did they teach you?
I taught that for myself.
Okay, yeah.
I was learning online and asking questions and just reading up on things. But I was learning how to do television production at uni and just going back and like, I already knew how to use Adobe Premiere and Photoshop. And then I started learning how to use After Effects. And I'm not as touched up on After Effects as I used to be.
I find
I can still use Premiere and Photoshop.
I find After Effects is one of the things you can learn the shit out of that. And if you stop using it for even just you come back to it, you're like, what the fuck is all this shit? I've learned After
so
Effects.
In depth, man. So
I've learned that so many times, dude. Every time I go back to it, I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this button do? And then it explodes. Most confusing shit, dude.
And I went back to learn. I wanted to learn esports because I loved League. But then, as I was at uni, Overwatch came out, like the beta came out. I was really keen on because I love Team Fortress 2. I was like, oh, this is like Team Fortress 2. This is fucking sick.
See, I missed out on that.
I love the MOBA. I love the MOBA aspect of like the abilities, but I was really good at FPS.
Yeah,
especially fast-paced FPS like Unreal Tournament, which is what Overwatch is. It's arena FPS speed.
Oh, shit.
And like Lucio, like grinding on the walls. Like I remember you could just bounce off walls in Unreal Tournament.
So what was Unreal Tournament? Because I never played Unreal Tournament. I didn't see that's the thing. I missed out on all this shit.
I played Capture the Flag, Insta-Gib.
Was that kind of like Overwatch before Overwatch? You reckon? Like was it
not really? No.
Was it something?
It was more like Quake.
What was like the most Overwatch thing before Overwatch?
Team Fortress 2.
That was pretty much like Overwatch.
Yeah, Team Fortress 2. It's exact.
Really?
Pushing the payload, all the different classes.
Oh fuck!
Capturing zones. Overwatch is essentially the next thing of it. It's the next thing. Yeah, well, TF2 was dying. Like they didn't do anything. So a lot of the proteins originally that came across, were from TF2. Team Immunity from TF2 came across.
You're right.
Which almost became a lot of them became the Chiefs. A lot of people from Pro like Quake and all that sort of stuff came across. A lot of arena FPS people. So a lot of people started merging. People from World of Warcraft. So the dude that has
I was going to ask you.
Shit. Okay, I'll get it. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
I got into esports for that shit, and I was studying it, but they weren't teaching anything to do with esports. I'm like, fuck, man. And like, as I was there, I was getting more and more. I fell in love with Overwatch, and I casted my first commentary thing because I got knocked back from this. It's gonna be funny because I know him. His name's Fugs, and he's friends with like the Paradox people and all of them now, like Bags and Bronchi, you know them,
Oh yeah.
So he's like knows them. So he ran the first. He announced the first Overwatch tournament, and I put my hand up to cast. He knocked me back, and I got so angry.
Really?
Like,
had you casted anything before?
Yeah, the counter. Remember when I broke my wrist? So counter.
Oh, you did that. Okay,
my job at musical theatre was like being an usher, so it was always public speaking. I was always talking to people.
So you had the confidence.
That's how I developed being able to like talk to a crowd even better.
Yeah.
I started like learning that way.
What was the reason? Did he give you a reason for not?
Oh, I had no experience. And he goes, "Oh, we're going with people with more experience." I'm like, "Well, how do I get experience?"
Yeah, well, you know what? That's how it is. Bullshit. That's how it is for a lot of jobs that people want to get into these days. They get knocked back because they want to get into it and they have no experience, even though they've studied it.
Yeah,
and they're like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to get experience if no one's gonna?
Yeah, and my thing was, how am I to get experience for something you don't even get paid for? Like, what the fuck? I was like, ah. So you got these two pro StarCraft 2 people. You know the guy with the dreads? The cast StarCraft 2. People might know him.
Oh, at the same time,
he goes overseas and casts like IEM and all that sort of shit.
Yeah, like right.
StarCraft 2. Yeah, he's got the dreads and shit. They got it. I was like, oh man, well, but when I watched them, they weren't very good at Overwatch. Like they're very good commentators. I don't want to like shit talk,
but they weren't
because Overwatch is so fast paced. They were StarCraft 2 commentators, so something that's a lot more. Yeah, you got a bird's eye view. You can see everything going on. You got a map.
Surely you have to know that the game inside out to cast. Saying
Well,
Like,
it just came out though, so nobody knows.
oh fuck yeah.
Nobody
So,
knows.
they,
It was
so, they,
free
so they had
game.
like a bit of a
No commentator in the world at the time was very good at it at all.
yeah.
It was so fast paced and so many things going on.
Yeah,
It was
could be a bit
crazy.
sporadic.
It was crazy. So a lot of people didn't want to. I remember I went to GameStar, the guys I originally cast Counter Strike for, and I said like, "Oh, are you guys doing anything with Overwatch? I want to cast it." And like, yeah, funny enough, we were putting on an event in a couple of days, and like the second day of its release, they were putting on a tournament.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, cool!" Like, put me down. Like, yeah, do you want to do it? I'm like, "Yeah, yeah."
Fuck
and
yeah.
like, cool. We're looking for someone. And then, do you know who Bizer is?
No,
He
probably
runs-
expect that I don't know most names. I'm
Okay,
definitely not well versed on the esports world, but I'm
This
very,
isn't like
I'm very
team-
keen to learn.
you know, like
I'm
Team Down
curious.
Under and Team OCE and all that sort of stuff. He's in
Yeah.
all of that. He does like heaps of stuff with Team OCE,
Okay.
like just esports or whatever. He's
Yeah,
I
right.
say whatever, it's something like they're pretty big. I just say whatever because I don't really know the full name.
Yeah, you're right.
He casts a lot of Rocket League for like money. He's pretty big in the Rocket League community in Australia. Like, he's
When
one
you
of the
say
big
for money,
dudes.
like he gets paid to do it.
He gets paid. He's paid.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
So
Legit.
he and I casted like a couple of times to Counter Strike with him back in the day. So he was still with the company, the organization. So he was the dude I started with. But then after that, they started pairing. Like I started with him, but then he kind of stopped and like they paired me with some other people that weren't very good, and they just didn't know how to like bounce back and forth with the conversation. And I got really frustrated. I was really frustrated because I don't like being told I'm bad at something, or I feel like I'm not doing the wrong thing.
Yeah,
And-
I mean,
But
it's
it was
never easy.
crazy back then. But I got thrown in the deep end because they were all the top players. Like the Chiefs' team was in there, Gaming at the time, and like a lot of that stuff. So one of the dudes that were in the competitions, this is dude whose shirt is this RQT.
RQT.
So this is his World Cup shirt. So I was
Right.
very lucky. Do you know who like Hey Katie? Do you know who Hey Katie is?
The name sounds
Do you
familiar.
know Oasis on Overwatch? She's in like Click, like with Overall. She doesn't live in Sydney with them, so she's
say
pretty
I
big.
do.
Over 100,000 followers on Twitch.
Oh, really?
Lots of stuff.
Shit.
So yeah, she did lots of
Just
stuff.
ask some of
himself.
these
So
people
that's his girlfriend. So like he taught me the
Wait, that's
game.
wait, that's his girlfriend.
Yeah,
Oh, she is in the gaming scene as well.
yeah. Oasis is, but the
Oh,
guy
I
named
think-
Hey Katie. His name's Jackson.
It's
It's
funny
he
'cause-
just used the name Katie just as a fucking joke.
Yeah. No. It's, wait, are you saying the other you said the other person that's got all of you, like the followers?
Oh
on-
no, that's his girlfriend. So I'm saying that's who it is. Like that's who the person is. So he was playing top Overwatch. Like he went to World Cup and everything as well.
Oh, right.
And
yeah.
like, so I was thrown in the deep end, and they knew like I kind of sucked. Like I didn't know what the fuck there is about the game. Like I never came through TF2. They all did.
Yeah.
Because I came from like I had a Counter Strike background, so I was used to something more slow paced. It's very methodical.
Yeah.
Counter Strike. There's a lot of build up, and then you have that last 30
Yeah,
seconds,
that-
30 seconds, which is crazy. So
Yeah.
the crossfires and everything, everyone's trading blows, and like that's
Yeah.
how it is. You build it up, and you can ramp it up. But this
Yeah.
Overwatch is like
Just
it's like a
yeah.
bell curve, very very fast paced. Like every minute there's a fight.
Yeah.
Breaks
yeah.
out. So, they were teaching me like the pacing of the game, and they were very, very accommodating to me because they saw that I really cared for it. I was very passionate. I would hang out in the Discord communities and like hang out with the players, play games with them, get to know them. And because I wanted to tell stories, I love to tell stories about things. I used to write things like stories as a kid and make things, and I always loved the story side of things.
Yeah.
Especially being in the musical theater stuff. So I really loved the story side of stuff. So I was never the most technical fucking sound caster. I originally just wanted to produce over esports, but
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
fucking fell into it, and I fell in love with like all the players and like everything that was going on. And I originally got one of my best mates, Matt, to come to do casting with me because I wanted someone I could bounce off with, and he was one of the guys I met on uni campus and lived with him for a while, and we used to watch heaps of LCS together and play heaps of esports games together. We were playing Overwatch together, and I got him to do it. And I know I could always, because we'd always talk about stuff in the lounge room, and everyone around us listening to our conversations about esports, like, you guys should just do this. And like we did that for like a season or two.
Yeah.
And then he was too busy. He got a job with a game development company, so he had his career already set out. So he was just kind of doing it to get me going.
Yeah.
And then I started casting with a guy named Guymer from New Zealand. He was really good. He helped me a lot, and then The next person would have been like, do you know Xenox? So he's done pretty well for himself now.
Oh, yeah,
He's casting Overwatch contenders. So I found him. So I put the call out. We need more casters. And then like someone from his like he did this thing where they were playing scrims, like little. So you know Zara in your
yeah.
So he was playing in this thing like where it was like this little community and everyone was like a pickup game. So you just like have captains and they pick teams and he was doing the commentary for that. So like just small stuff. And then someone said like he's got a really good voice. He's really passionate. You should pick him up. And someone sent a clip of it of him to me, and I was like, I don't care how good someone is. I just care about how passionate they are.
Yeah, I think really that's a big a big important point that I think sometimes people miss out on.
There's a guy that I clashed with heaps in GameStar who wanted GameStar always wanted me to commentate with this guy, but he never wanted to practice and learn about the scene, and he always gets shit talked by the community, and he'd always blame it on the community as real toxic. But like, dude, you know what? They don't want to sit there for several hours and listen to you not know anything and get all the team name wrong, all the player name wrong, get them all wrong. But when you do it time and time again, they just get annoyed, and that's when they're going to start memeing you and shit talking you because you're not trying.
Surely you wouldn't want to cast something that you're not 100% passionate about. Wouldn't it be boring for the person trying to cast it?
They're just trying to get their name out there, dude. Yeah. Just they're so cutthroat, bro. I didn't know that until later, and like they were trying to push it for this guy to do this and that, and I was like really resenting because I really cared about the game. I just cared about putting on like a good job. Like I took it all really serious. I like fucking went in deep. Yeah. Went real deep with it, and then obviously that causes tension. Like it's all different now. Like everybody's talking again, and this is a couple of years ago. This is right at the start of Overwatch.
I think when everyone's fighting for the same thing, it can get a little bit. You know, because there's always going to be someone doing a little bit better than someone else. You know what I mean? And it's always going to be someone going, "Why wasn't that me? You know, why am I not in that position? Why am I not in these offers and what?" So it can there's always going to be a little bit of tension in anything like that. It's hard to avoid it. So I can imagine if you're all fighting for the same kind of thing.
What we did was they hated me for it because we kind of made our own little group within it, and it was like me and the dude like Xenox, and then we got Gino who came in. He was really passionate about he started doing some like little side commentary stuff, and then he joined on in. He was very smart dude. So he studied like different. I think he had a law degree. He was studying, so he was very analytical.
Yeah.
So we all kind of so Xenox like had the voice and like that sort of presence. Genome was very good analytically. He could think about things. Very quirky and funny. Then we had Doctor, who was originally a player and then became the coach of like the top team that went overseas, the first team that Overwatch that went overseas. So he was very smart. And then had me, who I just loved it so much that I would write pages of like just different like scripts and just things that would just go over every play, every team. My whole room was like full of like sticky notes. Everything had to pronounce everything, and like I had like what segment coming up next. It was like a TV because I studied TV and they were showing me how to like how TV would work, like live TV would work. So I treated it like that, and I had about like a bad attitude. Like when I didn't know because of like growing up and I was like always clashing with like my family, all that sort of shit. Well, my dad. I was very competitive, very aggressive, and like I didn't like.
Do you think a lot of it was also fighting for acceptance and fighting for people to say you've done well? Do you reckon there was like a bit of that?
No, I was just like I just hated being told to do something I didn't want to do. I felt was wrong, and the people that were doing a lot of the work kind of get pushed to the side for people like the company, the organization wanted to push, put their name on things, and I don't know. We just couldn't come to an agreement because I wanted to start doing things for ESL, and those two companies didn't get along. Well, at least the owner of the company didn't get along with them, and there's a lot of like back and forth because ESL now did all the big Counter-Strike stuff, and that company GameStar used to, and it was like also like. And I got caught. They won. They always say bad shit about each other. But at the end of the day, like I don't give a fuck. Like I just want to cast Overwatch. And I remember like I did some shit. Like I didn't handle it the best. Like I'm at fault for certain things of like being a cunt about things and
like what kind of things?
Just arguing and just not not like trying to be reasonable. Like I wanted it my way, and the other person wanted his way. So we just clashed,
which is
fucking
standard.
mouth off.
Yeah,
And it was really toxic. So they just kind of, I think, it felt bad. I don't think they wanted me not to cast. They said like just before it got to the part that sucked. So like we did this for several months together. We started picking up some sponsors, and then when we got to the last, right at the end of the last season, this was what 2016.
Yep.
So I got to the last season, and like I got kicked before the finals, and everyone was asking where I was. And I didn't want to. Yeah, they kicked me because like we were clashing so much.
Really, fuck.
Yeah,
I mean, was there a bit
like,
of like regret? Yeah. Like, were you kind of like, fuck? Should I have played?
I was so upset, man. I didn't know. I avoided the computer for like at least a week.
Yeah, I can imagine because that's a massive deal.
Yeah, a lot of players. My inbox on Twitter and Discord were full of things, and like the word got around to. I went to these guys called Full Circle. They do the Pacific, so like it's in Taiwan. They do like the relay of the English dub now.
Yeah,
English
right.
They were putting on a $10,000 tournament.
Okay.
So I told them like, dude, I just want to work. Like I just want to have some like, experience, like doing something for real. Like I want to work in a studio. I want to do this and I want to do that. And they were like, okay, we'll do it, but you got to know like you're gonna have to treat it professional. You can't talk like you've talked before. Like you can't talk shit when something doesn't go your way because we're paying you. And like at the end of the day, it's our word. If you don't like something, like you're gonna have to deal with it. Because they knew like. But they knew I was really passionate, and I was very lucky that those guys took a chance on me, and then the rest of the boys. So I'm very grateful for like that little group that we started. They decided not to cast, and some of the players they decided not to be a part of any of the future stuff with that company.
So
it was very childish.
Yeah,
I respect those boys. They took a stand for me, but I have no bad blood against.
It's obviously
anybody.
A very passionate, thing. So you got cut from, you weren't able to cast that. What was it you say was the finals?
Yeah, and that's when they got hosted by like another big Overwatch stream at the time, and so they ended up in the thousands. And I was like, man, I'm missing out on all this. I was so upset, man.
So So after that, like, did you manage to get back on the train and you?
So I ended up casting a lot of like practice games between the top teams, just on my own Twitch channel. That's how my Twitch channel started. I started putting games on there, and then the players felt real bad for me, man. So I was like, fuck it, I'm doing what I want, and then we started organizing through Cybergamer, who got bought out by Let's Play Live. Cybergamer put on this weekly cup on Overwatch, but it hasn't got any teams.
Was Cybergamer an actual place in Melbourne? Or am I...
No. Oh, that might be like Cybernet or Cyber something. I think
there was like for a minute there when you just said that, because I remember there was a place in Melbourne, I believe. Maybe no, it was in South Australia. Fuck, I remember there was a place.
They're in South Australia. Cybergamer have a studio there. They did build a studio there.
Okay, so I'm thinking it's right.
I've been there before and like cast.
Okay, yeah, because I think Ruby Plays used to.
Yeah, she was sponsored by them. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So Ruby, there's a couple of others.
Yeah,
that's Steve and his and Jeremy both read that.
Okay,
so they're both heavy on the counter. They're very big in Counter Strike.
Yeah,
he has the big money, some big sponsors. So I was just running this little fucking. I said like, oh, can I just broadcast like your fucking $120 tournament, weekly tournament? And I started getting the teams to sign up. So my boy here, RQT, they got kicked from that organization. That they kicked them at the start of a tournament, at the start of the league, the one that had all the big money.
Why was that? What was the reason?
They like in the first week a team got disbanded because they took a bunch of the players and merged it on their own, and like the teams were dying. So like no, because they're meant to be like roster locks. So like no, you kicked out. So he was like, "Fuck that, I'm with you," and they joined the $120 tournament and built it with me. And then all the good teams who started joining up, it started being a thing, and I was hosting on my own channel. So I learned how to use OBS and everything like that because being around those GameStar guys, they taught me.
I mean, sure, that was a bit nerve-wracking having like. Because essentially it's under your name.
Yes.
There's a lot of nerves involved.
No, because at the time I already been through like 6 months of casting, and then I just did that, and I did practice games during the week when those tournaments weren't on, and then that just started growing, and we got to the point where we're having like 20 something teams, out of everywhere, and it was taking like all night. We were trying. It was getting crazy. I was running I was putting the podcasts on with all the players, and that's how we started the storylines. Like we were going like, you talk shit about this guy, and we'll talk shit about that.
It was what, Overwatch Weekly? Is that?
Yeah, that's
the
one.
Yeah, because I saw you had like a fair few episodes. Like you got deep on that as well. You went for like 20 episodes. Dude, or something.
They try to do there's like a rendition of it now, the overtime something now. Like back then, we had all the like all the fucking big boys came on. We were just talking smack. We were always like trying to do because I was a fan of wrestling and UFC, so like we got to create some shit because no one's advertising for us, no one cares. So let's just make good. We can do it. We can say whatever we want. Like I was always thinking, like I always liked it as a show, like to show off like everybody.
Yeah,
like because if you. My thought was like what LCS did and like TSM were so smart. They had like their own show. They'd put on like Machinima, but fuck Machinima. But then they had like their own YouTube channel, and they would show you like episodes of like the players doing their day-to-day shit and like all the drama and shit. And it makes you personally invest in this place. So when they win or lose, you become fans of them. Like you care because you could have competitions. If no one cares about if the team wins or loses, then like it's not worth anything.
Yeah.
So to actually get people invested, they have to know about the players. You can't know about it. That's why I hate a lot of fucking. I can't stand like watching a lot of commentary. It sounds like makes me sound like an asshole. Like some people are gonna hear this.
You probably judge it very critically because
they're gonna think like because I'm salty. It's not because I'm salty because I'm not casting anymore. It's because I really cared. And my thing was, because I grew up with wrestling and like all the UFC, and I love the storytelling and things.
Yeah.
And like there's no reason to care about the players. No one's going to watch the product. No one gives a fuck. That's why the CS did so well in League of Legends because people cared about the players.
Yeah, right.
So I just hear the same shit, the same default shit all the time, like over and over. So I tried to. That's what my thought was, and that's what I got decent at. And I just knew about all the players, all the teams. I had so much shit written down. I did that every day.
Yeah, it sounds like you put your heart and soul into it.
When every day I was practicing. So I would get up, I'd watch everything that happened around the scene. I try and know about all the results, everything. I had all my little birds everywhere, like the dude. Right. If anyone's watched Game of Thrones, the bald fucking dude with no dick. I was like that.
I did not know that reference.
Now, but I still got my penis somewhat. And
congrats, by the way. I'm very, very happy to hear that.
I have little birdies out there that give me everything. I try to get know everything, and would hype up all the games on the podcast, and like try and like have all the teams that were like going to verse each other. There was like a highlighted match, and get them to fucking have opposite dudes on and just talk some shit.
So here's the thing, right? So shit sound like it was popping the fuck off. So you said you're not casting anymore. So I wasn't sure if you were still partially in it. Okay.
I was doing all this stuff on my channel, doing like the practice games, showing off like those things, like the practice casting. So I was casting every day, no matter if there was a game on or not. I'll just cast someone's practice game. I wanted to be the best. I wanted to get really good because like I had like all the stories and shit, but I lacked technically. So I practiced a lot because I knew I had this.
When you say you lack
opportunity in New Zealand,
technically, what? Like technically, in what way?
Like learning how to follow the play, like when to throw it to the analyst, the color commentator, how to pace myself, when to hype, what moments to hype up, how to pronounce all the moves properly, all the abilities, not to waste my voice on useless shit.
Surely it'd be one of those things that you make one little mistake and everyone in the chat just
dude, okay, I got plenty. Dude, I was the one that got clipped all the time about meme.
Really?
They call me like a meme machine. Like you don't even care, you don't even try, and like people just clip the shit.
And that would
but like in a funny way, because I'd get so in my element.
Yeah.
Like the first so when I was practicing like crazy, I knew in advance I was going to go cast in New Zealand.
Yeah, right.
And then this guy named Cam Russell, who put on this tournament for like $10,000 up with his own money, and like he was originally with Let's Play Live, and then like he set up his own studio in an old nightclub in Auckland, and they got Russell, his name's Spicy Salsa, Russell Daniels is his name, and they got him as the head production guy, and he used to work for TVNZ, which is the big television company there. He was a producer on the news, so he knew his shit. He's an amazing dude. But he was very like, you got to do it this way, that way. So I tried to he was very lenient with me because he knew I really cared. He was very good to me. They were very good. That was the most fun I've ever had casting because I had the boys that I started with come across with me as well. We all got flown over, stayed in hotels. I stayed at the guy's house. Ended up staying there for a while in New Zealand. The guy's
Fuck, sounds
house,
like the
we ran
dream.
everything,
Sounds
dude.
like the,
Yeah, and we just played. We just talked about games, and he was so passionate and like cared about a lot of things. And I just learned a lot from everybody there. So
Yeah.
I got to cast guys who still do it now. The Overwatch contenders. So there was Avril and Pixie, and I got to hang out with them. And Avril's been at the time. I thought, oh, did you crash? Oh no,
No, it's still here. My net
like,
might.
ooh.
Yeah, my net might have dipped for a sec. It's all good.
It's still doing it.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, it's going like back and forth.
Yeah, it's smooth on. Oh, it does say yeah. It says on mine the videos on orange or yellow. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it's dipping now. That's weird because it's not dipping anywhere else. Very odd. Yeah, you're coming through still perfectly fine. Am I breaking up? Can you hear me? My
No,
voice?
I can hear you fine. It's just the video.
Oh yeah, your video just lagged a bit. Oh weird. Yeah, it shouldn't be unless Tay's doing a upload. Let me just double check. Give me 2 seconds. I'll just double check that she's not uploading for a second.
Yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's uploading, so that's very odd. Yeah, it's just Australian internet, huh? Australian internet. Because I'm streaming off my mobile phone's internet. But my
it's very
my Discord's on the home internet.
okay. I think it's smooth now.
Yeah, it's still on red. Still on
Is it?
red. Yeah. Which is a bit weird. So obviously, the home internet's- yeah, we can. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. The voice is fine, so it shouldn't really matter.
Can is the voice laggy for them in Twitch?
No, it's all
You
good.
said it's fine. Okay.
Oh no, well, it's exactly the same as what I hear.
Do they? Yeah, but so do they say? Is my voice lagging for people in stream?
It wouldn't be. It's literally just patching through from what I hear on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, no, it'll be all good for them. Yeah. They'd let me know if it was lagging through. Yeah. It's just,
you're talking about the red bar and like yellow bars in Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, not the actual stream.
No.
Okay, this would be Discord then. Discord would be having a problem.
Yeah. No, because the stream's perfect. I'm running off two different.
Well, it's not your net. It's
no,
Discord.
it's probably they run off two different things. So my OBS runs off my mobile internet, and my Discord runs off my home net. So my home net's just struggling a bit at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. All good.
The camera might be a bit laggy for a little bit, but as long as I'll let you know if the voice is fucking up. But
all right,
yeah, we should be.
Anyway, like those guys gave me that chance to go across, and then I remember I was shaking so much, dude. I was so nervous because I only got to that spot because of the community support in Overwatch. I only got there because of that, and like the boys that helped me as well. So I feel like fuck. I don't want to let people down. I don't want to be shit because I'd bomb out real hard and like no one would care because there was 8 commentators that event. So everything was just like they kind of just took all the Overwatch commentators that were really pushing it.
Yeah.
And then they kind of just you had to really fight for your spot there, like because no one was guaranteed to cast anything really. Like because when there was a lot of group stages, there was heaps of that shit. Because we had all the top teams from Southeast Asia and like Japan, all these other fucking also countries in Southeast Asia and above in Eastern Asia. So there was a lot of top talent. Bunch of people who are now like either playing in contenders still or they're in the Overwatch League. So it was pretty fucking full on.
Yeah, right.
And I was really nervous because in front of cameras and everything. And,
yeah.
And it's like a full on production.
What kind of numbers? What kind of numbers was this going to get pushed out to?
It's a couple of thousand at least.
Yeah, I mean you got to be a little bit nervous about that.
If you're not nervous, pretty crazy.
You're not here.
Yeah, I was shaking. I was shaking so much. I was like struggling to breathe. And, like one of the girls that worked on the crew, she was really good, man. She was like trying to calm me down and all that. And,
yeah, nice.
And then I remember like I didn't want to like I was so super competitive because I wanted to make sure like I wanted to be the best there. Like I wanted to do like because everybody would like talk. They wanted me to cast it, and like I felt like I had to fucking. I feel like I was like the community, the guys' community, the caster that the community chose to be like their dude. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to fucking stand up and do this shit. And I was really shaky for the first like little while, but then what got me in the groove? I said like, dude, I said to everybody, I said like, hey, I'm just I'm shaking right now, guys. Like, I'm so nervous. I kind of just try to be myself. I didn't try to be anybody else.
Yeah.
And like that's what always helped me like with casting. I kind of just be in my little bubble with my mate Doctor, who was the guy I was casting with.
Yeah.
And then he made a mistake with when the camera cut back, he accidentally stood up like this. And I remember just joking. I just go like, "Hey, mate, I know you're excited because like you sit down to talk to the camera during between the two maps or whatever, or before like you go into the game, and then when you throw it in, you usually stand up to commentate. You don't usually see that part because you got screens built into the desk and you stand up.
Okay.
You can get like a lot more of your fucking voice out. You're not.
That's true. That makes a lot of sense.
And you can like get into it, dude. Because I'd be so animated. I'm like
so that's
like hitting. People only give me space. Otherwise, I'm like hitting people.
Yeah, fuck, that makes a lot of sense.
We're cutting back because I usually wait until we're in there and like the production says like, okay, now you can stand. You can do whatever you want. They'll tell you in your ear. You always have someone in your ear, like kind of guiding you
straight for the
So he stood up and then cut back. I said, "Oh, don't worry about him. Like he's just sorry, you got to get into the game." And like I hear like production laughing and all that, and they said like really good shit about it. Like that's what they want to see is like you just roll with.
Yeah, I think you have to learn to adapt.
Just cover over like any mistakes and just make people laugh.
Yeah.
And then as soon as that happened, like because I was really worried about making a mistake and then getting in trouble for it. But as soon as I saw a mistake happen and I kind of joked about it and everybody laughed and nobody cared and they thought it was good, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like I felt really comfortable and then I just ran with it the entire time. And then and then I had some like still like I listened back, they're like some of the most like passionate like games I ever casted that because I knew every fucking player and I was really like happy like for the players to where they're at now, like they really worked for that spot and like everybody's working together and then that opened up the door to like way more opportunities. It was crazy. So I went back to like putting more things on my channel and then the guys from Cybergamer, they said like they want to start a league. They're going to take some of them. I'm not going to tell you, I shouldn't know that. They said they're going to fund Overwatch competition with like 10 grand and they're like, fuck yeah, I get to fight it at Adelaide. So I went and did that. I did some things in Melbourne. So I was just casting everything that was coming up. I was just doing it. Yeah, so
it sounded like you were just way in it.
Yeah, I was everything, and like everybody's having so much fun. But then, one night I smoked too much, of a certain substance when I was at a hotel with like a bunch of the players from like a LAN event, and I freaked out. And I just started thinking everybody's like hates me. I just for some reason I thought everybody's talking shit about me. Like I never thought about it. Like I started thinking too much.
So do you reckon you already had slight thoughts of that? And because you said like that substance can kind of heighten feelings, or
but that night I did because they were talking bad about other people. I'm like, they were talking about me.
That's always
talking about me. I felt like they were laughing at me.
That's always the funny thing when like people badmouth other people too much to other people, and when they start to seem to just badmouth everyone, you kind of go, well, fuck. Are you sure you don't badmouth about me than other people? Like it kind of they always
get worried about me.
Yeah, well, but I think at that point that's their fucking problem because
I got bullied, getting bullied in school and having people talk shit. And it just reminded me of that. I just had flashbacks. I freaked out, and then obviously they told people, and some people laughed about it. I remember getting to some games, Overwatch, and there were people saying like, "Don't freak out, don't lose your mind."
Oh, really? People like kind of giving you shit.
Yeah. People posted about it like in Discord servers and shit. I was like. I felt
was it just people? Were people just talking about it, or was there like a video out? Like it's kind of weird.
No, there's no video.
Really?
I thought some guy was filming, but obviously like he wasn't. I was just freaking out. I was freaking out, and I just left. I left, and I went to my
so
friend's
just the people
house.
out there just said
they just didn't know what the fuck was going on, and then they just obviously told people I freaked out, and then like obviously kids get word of that, just dickheads, and then weird. It made me like I took a little break from everything for like a couple of weeks, and people didn't know where I went. And then, like, I was really the boys that were the commentators kind of helped me get back into it, and then, I got back into the swing of things. It was fine, and everything was all good. Then, what happened when we had all this Overwatch stuff planned, and then Blizzard didn't want anyone running tournaments that weren't like their endorsed tournaments, so we couldn't have any more big prize pool tournaments. So for a long time, all we had. All the top players that were, getting all these teams to pick them up now with names and being able to travel to like LAN finals and shit. because ESL did one as well. Yeah, because I did the qualifiers for that, but I never flew to Sydney because I didn't want to pay for my flights. That was like the thing. They're like, you can come cast, but we're not paying for your flights.
It's kind of fair though. If it's a job, I mean, was the job paying at that point?
Well, I got flown to New Zealand, and I got flown to Adelaide, and then when they said they wouldn't fly me to Sydney, I was like, well, these other places flew me that was smaller than you.
Yeah, I think there's at some point that, I think having to pay for your own flight for that can be a bit...
Well, I said, don't just pay for my flights, don't pay me. I just wanted to go there and cast. Don't pay me, just pay for my flights. But they wouldn't do that. So
yeah, right.
And I was like, I was just got really pissed off. And anyway, no one could run anymore. So they couldn't run all the companies couldn't run anything anymore. And that was like bad news for me because like I put all my eggs in this basket. I was to get this what I put a lot of time and effort towards, and there was no money. No one could run any tournaments. So I was like, fuck you, Blizzard. Like, I was so mad. I was so angry. And all the top players were now earning Blizzard dollars. That was the only tournament that was ring ran, was the Overwatch Open.
Yeah, right.
I put that on my channel. Everyone fucked off in the scene, basically. There was a tournament in Asia, like the boys in New Zealand were casting. I got offered to cast that, go over to New Zealand and cast that, but I'd have to stay there for like X amount of weeks, like 10, 11, 12 weeks or something. But living, they wouldn't really pay me enough to be able to like afford it to go over there, and I said no the first time.
So is this the reason why you don't do it now? Is it just that?
I'm not there. Yeah, I started like putting it on my own channel. I wanted to keep going, and the boys would come and cast on my channel. And that's how I got my channel partnered, because I was like the only one still doing Overwatch in Australia. And then I asked, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I just really cared about Overwatch, and we couldn't get any front page. So because all the other broadcasts would be on the front page, so now like our fucking numbers are way down. So it's just on my channel, and I'm just an affiliate. Even then, I didn't even think I accepted any affiliate thing. Like, I just throw it on my channel, and I felt like shit because I was like, this is not like, all these guys are really good, and like some of these dudes here, like the World Cup guys, like he gave me his shirt. He only had like one other with his name on it, so he gave it to me. Yeah, because like we'd go out to like GG Easy Bar and stuff. He used to live in Melbourne, he lives in Sydney now, and I made like really good friendships with a bunch of the players, and like it just fucking sucked. Like he got to go overseas and play. He's the only team that made it out. So everybody was trying to leave the Australian scene and go out. They were trying to play teams overseas and try and get their team picked up from over there. So no one gave a fuck about Australia. So I was like, damn, I'm going to do something. So someone gave me the contact to Lewis from Twitch, and I told him like the situation, and he's like, yeah, like all I asked was for front page. And he goes, yeah, we'll do that. And I was like, cool. And he goes, all right, give me details or whatever. And the next thing I know, like my channel got partnered. I was like, okay.
Wait, you asked for front page and your channel got partnered from that?
Yeah.
Like,
and I was like,
before you got put on?
Yeah, because like most people that go like do like esports, like they'll partner your channel, so they'll put you on the front page rotation or whatever. So. I was like, okay.
You didn't ask for partnership?
No.
Really? And that's awesome.
That's why people are annoyed though. People got mad at me.
But that's almost like.
People joke. Like Shay Steve jokes it all the time. It's like, oh, you just fucking fell into it, dude. You just fell into it.
Like
you just fell into it.
No, fuck.
I get mad. Like some people say I've never earned it, but I was like, do you know how long I grinded Overwatch? Like the shit that I grinded through to do that when nobody else wanted to do it at that point. Just the
people don't think about the come up story. People just they only ever see the success, and then they judge how people got there. They don't see the struggles. Always building up to it. They might think they see the struggle, but they don't know the half of it usually.
When I was in Adelaide casting Overwatch, I met a guy named Judge who had this thing called Aussie Game TV, and he's kind of I think he now works for like Evolve. He works for Evolve Management Talent.
Is it just?
It's got like a bunch of Overwatch players.
Is his name just Judge, or is it Judge something else?
No,
because I know there's
Judge is his nickname, but his name's like Matthew.
Judge Brand? Is
Judge Brand. That's him. That's his last name's Brand. It's Matthew
that's
Brand.
what. Oh, okay,
yeah. They're all from Adelaide.
I was wondering if that's who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I met him, and he was really nice to me. And he said like, "Oh, you want to do like some other stuff?" And, like he was running an agency. He said, "You can get me some more work." So I said, "I'm not getting paid anything now from Overwatch. It's gone."
Yeah.
So he got me involved with Rocket League, and Counter Strike, because I had Counter-Strike background, so I was able to switch into that pretty quick.
Yeah,
So I was picking up work with there with ESL and all that other stuff. So I just started rolling with it. So I was doing during the week. I was doing the Overwatch stuff on my own channel, and then I was doing Rocket League and CS:GO at the same time. And then I had a choice. I got a call from the guy. I'm pretty sure the guy that runs the stuff in Cybergamer. One of his best mates works for ESL, and he told them about me. I was there helping set up all the computers, just did all this shit that I didn't get extra shit I didn't get paid for. He really liked my attitude. He really liked everything, and then I think he recommended me to them. And this guy that was originally meant to do this gig for HP Computers, these guys like Omen, because they were sponsoring Overwatch. They were doing the World Cup tour. But this particular World Cup, this guy was they were doing this truck, this big black and red truck that was going around the country, and with at Comic-Con, PAX, and at EB Games Expo, and they had like 6 laptops each.
Yeah.
Like,
did they drive that truck into the?
Yeah, they drove it in everything.
Yeah, that was actually in the fucking PAX thing. Yeah, I did. That's all
crazy.
I was thinking, I've seen that shit somewhere. Yeah, fuck.
It was crazy. I had an offer for that, and then the company Full Circle, the guys in New Zealand, had an offer for me as well to go over there and cast the Southeast Asian tournament, English broadcast. And I was like, which one? And I had a feeling because Overwatch Contenders was going to come out. I had a feeling like, okay, ESL are probably going to get it. I want to side with them, and that will give me my best chance to be like the Overwatch commentator for like the new Pro League that starts again in Blizzard. So I was like, oh, fuck, which one do I go? I feel a while. I was real stressed. I didn't know which one to pick, and I went with the ESL one. I thought like, okay, it's with Blizzard. It's like with HP. It's with everybody there, and then I thought I'd just be commentating the games on the truck. So I picked that. I signed it. The guy, the guys from Aussie Gaming TV, kind of helped me with that. I was really dumb. I was like really dumb and naive. They wanted to like help me and protect me about shit, and I was like, I didn't listen to anything. I was so naive, like about how like companies worked and all that sort of shit.
So you just kind of signed your life away for certain things.
Oh, dude, I was just so dumb.
Didn't read the fine print.
And then the guy, and then like first day I was there, dude, I just clashed heads with the guy. Like I got along awesome with the HP guys.
Yeah.
I clashed heads with the fucking dude that was running it all. Ooh. And like,
in what way? Like when you say clashed head, like
okay,
what was
the first conversation that we had on the work site was me asking like, why are you hosting the server this way, like the Overwatch server?
So
and he said because he wanted to have elimination, like you want to be like team deathmatch or team elimination or something. So when you die, you're out. Because I think because he's used to like League of Legends, Counter-Strike, all that. He'd never like really pay attention to Overwatch at all. I'm like, I'm used to working with everybody who knew everything about Overwatch, and I was like, what? Why are you doing that game mode? He goes, well, it's in the game. People obviously play it. And I was like, his answer. I was like, okay. I said, you want the whole idea was to get people up on the truck and introduce them to Overwatch and play it, like families and kids and all that. So I was like, you're going to have people come up who barely know the game. You're introducing it to them. Then they're obviously going to die. They're going to get eliminated because they don't know how to play. And then they sit there. Nothing else to do because you're eliminated. They're just going to walk away. Like people are just going to complain. That's not fun for anybody. I said, you're going to get complaints or whatever. And like, I told the HP people about it. And like, this isn't, you shouldn't set it up this way. You shouldn't set up this way. Ooh. And then he didn't like me like that because I was going behind his back.
I mean, I can see it from his perspective. Like, I know obviously you would have meant, well, man, you come in, you step on someone's turf and that person will straight away. They will resent you.
He's very like, he wants respect. Like he was very, like he's not I didn't think he's a bad person, but I fucking thought it just reminded me, because you know how I told me about the work, how like the work where people treat me like shit.
Yeah.
It's just like, things flashing back, man. I was like, fuck this.
Similar
dude,
kind of vibe.
I was like, fuck this dude. Like he obviously didn't deserve all that fucking anger towards him.
Yeah.
But like I fucking thought he was the worst. Like I thought he's the worst.
Did that have some sort of like blow up at some point? Or was it just a civil kind of?
Okay. So after half an hour of that elimination thing, there were so many complaints they had to switch it to like what I suggested.
Oh really?
And so like HP people were listening to me a lot, and they're like I was getting all buddy with them, and then they'll ask me after lunch and shit. Cool. And then one of the girls I invited up to come up to the truck wanted to get some sponsorship stuff, but I was like, just come and like wait to talk to them later or whatever. I can't. I
Hmm.
said, but she came out of the truck and then like she was like nudging me to like get them to talk to her. So after like we finished briefing, I let them talk to her and I was like introduced them and like he got so mad at me like because I was calling him out for mistakes. He saw that I made a mistake. He threw me right under the bus, man. I remember like a week later when we was like working at EB Games Expo. Like I had a lot of this was in Sydney at the time, so it would have been like Comic Con. So I was like riding real high. A lot of like I was like I had like the only paid Overwatch job at the time. So the guy, remember like the guys from Cyber Gamer and the dude from like he was mates with the dude from ESL that was really originally going to have that gig. You know, put my name forward for it, and so you know it was my first time really working with them, at least in that aspect of like a bigger production, nothing that was just online, like something that was actually live, and so they're rolling the dice with me, I guess. So I'm the newest one there, so I get like a phone call of them like one of the project manager guys just yelling at me on the phone for like not respecting authority and like inviting people up into briefing meetings because if I was there I'd fucking kick you out myself and tell you not to come back and going off and like I wasn't even allowed to explain myself. He had the other dude on the phone who was just throwing me under the bus and just I felt like so belittled. It reminded me about that guy.
So he did that without you there. You just had no voice at that point.
Yeah, this was over the phone. Yeah, I just felt like everything sunk, man. I felt everything sink. Like I felt so shitty because we were at this was after the EB Games Expo on the Gold Coast. So this is crazy because like on the first leg in Sydney, I got to work with Bazagaza, and the next one I got to work with Lucifer. So I started working with these content creators and you know, Lucifer put me in a video and like you know plugged me.
What kind of video? Like what? Video?
Just her on the truck and like hanging out and like it was just me and her going back and forth on the mic. And he got really mad that I was letting her hold the mic. Even though HP were okay with it.
It sounds like he was at the point where he
he
just had it out for you.
Yeah, he definitely had it out. I didn't make it easy for myself at all. Like,
yeah, it sounds like you threw yourself right into that spot.
Because like this is before the phone call, so obviously I was going like head to head with him.
Yeah.
And like he goes, oh, they might not be happy with that. So I went up to HP himself. Like I'm pretty like I like to talk like face to face. You got a problem? Like I like to talk about it at least. So I went to the guys at HP. I'm like, are you guys okay with that? Like what we did? I'm like, yeah, man, it was awesome. And I said like, yeah, they said they're okay with it. And then he went and told the boss, like, and I went behind his back and like told HP, and like, I was just trying to look out for him though. In my mind, like, I didn't want to get into trouble. I didn't want him to get in trouble for something I did, so I was just looking out for him. But instead, he kind of twisted it, and I just added up all this shit. And then I got fucking thrown under the bus, man. And they were like yelling at me, and like, and they said like, you got one more chance or whatever. You better make the most of it at PAX. So I just felt like the worst. I didn't want to be there anymore. All I wanted to do was cast Overwatch. I was just trying to look for a way to get into contenders. And like, and I was trying to tell them, like, I was trying to talk to the head of ESL in Australia, like, you know, man, I just really want to just cast, man. Like, I really just want to do this shit. And then I just felt so miserable up there, bro. Like, I hated it. Like, people thought, like, people coming up and like, they could tell. The only thing that got me through was like some of the people that I know now on my stream, like Miss Jelly, Sunsetter. A couple of those boys, I met them all through those conventions. So them coming up and meeting me because I was on the mic and I was always interacting with the crowd. So I was at PAX. I worked with Muzelk. I was like shitting myself. And he kind of helped me get through it. He was really nice to me, man. I got to hang out with a couple. He seems like a good dude. Afterwards, yeah, they were all really lovely.
Yeah.
And then, man, it was fucking brutal. I fucking hated it, man. And like, I just felt like I just had a fucking target on my back. I was just ready. I felt like a lot of the time, like because everything's so cutthroat, like there's only limited positions. You basically have a gun to your head. It feels like. Yeah, I just gave them all the bullets they needed to fucking fire away.
Do you regret the way you went about it, even though you feel like probably right still about how you felt about it? But do you feel like do you regret the way you handled it?
Yeah, I feel like I had a pretty bad team environment attitude because I was used to doing things my way.
Yeah.
But when I worked in New Zealand, they're pretty catering to me because it was my first time. They're all pretty good to me. And then when I went to Adelaide, he let me do whatever the fuck I want. He let me call the shots.
Yeah, right.
His teams are crazy. His team's fucking awesome.
So you had
he let me do whatever I wanted.
Of just being able to run it, So you went into this environment where you were very much having to just conform.
Yeah, and I was very used to doing things my way, and like I was always the dude that was kind of like the little ringleader of the group or whatever. Just naturally happened that way because there was always one trying to like push forward.
Yeah,
and it's like I always had it where like I felt like I was always the one in control. So I just felt like, I don't know, I was just trying to give them my advice. Like I was trying to do shit. And obviously he took it the wrong way. Like I was having to go at him, but I'm trying to get the best out of the situation that we're in. I'm trying to put on like the show and and I just have fun with it or whatever. And I was getting along with HP and having so much fun with all those guys. And
So
yeah,
what-
he's just
so-
fucking. I was like, man, I was so after that whole ordeal. Like, I don't want to do this shit anymore. Like, I don't want to do that. It made me feel so shit.
You didn't want
Made me
to.
feel so shit.
Did you not
And-
want to cast anymore? Was the passion for casting still there?
Well, because I felt like, man, these guys fucking hate me. They're going to be doing Overwatch contenders, and this dude, I got
So
told
it'd be-
this guy is going to be running like the head of production stuff.
Nah,
I'm
shit.
like, he fucking hates me. Like, I'm not going to be able to cast that.
Did you try
But
and?
then-
Did you ever try and like
Oh.
reconcile with him? Did you ever try and?
I tried to, like I said, if there's anything that's wrong, like anything you want me to improve on, let me know.
Hmm.
And when one call, they come back to RTX Expo in Sydney last year in Feb, just before contenders. And like the head of, I kept pestering the head of ESL, like I want details and contenders. I want details. I want to be able to be a part of it. He's like, oh, maybe, or whatever. And then like, I tried to do what I could there. I worked with Loser Fruit again. She was like the only thing that really cheered me up there because she like.
well, put in a good
before
word. Can
then,
we get her on the
because-
podcast? Lol.
Yeah, no, she's cool, man. Like you might be able to. It's like
Maybe
she's
one day.
Cool, man. I thought like,
Dream big.
well, like I went to like a GG Easy bar. One of my mates invited me there, and she was there like with the group, like the same group that I was going with. Like they were also friends with her because one of the girls is, you know, Arcane Luna.
I've heard the name.
Yeah, she used to live like 5-10 minutes from me, and like we just streamed together, and like we got to know each other or whatever. And like she's friends with Loser Fruit, so like she invited her along, and I had like one of the guys that was currently casting like the head, the top Korean Overwatch scene and like League of Legends over there. He used to cast OPL, Atlas. It's
Okay.
Atlas. He always had like really nice hair and stuff. He was Max.
Man.
And then
jealous
yeah,
of you,
and
man.
he was like giving me like I was just picking his brain, dude. Because I remember watching him when I was
Yeah.
like watching all the League of Legends pro stuff, and like he's
It
casted
must have been a big
like
deal meeting.
been at World Championships for League of Legends. Like he's casted that.
So
So
where does it go from here? Like, is that
I worked at RTX, the Rooster Teeth Expo,
okay? Yeah.
and then I knew like the head of ESL dude said like, "Hey, I'll be there on the last day, and we can talk about the Overwatch and all that sort of shit." And the guy, I remember like the people from Rooster Teeth were doing like a filming thing, and they wanted to film the truck, and the people there told me like, yeah, just show them everything, whatever. So like, okay. So I showed him around, and I gave him a tour, and then I opened the door.
So you were still part. This is the Omen truck.
Yeah, I did one more with them. I was really reluctant to do it.
Okay.
He called me. He goes, "Hey, do you want to do one in RTX? You want
Just
to do
to let
RTX
you-
with this?"
okay.
So I was like, "Oh, maybe he doesn't hate me.
Yeah, because that's
Maybe
like
he
that's
doesn't."
like
I was
that's
like,
a
we hadn't
sign, right?
spoken like all Christmas or whatever. I kind of
Shit.
thought it was like I was moving on from that, and I was I
Mm.
don't even know what it is. I started doing some streaming. That's when I met like Bronchi and a few of the others, and I started
Yep.
doing my own streaming because I had a partner channel then.
Yeah, fuck.
So I was
Run
like,
with it,
oh, I might
dude.
just do
Run
some
with it.
streaming myself. So I was just kind of messing around playing Overwatch and whatever. So I
Yeah.
had people from the Overwatch scene come on and watch me. So it was like my original viewers.
Yeah.
And then I was pretty small, like only a couple hundred fucking followers. So just people that have followed the channel from tournaments. So, and then I was still hosting the Overwatch Open. So like the thing that for Blizzard money, because that was still the only tournament. And then Blizzard made some dumb rule about no third-party streams for something that was for free, and they people were
shit.
threatened. And I was like, "Oh, I got a partner channel. I don't want to get like copy striked or something."
Yeah.
So I didn't do it, so I stopped. But then we found out they overturned it, and then like the next season they said, "It's okay now."
Okay.
And it was just so fucked, and like so I didn't get to stream it at all. So that's why I started streaming my own shit.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'll do that, and then I was still doing some Rocket League on the side. Did a little bit with Throwdown, but like I couldn't commit. They got upset with me because I couldn't commit. I could only do. I wanted to do 2 days a week, but I read everything wrong, and apparently there's only 2 days a week for the first bit, and then it was going to be 1 day a week. So I said like, oh fuck, I can't do 1 day a week. I can't afford to fly to Sydney and back for 1 day
shit.
worth of
They
work.
wanted you to fly.
So I'm really upset.
Oh man.
Yeah, they're really
Okay,
upset about
yeah.
that. They're mad at me. Yeah, so I kind of feel bad about that because they really wanted to like help me. They were really good to me, and I kind of felt like I fucked them over.
So do you think?
So-
So you started streaming your own shit. Do you
Yeah.
think that's kind of just that took over your, because in a way
Yeah,
that's
a
like
bit there.
shoutcasting in a way, you know what I mean? It's pretty much.
Well-
and I know you do a lot of that kind of, you have your WWE.
It's
So
kind
you
of
do the
like,
Royal Rumble, and
because I feel comfortable doing that. It makes me
yeah,
feel
which
more
is a lot of fun.
comfortable.
People love that shit, and I feel like there's
So
less pressure. You get to do your own thing.
yeah, I can swear.
Yeah. Oh, that must have been so hard, dude.
I still had my casting stuff still hadn't finished yet at this point. So like
Yeah. Right.
I opened it when I was taking Rooster Teeth. They were filming it for their YouTube channel or whatever.
Okay.
And a bunch of the people from the Rooster Teeth company there, like a bunch of their personalities come on, and like I was showing them around. I opened the door to like the production. They want to see like the room, so I was
Yeah.
like, okay, like I guess they said show everywhere, so I did that. And then that producer dude, my supervisor, the one that I was clashing with, got real mad at me.
Yeah.
He's like saying, "You can't do that. You can't do that," or whatever. And he's getting mad, and he goes, "They're not going to like it." And then the HP people came across. And they said, "Oh, awesome job, man!" They're like, "They're gonna be so mad at you, bro." And then they came across and like, "Good job, man! That was awesome." And then he went along with like, "Yeah, man!" Like blah blah blah. As soon as they left,
shit.
then he went back to being an asshole to me.
What a fake.
Then that's when it clicked. I'm like, "You just fucking want me to be miserable. That's all you want."
Some people.
Like, I know I put myself
really,
in that position, but man, you want me to be miserable.
I mean,
and
this might be like the go-to kind of thing, but maybe there was a slight sense of he felt threatened.
Like,
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I'm like, all I wanted to do was cast Overwatch. That's all I cared about.
Yeah.
And then the head of ESL dude came across, and then he said, yeah, we might go with you, man, but first of all, we're going to go with those two guys from New Zealand. And like, my heart sank because I could have been over there casting. Yeah. I chose this over that because I thought this was the path to take me to the contenders to do the pro scene. I'm like, well, I could have just avoided all of this and just went to New Zealand and just had fun with the guys I originally had fun with.
Yeah.
And I could have just been a part of it. But no. And that was, I didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't fucking bitch online. I didn't say anything. I kept my mouth shut. I didn't know what to fucking do.
Why do you think that is? Why do you feel like you couldn't have said anything?
Oh, because the guy would have fucking told him how bad I was, and like I didn't listen, and blah blah blah, and like he made me feel so. My confidence went way down, man.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I've been in a similar position,
so bad. Like I was so dreading it and just so scared to like just be there, like 'cause I just felt like I'm just walking on eggshells, and they're just ready to fucking tear me a new one, dude. And then
shit.
I don't know what to do. And then, like they would probably obviously see different in their perspective. I don't know. Like we didn't really talk after that. We didn't talk again at all. And like I didn't hear anything. And then the only thing I had was the guy who's currently casting Overwatch with them and Xenox. He started doing PUBG when like Overwatch had nothing going on, so he got involved with PUBG. There was this tournament, the PUBG Invitational in Australia, like Zimo, because I was just ready to hang it up. I started getting back into streaming. I was just mostly streaming on my own shit. I just was like, hey, I'm probably done. Like, I don't fuck anymore. I didn't have any motivation anymore. So this was last year.
Okay.
And then like this is mid last year, and then we had this tournament come on, this big one with all these PUBG teams from overseas. Blue Hole with themselves putting on this tournament.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
It was really big. I didn't think it was going to be that big. And then he said, like, yeah, you should come. Like, they said, like, they need a host. You want to host it? Because I'm in Melbourne, because they weren't looking to fly any of the Australian talent around. Well, their budget was going to the Chinese people that they were flying across. So they just wanted people from Melbourne. But the thing is, because all the esports studios are in Sydney, most of the talent lived in Sydney. So I was like, oh, they didn't really have many to choose from. I didn't really did anything with PUBG, so I signed on as a host. But then they found out that there wouldn't be any breaks for the commentators. So they were like, fuck, we have to get another host. And they told me, we'll have 3 commentators and you become a commentator, and we'll get Fastfy ended up being like Lucifer. So she's Lucifer. She's a professional streamer and all that.
Fuck yeah.
So Fastfy became the host. So I was like, I got shifted like late the last minute. And I was like, okay, I'll do it or whatever.
Right.
That's fine. And then I had to learn PUBG real quick.
Yeah.
This is the biggest thing I've ever casted. I was like, fuck. Like, I remember, like, before, like, I practiced so much for everything else I've ever done. Like, I felt I was out of shape because I got depressed, started eating a lot, I put on weight, and I was fucking miserable. Confidence down low.
Well, was this mid last year?
What? Yeah. Do you know there's that big PUBG thing, and had all those teams up there, had all these crazy lights. It was it wasn't that big of a crowd. Yeah, I did that, and there was like lots of people watching. Apparently, like 7 million people watched in China or something.
Oh fuck!
It was like the Chinese. It's not just me, but I think they use this for some ads or whatever.
Okay.
But then, like the first day, I was so shit. Like I had Stabbies who casts
Yeah, I know the dude.
PUBG.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in the same town as me. He doesn't live too
Okay.
far from me.
Oh, fuck.
So he came and then like he, obviously saw that I was probably struggling the first day. The other Xenox did a lot to like try and cover up and keep me going. I did most of the play-by-play, hype stuff up, blah blah blah. So Stabbies was teaching me things. Like in between each cast, he got me through it and he was handing me notes and stuff. He really got me through it because I was struggling, man. Like, and then the next 2 days were pretty fun because people were saying horrible shit online, man. They're like, "Who's this potato?
Fucking
get cancer. I hope this fucking
brutal.
potato gets cancer. Put this potato in the microwave, give him cancer." Yeah. Even in like the Australian PUBG scene, like in the Discord, like someone said, like, "Oh, I'll put this potato in the microwave and give him cancer."
A lot of
Shit
hate.
like that.
A lot of hate.
Dude, I was like,
man.
oh, and like I when we had I had to give like a speech to like this dinner with all the business partners, like the governor of Victoria and all these fucking people. I was like, what the fuck? Like I got paid to do. I only said it because I wanted the extra money because I was like, I was out of a job. Like I invested all my time into casting.
Wait, you did it? Wait, what?
Yeah,
The
governor of Victoria was there. All these fucking
what was
people.
it for? Like what was
to introduce PUBG to like the state of Victoria because they're putting on this big tournament.
Oh,
yeah, it was
shit.
at the exhibition center, so it was pretty big.
Yeah,
and then I'm like, oh fuck, and like I just had all the players were there, so I got to sit there and pick their brains. And they'll tell me like I was asking them like what I did in Overwatch. I was asking them about their backstory, so I just had a notebook and I was just writing everything down.
Yeah, man.
And that's what I did with me. And then I was very lucky that the team that did one of the best was this team from Queensland that met each other together at a LAN center. And they were very, very nice to me. They told me all about their stuff. And that ended up being like the showcase team for Australia to highlight them and another team, Atletico, who one of their big players used to be in the Overwatch scene when I casted it. So the two teams that did well, I knew history about, and they helped me through it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so fucking lucky, dude. I am so lucky.
Yeah,
and then the last 2 days were pretty good because the first day was just solos. It was just solo. It was really hard to follow. But as soon as we came to teams and telling the story, I was back into my mode again. And then, but then afterwards, people were telling me, like, you should cast some PUBG or whatever. But then, I felt like I was trying to get people kind of blocking me out of that because they didn't want to lose any of their casting spots. So because I wasn't there first, so it was really hard because people were telling me like, "Oh, you're not casting this anymore. You're going to do the secondary stream." But I was like, I already got told I was going to do this one, and I was like, "Fuck this! I'm just going back to this my own channel." I just had sick of everything. I was like, "Fuck, it's all politics and shit."
Like you started out telling the story pretty much by saying it's quite cutthroat. Man, hearing this fucking story, it sounds like the most cutthroat industry when it comes to gaming. It sounds brutal. I mean,
I was so bitter for so long, man. So bitter. Seeing like other people in the place that I feel like I should have been in, but then, it was really hard to watch Overwatch get commentated by other people, and then I had people message like, where's Bobby or whatever, and like spam my name everywhere, and people on Twitter are doing like little protests and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to cause like trouble. Like I don't like it when other people do that. Like we were talking about that shit before. I don't like it when people call out. I've never
like the witch hunt shit.
Called them out on Twitter. I'm only talking about now because it's been like over a year. It's there, and like I don't have any angst towards them. I'm just kind of like taking you through it, like reliving in my head.
Yeah,
but like I don't hate any of them. I don't lose sleep over them. I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I moved on from that stuff. It was very hard for me to watch. I couldn't watch Overwatch anymore. I did. They were trying to drag me in a little bit. Some of the boys to do a little bit of like a podcast again. Like, oh, just do your own.
Did it just bring up?
But I didn't have the same.
And whatnot.
I just didn't have the same energy. Yeah. I didn't care. Like, there's different players. Like all the boys that I was close with were already playing overseas and doing other things, and. I didn't want that to be the last the last thing I did. I didn't want to leave on like on a bad note. I kind of just want to leave. I was happy with like I did this big PUBG thing. I'll just go over to my channel, and then I kind of just stuck doing that for a bit. I was kind of reluctant to get on the internet for a bit. I kind of got deep into some like just playing games of my own and vaping, I guess, and like I was real sad for a while, man. Just trying to catch up with my old friends because I was so obsessed with just being a commentator.
Man, it sounds like you went in deep on it though. Yeah, it's like
it was like a rabbit hole. But I got further than I ever thought I ever would have. because I just did it because I liked the storytelling stuff.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I just hate. I didn't know how to play the game, man. Like people can be quite political. I didn't know how to work in a team environment. I'm very
Yeah.
solo orientated, so I have
I am
mistakes
too,
that
yeah.
I'll own up to. Like I never applied it with the correct attitude,
Mm.
and I should respect my superiors, but at the same time, like I just fucking he just. It's not fair to put a lot of my past issues onto him because I
Yeah.
just saw him as this person that I could bring all my past shit and put it onto him and like target
Yeah.
everything went onto him, all my anger. Like I was so fucking mad, like at
Yeah.
him. Like just thinking about him made me so angry. So I was really nervous. What really got me back into the swing of things was I kind of just started playing with other streamers and just playing games online. What kind of got me over the hump, I went to the Melbourne Esports Open where they were having the finals of Overwatch, and all the guys I used to cast with, the ones all there casting, and everyone, that me. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I want to do it or not, but like Jam or having a booth there, they wanted me
Okay.
to do some streaming from it. I was like, man, I don't know. And they're like, we understand if you don't want to do it, and I was like, real nervous about it, and they had the Overwatch stuff there. I'm like, I feel like if I saw it and then kind of accepted I'm no longer a part of that and could just sit there and just be happy for everybody else's success, I could move on with my shit. So that's what I did, and that's what I ended up happening. I got to, all the other Overwatch players were really happy to see me. I thought everybody must like hated me or thought I was a pussy but a lot of people were just happy to see me. I got hugs from everybody, and they asked me how I was doing. One guy goes, "Whoa, dude! I thought you were dead. What the fuck?"
Oh shit!
It's like a joke.
How long
He's
did
like,
you dip
"Dude,
for, though?
oh, why? What the fuck?"
Man, you must have dipped from the scene for a little bit, though.
Breathing on my own and still my thing.
I mean,
and
sometimes it's good to let things like that breathe, though. Like everyone needs to.
Yeah.
Sometimes when it just builds up that big, it's good to just give it time to just breathe and let it kind of wash over a little bit.
Yeah. And then I went to this. So that went through, and like I saw that guy again, but we kind of like reluctantly like looked at each other, and, like shook hands, but because we know like, you've shit talked me, I've shit talked you, whatever. Like, and we're like, well, this is what happens. This is where we're at now. It doesn't matter. And then I never really saw him again or whatever. Oh, I saw the guy ahead of ESL. He like walked past me and just completely like. I looked at him. And like looked at him the whole time, just like walking past, and he just kind of looked. He knew who I was, and he just went like turned back and just kept walking. He's like, I don't deal with this guy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wonder if these guys will listen back to that, and they're like, oh, this guy's a fuckhead or whatever.
No, I don't know. I'm sure they won't be listening to this. I'm sure they won't be listening.
Nah, you never know, man. Like probably pick it out, and they're like, oh, this dude's.
Well, BobbyJ, I remember that guy.
Yeah,
it's that guy that came and tried to get me to change the way I do things around here. Look, I get it. I get it from his perspective as well. Though I get as him who's worked towards getting into this position, and he didn't know who you were and all this. So that's very hard when, when you don't know this random person who's coming in, starting to try and change things up. You kind of I think for anyone, you could be the nicest person ever and go in and start telling someone how to run their shit, and they're probably going to get a little bit salty about it. It'd be very hard not to. But I get that you also had good intentions, I mean, you just want to see it, succeed and all this and this. So
I was so angry though, like saying like, this is fucking bullshit. Like the only people I've vented to are like the other commentators. And I got a feeling like they probably I think word got back around to like some of them, because I remember seeing like people just in that company just unfollowing me on Twitter and everything.
Really?
And I was like, someone said something that they've related onto, because it's very political. Like throwing me under the bus gives them an opportunity to talk in a conversation with them to make them look better. To say like, he's a fuckhead. Yeah, he always did this and that and blah blah blah. Shit. I feel like that was probably what. But it's like, should I care? No, not really. Does it help me? Like if I care? No. Like it doesn't help me move forward. It's like I'm not going to cast there anymore. I don't want to cast with them. Like if they offered me something, I wouldn't cast with them. So does it really matter if they talk shit? No, not really.
Do you care? Do you care now, or do you reckon you're fully over it?
No, I don't care. I'd care if they like try to badmouth me to my own community, or can badmouth me, like told lies about me.
Yeah,
and, like spend it in their way. Obviously, they got their own version of things and their way they heard things or whatever. Yeah. But they've got so much shit going on. Like it's probably nothing to them.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Whatever, they got big shit that they're focused on.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I don't have like I was like I like honestly wish all those guys the best because it's not easy to put on a broadcast. It's very fucking hard to get everybody on the same page and
a lot
make
of moving
something
parts
happy that the community like want to see and are always happy with. So, but I got like into more streaming and it kind of like made me feel better about myself and I started making more friends and that was the part that sucked because I had so many friends that I made there.
Yeah,
Felt kind of like I was by myself a lot. So I don't know. I made friends with like Sally Nubasaur. Played games with her. I knew Mel, like your friend Mel.
Opacalypse?
Yeah, so I didn't know it was her. Like when we were at PAX last year.
Oh, really?
So I heard her laughing. I heard her cackle. So I know her laugh because I played Overwatch with her a bit.
Yeah.
I'm like, I turn around. I'm like, fuck, is that you, Mel?
Holy shit!
Because she dyed her hair. Because I used to have her when she had her hair black.
Oh,
I've never seen her when her hair dyed. So I took a little break from Twitch. Like I didn't really watch that many streamers.
Yeah.
For a while. But then the funny thing is to get like front page again with Lewis, how it kind of fell into the front page was I went to this Magic the Gathering thing that because I used to live behind that Magic the Gathering store.
Yeah.
And I met one of the guys there that we used to play like Werewolf one night with and like all these mini games. He was running a lot of stuff for like Double Jump.
Okay.
And they were putting on this Magic the Gathering thing for streamers to go to, and he invited me. He was like, talking me into it. I'm like, dude, I don't want to fucking go. I don't care. I just want to play fucking. I don't know what I was playing at the time. Probably Fortnite or some bullshit. Like, I don't even want to do anything. I don't care. I want to be around people. And then he invited me to that. He taught me into it. He goes, dude, you'll like it, blah, 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 whatever. So I ended up doing it. And then, do you know who I met there? Who I feel real bad because he's a nice guy. I got a bad experience with him. This is like, shows that, you can't judge everything off like the first interaction with someone. Which Drawser. He was there. Because I wasn't talking to anybody. I was just sitting there.
He's a big Magic the Gathering fan.
Yeah. So I was just sitting there. I remember him coming up to me because I had a wrestling shirt.
Oh, yeah.
He was asking me about like Super Showdown. I didn't understand the question or something.
You guys should be like best fucking friends.
And then I went to explain to him, and then he kind of like cut me off and he started talking to somebody else, and they didn't let me finish my convo. I'm like, well, he doesn't care. So I was like, all right, I'm not sitting with them. They obviously don't care. So I went and just sat by myself.
What are we
and then these two other dudes that are a bit late come in. One name was Cody and one was Jairus.
Yeah.
And I was like...
Man, Jules is savage.
Yeah, and then I was like... yeah. So when these dudes sat down, I just started talking to them. They were talking about like vaping and all this sorts of shit. He had the same vape as me and like...
Oh, shit.
He was like in the same game. He's like in a Persona 5 and like all that sort of stuff. And that's what I do. I'm like, oh, I did commentary. Now I'm just getting into streaming and stuff. He's oh, cool, dude. Like, what's your Twitter and all that? Or follow you back. So he followed me back. And I was like, he had like 19,000 followers. I'm like, who the fuck are you? And like, his name's Cody. And I saw it as excessive profanity.
Oh, it was him.
Yeah. Dude, because I didn't realize it was his face because it's always black and white.
Yeah. I know
he goes, I'm excessive profanity. I'm like,
on.
What's your stream name? He goes, expressive profanity. I'm like, God, that sounds so familiar. And then he said, like, yeah, it's if you see it, it's always black. It's black and white. I'm always shooting black and white. I'm like, oh fuck, yeah, you're the guy with all the fucking ratings things, like the X, the G, blah blah blah. Like such a cool concept.
Yeah.
And then, like he's an OG, and like he was really nice. He actually invited me to like a PAX party and like Super Smash thing. I never went to him though. Because like I was still kind of getting over shit. I was still really had social phobia of things. I still do. I feel real bad. I thought like he might not think I care or whatever. But like, those guys are real nice to me, man. So I was like, man, Twitch community is pretty cool. Like I was like, yeah, people are pretty nice. And like that's when I started going to GG. I went back, started going to GG Easy Bar more, and like I met Shaggy Steve. One night I was like just going on Tinder. This is how I met Shaggy Steve. This is the crazy story.
Starting with Tinder and
Shaggy. We never met each other on Twitch. He lives like 15 minutes from me, dude.
Should mention as well, Shaggy Steve on the podcast
dude,
Monday.
He'll say the same thing. You can bring like his side of the story.
All right, good.
Okay, so when I was actually the part of the Magic story was they let me they said I could stream like their pre-release before it comes out, like these new cards on the thing called Magic Arena.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you can stream it before it gets released. So I contacted Lewis saying, hey, I'm doing this thing for Magic, the Wizards of the Coast, like an official thing. Can I get front page? He's like, yeah, you can have it. It was like, okay.
Fuck that,
So I'll throw you on backfill. I was like, what the fuck is backfill? I kept asking him.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you'll be on the rotation. I'm like, what is it? Like, how does it work? Like, when do I have to give you a schedule? He goes, no, you'll be on it. I'm like, how's it? I didn't know it. I was giving you a barrage of questions. I was so confused. And he was like, because he's so chill. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's probably like, dude, what are you really on about? Like, shut the fuck up, I'm doing it. And I was like, I got so nervous. And then like I remember like, because he was overseas. So he said like, yeah, I'll do it when I get back. I'm like, he didn't do anything for like 2 weeks. And I was like, come on, man, like I don't know what's going on. Like I haven't seen anything change. Like, I don't have to do something. And like I didn't know what's going on. And he goes, yeah, it'll be fine. You put it in the system. You'll be fine. Like I just been overseas. You'll be all good. So obviously putting in time for the Magic thing. So when I started streaming Magic, I saw all these numbers spike up. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I saw like, oh, I'm on the fucking front page. Someone goes, you're on the front page. I was like, what? On the front page? So he's like, put me into it. Like now it's like you stay on the rotation. A lot of partners have it though in Australia. And like they actually encourage it. Like I'm not going to say like the details of the emails they email to people, but they encourage people to like they want to promote the streamers that are here. They really care. They're very good people.
It's only partner people that can get on the front page, right? That's essentially
unless you're probably like doing something for charity or esports or an event.
Grassroots and stuff.
Yeah, but as on rotation, yes, I think they stick to partners. Otherwise, you just over.
Yeah, they'd have too many people. Yeah,
but it helps them grow their scene here because it's they're trying to help people that are around them, like they're supporting them. So there's a lot of I've tried to tell other partners about it, and like I try and encourage them to like do it and put themselves out there because people help me. He never had to help me, but he did. So I'm very thankful to Lewis. Like I wouldn't even have anything like what I have. Like he helped me when I needed my channel to be promoted for Overwatch, and he helped me with this. Like he just helped me. Like he didn't have to. I was just blown away by it. So I've always been like very thankful for him. He's a very good guy. So I always speak very highly of Twitch. So anyone complains that when I see that shit on Twitter and all that sort of stuff, I'm like you have no idea like how nice these people are and how many shit they have to deal with. He was the only staff member for a long time until Ellison, who worked for Blizzard, came across. And like people are don't understand the fucking amount of work. The amount of work you go through, all the requests. Remember one person has to handle the entire scene. Yeah. All the shit that he has to go.
I actually don't even know how the fuck that works, to be honest. I actually don't know how the fuck that works.
I wouldn't be able to do that man's job. No. So
Twitch in Australia, if I had to run it, would crash and burn, I'm sure. I 100% did. I would not be able to manage that shit. And also like turn people down constantly for things and like pick you and be the one that like there'd be so much decision making in that. Fuck that. I'd be feeling bad every day. So you met Shaggy Steve on Tinder?
No, I was on Tinder. I fucking hate Tinder. I'm just putting that out there.
Okay.
Like sometimes when I get real lonely, I go to a point like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like I just want someone to talk to or whatever. I just install it but then I just go in my town, like swipe to me, and like usually if they don't talk about games, I'll talk about games like Twitch straight away, and then most time that scares off people. So I'm like, I don't do well with people like connecting and all that sort of shit. So, so this girl like messaged me. She goes, "Yeah, like I watch Twitch, like I stream sometimes in the game." So we started talking and all that. And he goes, "Yeah, like I'll come watch your stream, whatever." I'm like, "I'm gonna do my stream." He goes, "I'll be there," but like the guy I usually mod for is currently overseas on holidays in Bali. His name's Shaggy Steve. Like that was one of his mods.
Oh shit!
And just coming in there, and then like she told. Discord about me.
She was one of his mods?
It was Shaggy. So I found a swipe right on one of Shaggy Steve's mods on Tinder. She's not a mod anymore because she's real busy with shit.
That's fine, but that's crazy.
Yeah, so we have this guy joking. So you swipe right on me, bro. You swipe right. Man, you swipe the wrong way.
That's insane,
So we still joke about it today. And then he goes, I find it funny that like I stole you from her, whatever the joke is. When he says
shit like that, yeah.
We always joke about it. He's like, you on that Tinder, that one night on Tinder, bro.
Oh, that's wild, man.
Right, found me through my mod.
That's a real.
That's out my chat a bit.
That's a fucking happy ending if I ever heard one.
She is telling them about. She's told them about me and all that. But he's like, oh, she kept talking about this Steve guy. So she's like, he can't be that great. Like, you keep going on about him. Like, the fuck is Steve, dude? You just keep going on about him, Bar. You can't wait for him to get back or whatever. And she told, Ozhound's like he's one of his, he's like his longest running mod or whatever.
Yeah, right. Yep.
So he come in and like he was telling me about like he told Steve to come check me out or whatever. So while he was in Bali, he came to my chat and said hello and stuff. Was hanging out, and I remember.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, one person having a big fucking shout to is Amy Lee. Like I knew her before.
Okay.
She was like partner and stuff. Like she was in Down Under and all that.
Yep.
She used to host me all the time.
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, one dude. Okay, I can't like forget this guy. This dude's been subbed to me for like forever. It's Daniel Harrison. You know Daniel Harrison?
Oh yeah, Fortnite dude.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he used to play Overwatch. So we played Overwatch together. We did original. Do you know my wheel? I used to have this wheel where you'd compete. Where I had this thing where you get punished. It was originally a punishment wheel for who would lose. Eventually turned into a sub punishment for me.
Yeah, you ate
it was originally Bronchi and I doing it. It was Bronchi and I doing it.
Right.
And then Daniel hosted me one. I might have came through Serena because I know Serena that plays CS:GO.
Okay.
So me and you went through the CS:GO scene, like CS scene. She hosted me one night because they saw like, oh, I'm streaming now, or whatever. They're like, hey, what's going on? Like they're all catching up.
Shit,
and, like Daniel came through with that, or she might have came through Daniel. I don't know. I think Daniel might have came in through her. I think. And they're like, oh, you're going to check this dude out. He's just fucking himself up on random shit. Like, I was just drinking, like, the hot sauce and, like, all this sorts of
I don't know
shit.
how you do the hot sauce. I fucking don't know how you just toss that shit back.
And then, like, Daniel thought it was hilarious. And he was like, sub to him. And, like, they'll just keep going. It was crazy. This is, like, it started 2018.
Was that pre Daniel Harrison blowing up? Because he blew up through
he was
a lot of Fortnite.
just partnered. He was just partnered.
Sure.
He just switched from YouTube to Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah,
I don't know much about the dude.
It's like 40, 50, 60 viewers around there.
Okay, yeah.
And it gives his early stages of him. And then he was just mostly playing Overwatch.
Follow actually. I haven't really watched his stuff.
He's good, man.
I saw him around Twitter for a while there. I haven't seen him much on Twitter, but I don't follow him on anything. But I remember people must have been retweeting the shit out of him because I saw him a lot. Yeah. Seemed like a good dude.
So he subbed to me that night, and then he would drop me hosts, and like he said, shit. I was like, man, because no one want to do the punishment thing. I was like, do you want to do it with me? Like, I didn't think he'd say yes. And he's like, yeah, man, let's do it. I was like, we'll do like 1v1 Overwatches, and we'll do 1v1 Overwatch, and the person who loses has to get punished. And we did it, and we always had so much fun. But he beat me every time for like 2 hours.
Other than like hot sauce, what other like punishments are there that aren't like
Chinese cooking wine? Oh no, cooking wine or whatever.
Shit. So
vinegar. It was vinegar. It was like vinegar.
Fuck. So it's all
vinegar, wasabi.
Yeah, right. Oh fuck, wasabi.
Raw eggs.
Man.
Fucking just filthy shit. Like doing dancing, karaoke. One time people could write a love message for you on Twitter and you had to tweet it to someone.
Oh, I like that.
Someone did it for me.
I like that.
Loser fruit. Tweeted to loser fruit. I'm like,
did she get back?
I worked with her. She actually fucking
did she hit you back?
She read it on stream, dude.
Oh,
she goes,
fuck.
this is completely out of context. I don't know what this is, person. He's declaring love for me. Just so confused. I had to send her a message. I'm like, dude, it was like, I was in from stream. She was okay, what the fuck? I was like, oh, whatever. But then I saw her again at
that's a good one.
And she was normal about it.
I like that.
So awkward.
Imagine though if that backfired, they're like, oh, I'm gonna make you look so stupid. I'm gonna send a message declaring your love to someone, and then they're like, oh, I felt this way about you the whole time, BobbyJ, and you guys get together, get married, have kids.
Oh my god, dude, I'd freak out so much. I get so anxious. I don't deal well. That shit.
Nah, you'd be in it. You'd be in it.
So that's a give a shout to Daniel Harrison because ever since then he never unsubbed. He's always throwing me like hosts here and there. He got bigger and bigger. I remember when he never stopped. He'd always come in and check up with me and like send me things on Discord. Cause
respect to that.
Yeah, so he's never stopped. And we don't talk as much now because I do my thing, he's doing his thing or whatever. Yeah. And like he's real busy. Like he blew the fuck up. Yeah. So he told me he was going to do that. He said he was almost at the point where he had to move out and go to his mum's place in Tasmania. Like, I'll probably dox a little bit there, but he was real nervous about that. But like he just believed. He grinded every day, putting things on YouTube and streaming every day. And seeing him do that and where he got to, I was like, he did it. Like he did it. I saw it. I saw it where he started. Like the numbers were like 40, 50 or whatever, and I saw it where it got to. And like he just fucking never gave up. Yeah. I was like, and he just believed in himself. And he would always come back and say real nice shit and like, okay, don't give up. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna like I want like if he can do it, but he's I put him like I hold him like such high regard, but he doesn't see it
Yeah.
that way. And you know he always gets like he always says like, man, you say too much nice stuff or whatever, and so I always tell him like you like that really like influenced me to like keep streaming, like actually want to like quit and not get like another job or whatever. I actually just roll the dice. Like you did it. I want to do it. Like you know, you're like this really inspirational to me. Is like what he did.
Yeah,
So
probably a lot to a lot of people.
so when
Yeah, absolutely.
so and then this goes all the way back to the Tinder thing. This Steve ends up coming into my channel and whatever, and like
That's fucking
I
crazy.
think there was a night where Amy Lee hosted me when I was playing Spider-Man. She hosted me for like 150 people. I was like,
Oof.
what the fuck? That was crazy.
That's
And I'm
wild.
like, that's crazy. I'm just playing Spider-Man on my own. I was like, I only had a couple of people in there, like in the chat. Like this
That's
is
wicked.
before like anything really serious happens. Was like September last year. And then like Steve and I would this is Steve. This is before he got partnered. So we'll like I would stream a bit in the day because I ended up getting front page. So I was like, I'll help you, Steve. I'll stream in the day, try and collect who I can from the extra
Fuck
promotion.
yeah.
Throw it across to you because he invited me out to a dinner. No, sorry, a lunch. And we like hit it off straight away. And he reminded me of like Daniel. He was just very like that older brother sort of
Yeah, he's a good
feel
dude.
where he's very telling me like, you can do it, man. Just do it. Like he's always like saying, you can do it, man. Like he was never like, nah, that's a bad idea or whatever. Like he would always we would sit in the car for ages because he didn't live far from me, so I'd go over to his house and stuff. And then you know I don't drive, so he'd like drop me back off because I'm like a child. So he's like dropping. He's like dropping his son off.
Yeah.
So he's off back home. So he's like, you can do it, man. Like we just talk about shit. And then you know, I'd host him, and then he would do. Like, I wasn't getting that many people on the front page. Like, let's be honest, I wasn't like, you know, I'm just like I'm not that big or anything. So I just try to give him what I can because I was really appreciative to all the stuff he was doing. Like he gave me like extra stuff on my green screen. He gave me extra lighting. He was throwing subs at me. He was helping me get going because he has another job, so he's really helping me. You know, a lot of people like that, like Sunsetter. Like, there's a lot of people that have helped me a lot along the way. A lot, like people are I'm very fortunate. I've met like a lot of generous people. Like people are very nice.
Yeah.
So that's why I never want to go back to like. I want to keep streaming because like I met so many people that wanted to keep pushing me. So I was like, I can't stop. Like I don't want to stop. So it just became that thing where I just wanted to keep going. And then I saw him like Steve get partnered and how much fucking joy he got from it. And then you know he was at PAX for the first time. He's just like losing his mind, like all these fucking people everywhere. This big fucking dumb grin on his face. Just see his big fucking grin. Yeah, and then I don't know. He's there's like, and then seeing like Slick get partnered as well at the same time. So I saw Slick then as well.
Fuck yeah!
Like the only one that was partnered, like we had this little group that we were hanging out for a bit at the time. It was like Subpar, Lover, Steve, Slick, and myself. Yeah, and I always joke like Subpar's the dude who's been grinding for ages. Slick is like, I don't know, he's like the funny fucking dude. He had a real cool gimmick. Steve's like the fucking worth ethic, and I'm the dude that just fucking fell into everything.
I think you don't give yourself enough credit sometimes, though, because you have worked damn hard.
Like Steve's stirring me up all the time, and he's like, oh, well, I wish I was like BobbyJ and I could just fucking wake up one day and I'm partnered, you know.
But they definitely would know how much work you've put in. I mean, it hasn't been just it wasn't a straight up. It wasn't an easy come up. That's for sure. You've definitely had your struggles. It wasn't just like it was handed to you on a silver platter. That's for sure. Yeah,
but I guess they never saw that though. They were never around that. They were never around. They never saw. Like,
no one ever is.
You know, me as a commentator. Never saw me as a commentator. Yeah, never saw me when I was doing some big events. So you know, I didn't do like I just never like on a crazy like schedule. Like maybe some like elfish guy from ESL is always on some week like casting heaps of things every week. But like I did some events that were like noteworthy, I guess. So put me on Liquipedia and all that sort of shit, and I got paid, you know, all right for. So whatever. There's still some people out there that I wish like I feel real bad about. Like I wish I could. I really need to like give back to them. Like there's people out there I feel bad about that invested in me, like commentary wise. Probably I don't really talk to anymore. And the problem, I don't know. I wish I. I mean,
it is hard. It's hard. You can't give your time back to everyone. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you have to take the gift that they've given you, but sometimes you can't. Like as you get bigger and bigger and people support you, can't support everyone back as much as you know. people support you out of the fact that they love what you're doing and they want to support you. You would hope that most people would support you without the hope of getting something back. And I know you'd want to help everyone else, you know, but it's almost just, it gets to a point where it's just impossible. You know, you can only help everyone else so much.
Yeah, so one guy I need to hit him back.
Yeah, right.
Like, there's one guy out there. I'm not gonna name names.
No,
I don't want to talk about. There's one guy out there. I really need to like. He did like a lot for me, and he probably felt like I just didn't care or whatever. There's one guy out there. I've always think about it. So anyway, but yeah, like Steve and I hit it off, and then he got partnered, and like things were doing well, and like then I don't know, I kind of just continued on the snowboard. Like I met Pez at like the WWE Super Showdown thing because like I wanted to. I really loved wrestling, so
Yeah.
I met him there, and then he knew a bit about me because I did the HP thing because like he had friends over in that group, and they mentioned me and whatever. I don't know, I can't remember. He said that he heard about me from them. Yeah, that's where I met like Subpar for the first time because we went out with drinks with them after the WWE event in Melbourne. And then Pez is like, I told Pez like, just give me a copy of WWE. I just want to stream it. Like I want it early because they came out like a pre-release thing.
Did they
like,
get
the bigger version? Yeah. He gave me like 2 copies. Dude. He gave me a physical that came in the mail, and then he sent me a code to stream like as soon as I got home. I fucking love that man. He helps a lot of people.
Oh, absolute legend in the community.
That's where I met a bunch of people that are in my stream community today, like Toxic. Like my main dude, and like he came through WWE when I was doing because I was streaming WWE career mode during the day.
Oh right, wait, Korean mode. What's
yeah, I was doing the career mode in WWE.
Oh, career mode, bro. I thought you said Korean mode.
No,
what the fuck is Korean mode? That sounds interesting.
It's just it's like everybody's like diva and shit.
Yeah,
like,
no fucking clue. Yeah, okay, career mode.
Yeah, and I did that, and then I don't know. I remember like Ubisoft hit me up with like Starlink, and I started playing that. And I was doing 2 streams a day at one point because of the thing with Steve.
Yeah.
It was like motivating me a lot. So I wanted to just show him like I don't have money. I've been broke for so long ever since I quit my job. And
so you're full time. Yeah, you stream full time.
Yeah, I don't do anything else. So you're saying boat as me.
Yeah, I know the feeling, dude. Yeah, it's the hustle though. Some people would call us idiots. I think that it shows passion. I think it shows the drive and the commitment to not wasting any time. You know, life's fucking short, dude. It's like, don't waste time. You know, I get it. You got to be smart about it. But a lot of people, you know, they want to have that full-time life and they're like, but not till you're ready. And I get it. You got to be careful. But at the same time, there's people out there that are giving it 100%. And if you're not giving it 100%, it's going to be very hard to blast past those people. You know, there's always going to be someone working harder than you, so you want to be able to put in as much as you can. And you might, and the problem, the issue with that is you might not succeed, and you might find yourself in a bit of trouble. But at least you know you fucking tried. I think that's the biggest part. I
think I try to be very open about my anxiety. In the form, like when I go with depression, I try to be very open with everybody that comes into the stream, and like everybody who spends time in my Discord. I try to be very open about it because sometimes I struggle and I will not stream, and I'm very thankful that those guys come back and they're there. So because some people come back to nothing, and it feels like shit, but they've waited for me. I've taken weeks breaks and then. Multiple times over the last several months because I started getting anxious again. Yeah. I just started freaking out about everything. What's the thing that because everything happened so quick. It snowballed because I had nothing before all this. I had nothing like most of 2018 until towards the end. Yeah. Everything started snowballing. I didn't even have 1,000 followers before then. Like everything went boom really quickly. Like snowballed really fast. And then, and especially when Smash Brothers came out, like some streams were getting to like 200s of viewers. Like that's like maybe to some people that's not a lot, but to me that's a lot. When most of the time I was ever on was like 10 or less. Yeah, that's a fuck time. You know, now like you're getting promoted from the company itself, and like they had a lot of support and help, and things started clicking, and it was like things started to feel like they were working. And then you start panicking, like everything starts feeling like the walls are closing in. And I don't know what's going on anymore. I feel like so claustrophobic, and then I don't know what's going on, and I felt like a lot of things are just happening in my life, and I felt like I had no control over anything, and I just felt like everything was just happening, and I just didn't know what to do anymore, and I don't know, and I felt like people. I freak out, and then I guess people think like I don't like them or I don't want nothing to do with them because I'm like I don't I need that time to myself to process like everything and to figure out I don't know I don't know what's happening, and then I start freaking out about shit. Like you get more and more people like coming into the stream and they get to know more about you, and I'm like things from my childhood start coming up, like high school, and I'm like, man, I don't want to. And when I had that breakout session with like Overwatch, I'm like, man, I don't want to have that happen again. Or like people come in and like I get harassed. It really freaks me out. So when I see that stuff on Twitter, regardless of people whether they're in the right or the wrong, we all saw that Down Under thing that happened. We saw like all these other things. Like I got bullied, and I don't think if someone's done the wrong thing. I guess there'd be certain extents of different things. How bad?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky.
I don't speak to that guy anymore. That Rennet or whatever. I think he did a terrible thing. He did really bad. But I think like when someone does something terrible, it shouldn't. It doesn't give you the right to be an asshole as well.
Yeah.
Because everyone gets the tiki torches out and then come after people.
Yeah.
I'm like, why can't you just ban an exile and just never speak about that person again? And then offer all that energy you have, or give it to the people that got hurt.
Yeah. I think
people try to benefit off other people's bad situations.
Oh, yeah.
And the people that actually got affected by it themselves never actually... I feel like they kind of got, I
think there's a few things. I think it makes people feel like they're part of a greater community, but it also, I think, makes people feel important when they have this drama that they can involve themselves in, they can get angry about. Makes them feel relevant, and it makes them feel like they're at the center of something big. It makes them feel involved. But you're right. I think people are very quick to just get angry and put their energy in the wrong things. But I think everyone's so. I mean, I think half those people weren't as outraged as what they really maybe acted like they were, because they honestly weren't involved. I mean, I didn't get outraged at. I thought that's really dog shit what happened, but shit like that happens all the time. And is it right? No, fuck no, it's not right. But my God, I mean, like I had no place to say anything in that, so I didn't say anything. You know what I mean? It's crazy. People do get very, very over the top. I mean, it's very easy for people to be able to speak their mind on Twitter, and fuck, they will. As soon as you fuck up, they'll let you know. You know what I mean? You'll get. But really, I mean,
scary,
that was a very specific case. I mean, like, do you worry that like that's going to happen to you? Is that like something you think like do you worry that's potentially like what do you think?
Like someone might take something, maybe something I said the wrong way. But like, I try not to hurt anybody's feelings.
Yeah, of course, as we all kind of try and.
But I feel like that guy probably he definitely. Some shit that probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I heard about stuff from a lot of people. Right. So
have you ever
maybe had opportunities to apologize or whatever? I try not to. Like I don't want to get like I try not to delve into people's drama. I try to stay clear of it because I don't want it to affect me, and I don't want it to affect like people like come to like my community or whatever. I just want people to be like I just try to focus on people being friends, regardless of like who you are or whatever. But I try not to benefit of other people's downfalls. I try not to benefit of other people, the people that should be.
Seen people do that before.
Yeah. So the people that should like, the people that if anyone gets anything out of that should be the people that got affected, like whoever maybe felt like they couldn't stream because of it. That person was directly involved. People should go give them the love and like help them out because they're the ones that felt like.
I think the thing is that I think people think when they're fighting for them by being aggressive towards the person that caused the problem, I think they see that as them standing up for that person, that they're supporting that person. But I think there's just other ways that people could go about supporting. I think it's the most barbaric form of support, really, just to slag off on the person. It's like, really, what are you doing? What are you achieving? I mean, I get it, but I think there's energy could be probably spent elsewhere. But I mean, I don't think it's ever going to change. I think well, I do think it will change a little bit, but I think there's always going to be that minority that has a platform in that situation. They will just go a little bit too far, maybe, with how they go about it. I always think like, in fact, people might be like, well, good, and it's like, okay, hold on, like when someone's done something really, really shitty, say that, the guy from that as we know, he got kicked out of basically the whole Twitch ANZ community. We haven't heard from him since. I think like that was a lot of shit for him to handle, and he did some horrible shit. From what I heard, I don't know. I mean, it's all hearsay, really, in my eyes. I don't know, but like that could have affected him pretty fucking hard. I would imagine. Well, it would have. I mean, what if we hear that he, took his life? I think some people would probably be horrible and say, well, good. I think, well, maybe he needed some fucking help. I think what he did was horrible, and he hurt a lot of people. Does he deserve a chance to rehabilitate? I believe so. I think that's why we put people in jail for crimes, because we hope that we can rehabilitate and get them back to a state where they feel like they can be in society. I think, I don't know. It's kind of like an eye for an eye these days. I think if you've done someone dirty, then pretty much they'll come back and they'll kick you twice as hard. And they deserve it. I mean, people deserve to be punished for their actions, but I think there's just a degree where socially we can fuck people up really bad, to the point where it might make them worse in the long run, because we're not helping them. We're really just exiling. We're abusing them. And we're trying to give them a taste of their medicine, but is that really the right way to go about it? And I don't really know if it is. I think like I think it causes more rifts and more problems, and it really perpetuates this kind of anger culture. I think we really could probably be handling things differently.
Because like that's what caused me to handle things really badly. Because like I was telling you, I grew up with childhood abuse. Got bullied, had a lot of anger, and like that guy I worked with, I had a lot more anger towards him than what he really needed to be towards him. I felt like I was dead. I made mistakes, but I felt like he didn't do right by me. But I was channeling so much anger towards him that didn't need to be like that. It was negative energy that's not going to help anybody. It's not going to help any situation. So I feel like that could be applied to some. But the thing is, I'm not that person that got affected. I'm not like the victim. So I don't want to take away from anybody that got affected. Like it fucking sucks. Like that. And I'm not in their shoes. I'm not a female either, so I can't speak
exactly.
For any other gender. No, I can't 100%. Speak for anybody who's a minority. I can't do that. But what I can speak on is like I've been abused in my childhood. I can talk about my own experiences. That's the only thing I can really base anything off. And I just know that whenever I've had a lot of anger built up, it's never did anything well. Like nothing ever good came of it. Yeah. So that's all I wish people just thought about.
Yeah. I mean, I think we think it's solved the problem because it makes it go away. But I think it doesn't leave the world a better place. Yeah. It leaves it a more damaged place. But people at the same time, people are making an example of these people to say, don't you fuck up everyone else. Don't you fucking do this because you'll be next. So in a way, I mean, maybe you need to make examples of people, but it's just, it's hard to know. I mean, it's hard to know. Everyone's going to handle it differently. And, but he's dipped out. I do sometimes wonder, I mean, I have no sympathy. Because like I said, I wasn't involved with it, so I just fucking don't feel anything. I know it sounds terrible, but I'm not one of those people who are going to lie about the fact that I was burnt the fuck up. I was pretty shocked about it, but I barely even knew what was going on. I heard there was accusations. He had done a whole bunch of stuff. He fucked with the Down Under stuff, and I was kind of like, okay, well, shit. Well, it feels bad. I didn't trust him in the first place, and because he always seemed a little bit standoffish and just seemed a bit of a hothead, so I didn't really want to fuck with him. I just kind of like kept my distance and stayed away. I mean, I don't know. There was a whole bunch of stuff, man. I think we just need to be careful with how we handle things, but it's a long way off before everyone can come to that conclusion of how we need to deal with people on the internet. And it might always be this way. So
That's what stopped me from wanting to go like out to the bars where like a lot of streamers went to, because the last time I went out was PAX. So I was kind of like, is this the energy? Like, is this the way like people how they? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I just kind of like freaked me out. Like, well, I guess I'll just do my own thing. Kind of, yeah, kind of. I don't know. It's just
I feel I
I feel
actually I
uneasy.
mean I've never gone to like a gamer bar myself because I feel like I don't know it's fucking hard to step into a place where you don't really know a lot of people and to just to be like hey and introduce yourself, like it's just a lot of energy. I prefer one-on-one like hangouts, you know, meeting people one-on-one and learning about them and whatnot. But yeah, I think it's not everyone's scene. Yeah, I think a lot of people would struggle with that. And yeah, I mean, there are, you know, cliques and rifts in any community, so it can be a little bit awkward if there has been some shit, you know, previously. And yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to wrap it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's long. You did what? It's like 4 hours.
Yeah, it's about 4 hours. I promised the wife that I'd actually spend some time with her tonight because I didn't last night. She was in bed by the time I finished. I felt terrible. We were supposed to watch Survivor together, so got to keep the waifu happy.
Yeah.
She's working this weekend, so I won't see her. So, but bro, we'll have to like honestly, I could ask you about a whole bunch of other stuff and whatnot. But yeah, we'll have you on soon enough again. 100%.
Yeah.
We'll shoot the shit.
I was going to say that like I love the Australian and New Zealand Twitch community. I think
same.
I love a lot of people. I just I guess I just struggle sometimes with like anxiety. I just wish people would just get along and were a bit nicer. That's all. But that's a fucking utopian sort of fucking thought. It's never going to be that
never gonna happen.
practical. It's cool in theory, but it's not going to work.
I mean, I think the community is awesome. I think the ANZ, you know, the Twitch ANZ community is amazing. But hey, there's plenty of people in it that I just I don't. It's not that I just don't really fuck with them. I think that they just kind of have a thing about them. I kind of get and I just kind of get they're not my kind of person. And that's totally okay because we're all wired differently and built differently. Yeah, fuck, dude. I think there's nothing wrong with not really until they show you otherwise. I think you should always give people the benefit of the doubt that they're, you know, worth your time. But if they kind of have ever given you reason to think otherwise, then just kind of go, set them aside. If you ever come across it, I've had people where I've kind of gone, okay, yeah, they seem a bit weird. Maybe I just won't really put my time or energy into them. But then later down the track, they seem like lovely people, and I've kind of gone, maybe I caught them on a bad note. You know what I mean? I think it's always about giving people second chances, unless they've really done some fucking shit, I guess. You've got to kind of weigh up the situation. But I think it's always good to just give people second chances and just not be so hard on yourself or hard on other people. You know, people are always going through shit. People have bad days. People change. And I think we have to allow them to change. We have to give them the ability to change. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's one of those things though. People are always going to be, you know, there's always going to be, especially as communities grow, like especially as the community, Twitch ANZ community grows, there's always going to be more and more people coming in that maybe stir it up a little bit and maybe cause some rifts. But as long as you kind of keep just doing your thing and enjoying the company of the people that, you know, are the people that are in there that give you the time of day and give you the respect as you would give back to, I think everything's fine. I think, I'm totally fine with observing the drama from the outside looking in. Like, I have no problem, like, just completely sitting back with the popcorn and just observing how humans fucking deal with shit. But at the same time, I'm more than happy to just make my own assessments of people and just, you know, treat people the way I want to be treated. If someone respects me, I'll respect them back. And I think that's all we can ever ask of people, you know what I mean? And I think you're not always going to get along with everyone. I think as long as you don't turn up on them, you know what I mean? I think that's the thing. It's just about setting them aside and going, all right, that person's not my kind of person, and kind of rolling with it. I think if I ever got to the point where I was beefing too hard with someone and it became more than just a fun little like dig at each other here and there, because I had that the other week. I said something on stream about someone. I didn't use their name, but it got back to them, and it was very much a light-hearted little beef for like an hour. But I think if it was getting to the point where it seemed like it could turn could have potentially turned ugly. I thought, no, I don't have a problem with this dude at all. And I thought if it ever did get even past that, I'd probably hit him up and go, dude, I'm sorry, man. I don't want to make you feel bad, you know. I was just expressing my opinion on something, you know. I would never want. I think the important thing to remember as humans is sometimes it's better to stop things before they escalate. But I think some people just love the drama too much. You know what I mean? I think some people need it. I think it makes them feel relevant. It makes them feel like they've got the center of attention. People feel like they can't get that attention without drama sometimes, and it's sad. But there's always going to be someone stirring that shit up. So I don't know. As long as we sit back and we can enjoy it from a distance, that's fine. But sorry I couldn't give you more time, man. Yeah, I was just thinking, shit, brother.
Again, like
but no,
a week or two or something.
I've already said we'll definitely make sure we get you on a few times. So.
Well, I wanted to make sure I did a good podcast for you,
bro.
That was get like some heavier shit out of the way.
No, that was great.
That way, the next one it would just be like
dick talk.
Just talk about random. Yeah. Oh,
dicks.
I gotta say something. I gotta say something. I gotta say semen.
Oh, there we go.
Dude,
we got.
I had a name, dude. I have a name. We got a name. I got a name for us as a gang because we always talk about semen.
Yeah.
I got a name. I got a name for us.
Okay.
Semen demons. The semen demons.
Oh, the semen demons.
Yeah.
Oh man, I like.
You know
that.
what? I also got a strawberry milk. I was gonna drink. It's on the fridge, but I didn't whip it out.
Next time.
I just want to let Princess Ash know that.
Yeah, we maybe have to collaborate.
That strawberry is better than.
You get the last word. She can't do anything about it. Her podcast was yesterday. She bad, man. You got the last word. The coming cult, Uki says. The coming cult. Oh, god damn.
See, pricks make sense because pricks can be dicks. So
exactly. I like it. Yeah. Fuck yeah,
it's
dude.
It's the circle of life.
I like where your head's at. At, brother. Thank you so much for such an insightful podcast. I actually really like that. I felt like I didn't have to, you know, really prompt so much. Like you really just gave us an insight into your come up, and I really find that shit interesting as fuck because there's this. I think people fucking forget that everyone doesn't just get into where they are. Like you might think like, or people have said, oh, I just fell into your lap. No, I fucking didn't. You know what I mean? Same as for me. Yeah. Like I know where I'm at right now. It hasn't just been smooth sailing. Otherwise, you know, if 3 years and I'm at where I am now, I mean, you know, it's shit takes time. And I think people forget that. People think they're going to get things overnight and it just doesn't happen. So, yeah, super insightful, man. I really fucking loved, you know, hearing about all the struggles and the good times and man, it's not over. I mean, you got a lot ahead of you, which is fucking exciting. And you're always on the up, you know, you got a great community and I think it's just going to get better and better.
The fun thing is I just focused on trying to make friends and like just trying to connect with like people important. Like because I struggled so much not having friends when I was younger, so it's just cool to have. Like,
absolutely.
That's what Twitch is mostly for me. It's cool. I can scrape by with it, but the motivation isn't like I don't think about money. I just think about like people I can just meet, like hang out with that actually care about me, and I care about them. So it's cool. That's the cool part.
I definitely think about money because I think, fuck, if I don't make money, I'm back to not being able to do it every day. So, I mean, you gotta have that little hustle on you. You gotta have that little bit of hustle. I
can say like, shout out all the Paradox boys because they help me out. They help me out a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
They help me out a lot. Those
big
boys,
thanks to them as well for the shout out on Twitter and whatnot as well, which is much appreciated. Yeah, we'll have to talk more about Paradox on the next one as well because I wanted to ask about stuff like that, and we've got plenty more we can delve into. Plenty more.
So we'll talk about future stuff next time.
Fuck yeah, dude.
This one was about past. We got.
Hey, there's every day there's a podcast. There's plenty of opportunities. Man. BobbyJ, fuck man.
Oh, you hit me up on a day when there's like the day that you struggle the most to get somebody on.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be plenty of those coming.
Because I stream in the day. I stream in the day.
Yeah, it's perfect. It actually is perfect. So, yeah, bro.
You can just bring the boys along after.
100%,
and girls,
man.
of course.
No, just the boys. That's how we do it. We say to the fuck.
It's fucking bad. I just call everybody boys. But the boys. I just call everybody boys.
Bro, everyone fucking know. Like everyone. Yeah. It's like dude now. Boys, bro. I call girls. Well, no, I guess not. Well, I said bro to girls before. It's like just a habit. It's just another. Yeah. It's just a term of endearment, really.
Default.
Yeah, default term of endearment. BobbyJ, thank you so much. If anyone wants to find you, Give yourself a bloody plug. Plug yourself.
You
Where can
know,
people find you?
They want it, they'll find it. Whatever.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm
It's
gonna
the same
start,
name as my name.
I'm gonna start doing it for people. I reckon. I'm gonna actually just start saying where you can find, because everyone's always, every time I've said it, everyone's like, oh,
Yeah,
I
'cause
guess you
yeah.
just find me at Twitch and fuck. Like, and I'm like, fuck it. So now I'm just like, no, I'm gonna like force feed everyone your details. But yeah, it's BobbyJ on Twitch. It's
Dude.
the _ BobbyJ, I believe, on Twitter.
Yeah, on Twitter. That's
Yeah,
Twitter.
but-
Some dude that's interacted for years.
Bro, that's
I've messaged Twitter so many times. Like, give it to
bro,
me.
that's everyone's story so much on the podcast. Everyone has to. I mean, have you seen Ash's tag? It's the princess. What is it? And it's like, I mean, I know it has 2 H's again. It has like a couple of extra characters. It's the
I think it's
weird-
like the Princess Ash _ secretly like strawberry better than the chocolate. I think that's,
Oh shit!
people just don't see it because it's like so long and it's cut off.
Maybe she loves it so much that she's just trying to hide it. She's trying to make chocolate look better, so no one buys the very limited amounts of strawberry milk that's out there. She's trying to keep it for herself. Conspiracies.
I think you're onto
Conspiracies.
something.
I think I'm onto something,
Well,
dude.
that's till next time. That's the cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's the cliffhanger. BobbyJ, thank you so much for being an amazing,
man.
insightful guest. I fucking appreciate it, dude. That was wonderful. And we'll be seeing more of BobbyJ 100% in the near future. So I appreciate it, man. Have a great night. Take care of yourself. And
Me too.
we'll talk again soon. Fuck yeah, dude. Bye. Is you already? Oh, he cut me. Oh, he cut me off. He cut me off.